The black one.
Derek, where is Derek?
So, I'm ready.
Are they allowed to do EDM for the speakers? No, right?
No too much trouble. All right. All right. Shall we? Ernest.
You have a timer, right? 7 minutes? No.
No lah. We don't want to gong people.
No. But you cannot have a person.
This thing is not Toastmasters.
I know.
So you
But to be fair,
generally, it's within range. Okay, you don't say stop. You don't say.
but generally to be fair to the audience, the audience wouldn't want to listen to a person speak for 10 minutes. You know what I mean?
Morning. Are you speaking?
Yeah, you just try.
You have put it for sign in already? Okay.
Let's try it now.
How are you? Okay, good to see
Five minutes time. Now.
Up to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start in 5 minutes time. Okay, you want to mingle around, please? Okay, distance.
No more.
1 meter apart. Ready, 5 minutes starting. Okay, now.
Okay, 2 minutes. We'll start. Oh yeah. We will balance everything. Later on, we're going to do the lucky display is fantastic. A lot of fun downstairs. Yeah. So we're quite No. We did it with some other events. Many this is Singapore. Other than yeah.
Come on, answer one more the same.
What do you think of like trade prices? idiotic effect or I don't
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to World Speech Day. This is Cindy, and this is my beautiful co-host, Denise. How are you, Cindy, today? I'm so excited. This is my first time coming in.
I'm excited too. And how's everyone here today?
Great!
Fantastic!
What about the audience members on Zoom? How are you feeling today?
Great!
So I think, should we start officially?
Definitely, I can't wait to hear all the speeches for today.
And so, without further ado, let's welcome Ching Kwock to do an opening speech.
Good morning! Good morning, world! As the organizing chair for this year's World Speech Day, Singapore 2022, let me extend a warm welcome to one and all, and especially to the guest honor for this event, Joanne Pereira, MP of Tanjong Bakar, Singapore. Today, thousands of people in hundreds of cities around the world are giving speeches to celebrate World Speech Day. And Singapore is probably the city that is the first to celebrate World Speech Day since 2016, every year on 15th of March. This year will be the 7th year running, and I'm proud to be yet again the organizing chair for this year's event. Last year, due to restrictions to physical gathering imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the organizing committee decided to take the World Speech Day event out of the auditorium to become hybrid, meaning only some part of the speech-making activities are held in a multipurpose hall, but the majority of the speeches are pre-recorded. But all speeches are streamed live as they are being made physically or being played on a laptop. And it turned out that that show was a great success. So, no-brainer, this year the organizing committee will want to do it again. And so here we are. We still have limitations with the resources, like hardware, software, unfortunately, but now we got experience. All right, we will do a better job this time. And in fact, what we did last year apparently impressed the founder of World Speech Day, Simon Gibson, that he is also live streaming speeches that he collects from all over the world. So Singapore has contributed one speech. Last year, Rotaractors also worked together with the Rotarians, the Toastmasters to co-host this event, and we are having that same thing. The Rotaractors will host the event in the afternoon. And but unlike last year, the Rotarians and the Rotaractors are going to contribute not just speeches, but also some songs and musics, right, in between to spice up the event. So let me invite all of you out there watching this live stream, relax and enjoy the show. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ching. And so, shall we invite the next speaker?
Definitely.
And the next speaker, for the keynote address, we'd like to invite Ernest Chen to come and take over the stage.
I want to make the world a home and furnish with love. Grow apple trees and honey bees and snow white turtle dove. I want to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. I want to keep it in my arms and in my company. This is the new harmony. A very good morning to our guest of honor, Joan Perella, Tanjung Pakal GRC MP. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, the new harmony is not new, but we can recreate a new meaning to the new harmony. We are living in a turbulent society. We are experiencing conflicts in the world. But the world is not in harmony. This is a very sad thing. We've been talking about harmony for years, for 100 years. The people who talk about harmony create disharmony in the world. So we as a citizen of the world, we have to do something. This is where World Speech Day can come and influence the world. Speak from the heart and make the change. By the way, New Harmony is a small town in Indiana, USA. In this small town, there is a challenge for the family who sent the first children or the first child to Harvard University. Why? This farming community is very unique. The children have no interest to study. After school, they will gather in sidewalk and cafe and smoke and talk nonsense. So this particular family called the son over and have a meeting. The father said to the son, "Son, if you go to Harvard, I'll buy you a Ferrari car." "Father, you mean you're telling me that I will get a Ferrari sport car if I get to Harvard?" "Yes." Now the son wake up. He studied. Ultimately, he passed and managed to get to Harvard. "Father, I can go to Harvard. Please get the Ferrari for me." The father says, "Son, come home for dinner next Sunday. You'll see it." The son walked into the house for dinner time. The father said, "Father, I'm here to correct the Ferrari." So, the father says, "Son, I'm so proud of you. Here is the book, rhetorically speaking, for you." The son, "What is all this, father?" He threw it to the floor. "I don't trust you, parents." The son was bursting with anger. And immediately stormed out of the house and disappeared. The parents, they were so sad. Time flies. 20 years later, a neighbor, Sean, bumped into John, the son, in Indianapolis, 30 kilometers away from New Harmony. "Hey, haven't seen you for so long, for 20 years. "Yes. By the way, how's my parent?" "John, your father passed away." "Yes, your father passed away. But your mother is still around. She's living in another house. Do you want to see your mother?" "Yes." So both of them went to the mother's house. When the mother saw the son, she was crying. "John, what happened to you?" The mother brought John to the old house. As they walked into the gate, John could see the debris, the uncut grasses, were in the front lounge of the house. She opened the door. There was a very unpleasant smell from the house. As they walked in, the son looked around and saw the book still on the ground. He glanced around. The dinner table was exactly what it was 20 years ago. What's all this? He yelled to the mother. He said, yes, son, we're so disappointed they stormed out of the house. Your book is still there on the ground. Go and pick it up. The son. Why? Son, in life, we cannot be so rash in our judgment. You have to examine the book and to see the true value inside the book. Please open the book. So the son opened the book. And there was a Ferrari car key inside the book. The son was dazed, surprised. Now, you can go to the back of the house and see the Ferrari is still there. It hasn't been touched for 20 years. The son went over and saw the Ferrari car filled with dust. So the son used a hand to wipe off the dust at the bonnet of the car. And the shine of the car revealed that it hasn't been used. In life, we sometimes make a too rash judgment. The father wanted to send the son to Harvard and be the first family in New Harmony to be so proud of. But in life, it is the reaction from the emotion that creates the trouble for us. How we can match our reaction to the emotion that we have. If the heart and the head can coexist peacefully and harmonize their reaction, many of the difficult things will not have happened. My dear friend, the same thing in the world today. If powerful nations can see eye to eye, can live in peaceful existence, we won't have to worry about the war. War is very cruel. On a micro perspective, we as human beings, we must see each other deep down. Don't see the surface. The heart and the head must coexist. In this way, the world will be at peace. My dear friend, World Speech Day has been going on for this is the 7 years. We gather around to change the world with the unexpected voice from us. We know we are not powerful enough to use mic, to use other things, but we are powerful enough to use our voice. Because the voice can change the world. The voice can change yourself. The voice can change the relationship. The voice can create harmony for all of us. I'm so happy to see all of you here. You're all my old friends. I know it's not easy to get people to come on Tuesday. But we make it because of all of you believe in World Speech Day. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Highlighting and exemplifying the new definition of New Harmony. And who is coming up next, Denise?
I heard there's an honored guest.
Oh, then it's our privilege and honor to invite a Member of Parliament, Tanjung Pagar GRC, our beautiful Joan Herrera.
Thanks for the kind words, Cindy, Denise. Mr. Ching. Thanks for the kind words, Cindy, Denise, Mr. Ching, Ernest. That's why I really miss being here. I can sit here for hours just listening to Ernest's story. A very warm welcome to every one of you, online and also present here. I think I missed 2 World Speech Day events, and it was difficult, during these 2 years going through the pandemic, more so last year, and especially last year. I'll share with you why. Last year, if you read in the newspapers, Bukit Merah View Market and Hawker Centre was the first hawker centre cluster that faced the COVID. It was so difficult for our hawkers. Many of them had to be quarantined. Their family members had to be quarantined. Patrons, residents who visited the market and hawker centre were infected, had to be quarantined also. Our elderly were swamped with so much information, they didn't know what to do also, because they had to do mandatory swab tests, because once a block was identified as having a cluster, everyone in that block had to do mandatory swab tests. And parents had to be quarantined, leaving young children or their frail elderly at home with no one to look after. Very difficult times. And for our vulnerable elderly, and for in fact most elderly who believe in buying fresh produce to cook, couldn't get any because the market and hawker centre had to be closed for disinfection. Challenging times. And to further add to the woes, we had a driving test centre who discriminated against residents, students staying in Bukit Merah View. A delivery company refused to send parcels to residents in Bukit Merah View. So all this was very challenging, very confusing to our residents, our hawkers, and also our hawkers needed help to get all the government grants. And many of them are not able to read, not able to write. So tough times for them. And as you can see, it's really a very, very challenging period. Very down, very heart-wrenching for many of them. But during this very challenging period, a wonderful thing happened. Catering companies wrote into me, asking me if they could deliver meals daily, 3 meals a day for our vulnerable, for hawkers who are on quarantine, for our vulnerable who are not able to leave their house until the cluster is over. And if I needed more, just let them know. Health companies wrote into me, sharing that they are prepared to pack masks, mask filters, mouthwash, hand sanitizers to give to our vulnerable residents. Fellow residents stepped in to bring the elderly to do their mandatory swab tests and to help explain what they needed to do. As you all knew at that time, MOH was also swamped and they were not picking up calls, so residents were extremely confused. Many residents were so depressed. And there were strangers who even came up to me and said, MP, I want to give some cash to some residents whom I know is really feeling the heat of this whole pandemic. Can you please pass this amount of cash to certain specific hawkers? And they complimented the work of the staff, they complimented the work of the grassroots leaders in the ground, because many of the hawkers didn't know how to fill out all the forms and get all the government grants, and most of this are written in English, right? So we had to help them to make sure they get their grants in time because they had no income. So all these things really just brought the community together. And now as I think back, what is really harmony or new harmony? What exactly it is? It's really looking at people from different backgrounds, different races, different religions, different cultures coming together to help and care for the weakest and the most vulnerable in the community. And I'm very proud to say, up to this very day, the help is still going on because the vulnerable will always be with us in the community. So when I see everyone strong, happy, and healthy, this is harmony. So I hope today you all will have a wonderful sharing session of what it means to be able to live harmoniously in this very challenging world, to be able to live peacefully in this very difficult world where situations can just change almost immediately. And we all know we are okay now, restrictions have been removed, and then suddenly the restrictions are back in place. And it's causing a lot of challenges for our residents. I think you just read in the newspapers or you read in the news. Yesterday, there was a guy who was wielding a sword attacking people. Even closer to me, in my own division, last evening, a man, a 33-year-old man, used a razor blade to attack 2 persons. And it's heart-wrenching because as much as I'm also concerned for the injured persons, I'm also concerned with the man who is mentally unwell. So let's reach out to them, reach out to people who need our help. There are people out there. Sometimes it just takes us to be a bit more observant, reach out to them and help them. And that's what makes us special, and that's what makes us proud to be Singaporean. So thank you very much and have a great session. Thank you.
Another round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really love what you have actually said, that every one of us could make a difference, even in this chaotic world. And peace starts from here, harmony starts from us. So next speaker, let's invite the next speaker then, should we? So Adam Hako, please adjust, Adam Hako.
My wife and I were in a taxi the other day when the Singapore government announced the new tax measures. Do you remember? Some increase in property tax, some increase in GST, goods and service tax. Also, as I was browsing through my phone to find out more details, my wife, who's Singaporean, asked, are they giving us something at least? Some GST voucher or anything like that? At this very moment, the taxi uncle, who had been silent up to now, turns around and says, excuse me, ma'am, where on earth have you ever seen a government giving anything? The job is to take, not to give. It's funny, isn't it? Wherever you go, people complain about taxes. I'm from France, where tax rates are multiple times higher than here. So I can understand why French people sometimes complain about tax. But even in low tax jurisdictions like Singapore, people also complain. We can debate how high or low tax rates should be, but I think we can all agree that the government needs some resources for the society to live in harmony. We need to build bridges, roads, schools, the legal system, pay for the police. Otherwise, it would be the Wild West. So as far as it kills me to say this, because I'm a taxpayer, we need taxes to live in harmony. It's a bit different when you talk about taxes, not taxes, when you talk about harmony between 2 individuals. Taxes will not help you in that situation. When you talk about harmony between 2 individuals, you need to make some effort to adjust your framework. I'll give you one example. I'll tell you, once I was not feeling in harmony at all with the waiter in a restaurant. In Asia, when you finish your dish, when you finish your meal, the waiter rushes to the table and clears the dishes, right? It's considered good service. In Europe, if the waiter does that, he sends you a very different message. He wants you to leave the restaurant. For me, it was a bit difficult at the beginning when I just arrived here, about 9 years ago. I got angry with a waiter because as soon as I finished my last French fries, he comes and rushes and clears the whole thing. I thought he just wanted me to leave the place. So I look at him in a very angry look, and the poor guy did not understand. He was just trying to be kind to me, and I wanted to slap him. We were not in harmony at all. That was a great lesson for me. He taught me that, especially when you're dealing with different cultural environments, you need to adjust your framework. Try to put yourself in the other guy's shoes. Try to understand his intentions. In that case, his intentions were very kind. Second example. Some people are more sensitive to others when it comes to punctuality, right? Being on time. I've got a colleague, Ganesh, who's a lovely fella, but he's never on time. To give you a sense, that's the guy who managed to miss his flight twice on the same day. How is that possible? You gotta ask, I'll tell you. First time, he arrived at the airport late. Fair enough, it happens, you had a bad day. Okay. The airline put him on the next flight, which was 2 hours later. He went to the waiting area, and he still missed his flight because he fell asleep. I'm not making this up, this is a true story. The issue is, he was very relaxed about this. In a sense, he's in harmony with himself by behaving like this. But when it becomes a bit of a problem is when he does that kind of stuff with people who are not on the same page as him when it comes to punctuality. For example, me. Happened when we went to play for badminton. Just to give you a little bit more context, Ganesh loves eating, perhaps a bit too much, so he suggested we should exercise together. I told him, of course, I accepted gladly. It's always good to build a harmonious working environment with your colleagues, even if it's, playing badminton on the weekend. I organized the whole thing. I told him, last Saturday, 2 p.m., let's play for 1 hour. He showed up at 2:45. I was worried. Told him, Ganesh, what happened? Some emergency? Did your wife have some problem? Did your children run into, any issues? No, he said. I was having lunch. I try to use the same lesson I learned from the restaurant. I try to put myself in his shoes, try to understand his perspective, his intention. But I couldn't. What can possibly be his intention here? Not only you show up 45 minutes late to a 1 hour game, but on top of that you show up with a stuffed tummy. What did I do? Well, from that moment onward, I adjusted not just my framework, but also the schedule. Whenever I got a meeting at 3, I tell him the meeting is at 2. That works until he finds out that I trick him, but at least for now, it works. Dear friends, social harmony is a vast topic, especially as Ernest mentioned during the current times. I don't believe there is any secret recipe that can magically make all of us live in perfect harmony. However, if every one of us makes just a little bit of effort to adjust, even if it's just a little bit, try to understand the other person's perspective, it could go a long way. Toastmaster of the day.
Thank you, Adam.
Another round of applause. All about intention. vision and perception.
The next speaker is Edmund Chu. Stay alive. Stay alive, Edmund Chu.
Staying alive. Hollywood, John Travolta. Staying alive, they call it staying alive, staying alive. Today, 1505, 2002, Singapore, World Speech Day, Edmund Chu. Stay alive.
You're right.
Yes, we don't want to stay alive, have a strategy. T, think of your strategy. A, change that attitude. The U, practice yoga. That's what I'm doing. Look at me. I'm still staying alive. A, have that attitude. Learn how to have action. L, learn to unlearn to relearn. And I, use your initiative. V, be that victorious person, just like what our earlier speaker has spoken. There are many people out there. I will tell you later on how I faced and overcome my pandemic last year and before that year. E, experience. Be that elite. Be that voice that can reach out to the world. 2019, December, pandemic hit Singapore. COVID-19. I'm in the logistics. We were still running around. My friend was betting. Edmund, no problem. Cannot be. From my experience, I died 7 times. SQ06, year 2000, the flight took off. I supposed to be on the flight. I know what is it like to disappear from this world. I was the guy that brought the Christmas tree, 70-foot Christmas tree, all the way from USA to Singapore. And there were many, many challenges. And I'm still staying alive. I run a SSME, Small, Simple, Managing Enterprise, Singapore. And I had hardly 10 staff, but I can do a 50 mega staff company. 35 years, half of my life is in logistics. Half of my life is out of Singapore, in the region. It's not easy. It's not difficult. I still came back alive. Thanks to our government. I'm an ex-SAF trained. I still today, age 65. Oh, still strong. Oh, still the energy. Oh. How you stay alive? Energy. Be yourself. I still do volunteer work in the prison counseling for 15 years. I'm a Rotarian for 25 years. I'm a Toastmasters for 20 years. And now, there are many, many more. I'm also an ex-CC member to help out. I know how is it like. 2019, when it hit COVID, many of them, I was the first batch that was quarantined. I was in Saturday and then KCC to attend a contest. Some scrap guy from Safra came. I reached home 6 o'clock. Mr. Chu, were you there just now?
Yeah.
From now onward, you cannot get out of the house. Stay at home. Wow! I was so happy. For 35 years, I never had what is leave. When you are an entrepreneur, when you're on your own, what is leave? I work 18, 20 hours, nobody knows. But when I sleep, everybody knows. So, I was so happy. Time for me to sleep at home 7 days, and my wife and my kids going to serve me. So, that was good. But my fellow Toastmasters from Linky, they were grumbling. I tell you, Edmund, I can't stick it. I cannot take it. It's crazy. I want to get out of the house. I say, hey, relax lah. Why so difficult? Why? Because we are so used to freedom. We are so used to time. We take things for granted. Every day when you wake up, what's the first thing you got to do? Open your eyes. Take a deep breath of the free air. Do you acknowledge with gratitude that we are living in this conscious planet? Do you love this conscious planet? All of us just get up, quickly brush, put on the shoes, put on the dress, out you go. No, life has changed. COVID-19 has changed the world. COVID-19 has slowed us down. Those days, without internet, it was nice. Nobody know each other and we always trying to outwit each other. Today, you know something, you are in deep problem. your whole world will know you. Why? Because you can viral everybody. And I always do that, and everybody say, Edmund, must be this guy. Because I sleep early now. For the last 3 years, 8:30 to 9, I go home. Last screen, clean, throw the phone, and I just have a nice sleep. 4, 5, 6 a.m., I'll wake up, do my Qigong, yoga, then I'm a cyclist, I go enjoy cycling. I'll go for a walk. 7:30, 8 o'clock, pick up my wife, go to office. The day begins. We need to rest. This structure is just like our laptop. When you go home each day, learn to delete and unfold. But when you need to charge up, you need to charge up. You cannot always store. One day the RAM will burst. Just like our body. We need to sleep. We need to rest. Why people have our eyes? Because not enough sleep. And what is it made of? All the ions. Billions and trillions of living cells in our body. So you have to treat your body with respect, because it's only one car, no spare part. So remember, stay alive. You need strategies. What kind of strategies? We are very fortunate, my dear friend. Singapore is so fortunate, just like I have been out to almost 15 countries in my past 35 years. You go to Philippines, you see the river, black. You go across just Malaysia, certain area, black. Here, turn on the tap, round the island, or water you can drink. Have a gratitude, have a heart. Be that voice, just like what Dr. Ernest said. Try to help. My campaign, very simple. I started 2 years ago. I used to do laughing yoga. Every morning I go up, I leave my house. Before I leave my house, I say, hey, I'm going to positive charge. I'm an MPA, mental positive attributor. The minute I go down and see the lady, yeah, uncle, tough. I just say, hey, look at the insect. Ah, where? She smiled. One down. I'll meet 3 different strangers. Smile. Give them the positive energy. Give them that life. All of us, Chinese say, chong chong mang mang, rush here, rush there, rush here, rush there. At the end, long piang, hit the wall. You go to hawker center. This idiot guy never pay me. Why like that? Never pay me. Then I just say, auntie, you do the what? Hula dance. Myself like crazy. He laugh. Oh, I hit my target. Every day, I make 3 person laugh. Walking or cycling. I purposely cycle to the guy and say, why you look at me? You never smile. You know how he smile? Laughing is the best medicine. As a practitioner of laughing yoga, learn to laugh. Now, all stand up. I want to teach you how to laugh. Come on, stand up. Put the energy in there. Come on. Okay. That's very simple. Just say ho. 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 Just say ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho. Ha, ha, ha. Ha, ha, ha. Ho, ha. Ho, ha. Ho, ha. Sit down. You see the energy that you have? Hey, you look at this young man. I'm still young at heart. I'm still shining. I tell you, I got almost 3 stem cells in my body, but I managed to love myself until the stem. The doctor say you don't need. Okay, so very important. Stay alive. Have a strategy. If you don't have, talk to me later. I'll tell you how. I'm a man of many strategies. I just draw them. Okay, T. Think of a way. The world haven't come on yet. A. Have that action. Anthony Robbins said, first thing, have an action. You practice the yoga, just like YMCA. Okay, very important. Have that urge to stay. And A, have that attitude. Change that attitude. Right? L, learn to unlearn and relearn. I, use your initiative. V, you are the victorious person. You are the champion. No need others. You are yourself a champion. And A, very important. The last word, really you must learn to act. And E, very important, experience all these things. Why I can only tell you many more energies that I'm going to put on. Stay alive. And really, it's an honor. I miss her for the last 2
World Speech Day. Last year I wasn't here. The other years we were here in YMCA. It's really an honor. And I really see old friends. And Dr. Honors, it's very good to see you and the rest. When I say World Speech Day 15, I already mark on my diary. I'm the first one to be here.
Yeah.
This morning. And I always have this habit.
In fact, you were here last night already.
Because I always have that mental attitude. When you are positive, you can reach out. You can reach out. You can reach out to many, many people out there that need to learn. Right now, Western world is having problem. Eastern world. Never mind. Take care of ourselves. Learn, fellow Singaporeans. Learn to get gathered together. Alright? And back to you. You should be here. You should be here.
Thank you, Uncle. You are always inspiring us, especially once he once told me, it is not about the number of breath you take. It is about the number of breathtaking moments you created. Our next speaker is Jessica Ching. Conscious Planet, Safe Soil. Conscious Planet, Safe Soil, Jessica.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm so glad I'll be here today. And then my title for today is Conscious Planet, Safe Soil. I like this word, unexpected voices. And Ernest just mentioned, our voices can change the world. That's really very true. And now we need your voices. Why? Because Conscious Planet, Safe Soil is a movement. It's a global movement initiated by Sadhguru. He needs to get 193 countries together and need 3.5 billion people voices to do what? To save soil. Okay, when I get this information, I was shocked. And save soil? Singapore don't have much soil. So I don't have much information about soil. And when I share with my friends, save soil, like very far away, really far away. But when we heard about SG Green Plan 2030, straight away we clicked. Yes, climate change, reduce carbon footprint, reduce waste, and plant more trees, and plant more trees. Oh, yes, this is something we can do. And why save soil? Food security. Because Singapore, we don't have much soil and we don't plant our food, right? I mean, we don't create our food. So we depend on our neighboring countries to supply us food. So we need to concern a little bit or pay more attention about the soil. What's happening now? If let's say the global soil is dying, food will extinct. Human will be extinct as well. But before human extinct, we will go through war first, food war. So when I share this with my friend, they say, oh yeah, Singapore don't have soil, but we need food. So if we need food, 95% of our food come from soil. So we need to take note about this. And a group of us, like-minded people, come together. We form ourselves as Green Buddies Singapore. So we are a group of people that wants to support our national movement, Green Plan, and as well as Conscious Planet, Safe Soil movement. So how to support Conscious Planet, Safe Soil movement? Very easy. We just need your voice. You just need to sign up, your name and your number and your contact. That's it. You are a part of 3.5 billion already. We need the voices because Sadhguru, he is going to talk to 193 countries' leaders to come together to change the policy or to improve the policy to save soil. But we need people to join this, to support this, otherwise it will not work. And we only have about 10 to 20 years to get this done. If after this, it will be too late. We might pay a very high price. Yeah. A bit. Because we don't want our children to face this. The soil has 60 more years to go.
You are doing well. Keep it up. Great job.
Okay, so save soil, okay? Because Singapore is a multiracial soil. Okay, because it's multiracial, so we have our multi-languages. So actually, it's 拯救土壤 okay, selamat kan tanah, okay, okay. Anybody can Miti Machao. Alright. So I hope all of you can join us. So when I was sharing with my friend, they asked me, so just sign up, what else can I do? What can I do? Okay, then I have to think of something. Okay, what can we do? Okay, so then I suggest to them, okay, Monday, let's go plant-based. Okay?
Vegan.
Plant-based, Monday only, not every day. We suggest, I know meat eaters a bit difficult. My son, he's a meat eater. Oh my god, he every day can chicken rice. Three meals he can take chicken rice. Oh my god, I also have headache. But then, if let's say we suggest, if let's say me alone doing it, 1 week, 1 day, the strength is too small. We cannot do anything. We cannot change anything. But can you imagine if Singapore, we don't talk about the whole population, we talk about half of the population, maybe 3 million people, Monday all plant-based, just 1 meal. I mean, that is a great difference we can make, right? And why? Because go plant-based, because now the livestock, there's report, the livestock actually is about 56 billion livestock is being slaughtered to feed 7.5 billion people. It's 8 times more. And now the report says that 800 million people are on hunger, no food to eat. And 2 billion people are under nutrition deficiency. Why? Because the soil is dying and is way below the healthy mark. To have a healthy soil, we need the topsoil to have 3 to 6% of the organic matters to keep the soil alive. But now most of the soil in the world right now, half of it is already extinct, degraded. The other half we still can use, but it's all below the healthy marker. In India, only 2.5%. The healthy marker is there. It's way below 3. And in US, UK also is about 2. So that's why now they say, last time when we take 1 orange, the vitamin C is sufficient for us, for our body needs. But now we need to take 8 oranges. Can you take 8 oranges a day? I don't think so, right? So that is the reason why our health all is in the issue. Children, their health is because of this nutrition deficiency. It's due to the soil. So when the soil is not healthy, whatever you plant, can it be healthy? No, it will not. And when we humans consume it, do we have enough nutrition? No. So now we really need to support our neighboring countries or whatever we can so that we can save the soil, use the organic matter to save it. Why the soil degraded? Because of the chemical that's being largely used, and after some time the soil died. So now we hope to get 3.5 billion to come on board to support us and also to make this happen. And now come back to the locals. What can we do? Monday, plant-based, okay? Why plant-based? As I said already, we can reduce our meat supply, demand, and then the supply will reduce. And you can go vegan like today, okay? I packed a plant-based breakfast, all right? And then with our reusable container, yeah. So Wednesday, what we can do? We go car-free day and then cycle, right? We can cycle. Okay, I cycled from Tanah Merah to here this morning.
Cycle from Tanah Merah. This is a bicycle. Yeah.
Almost about 20 km.
Wow.
Can see. Let me. Oh, my bicycle.
You do that.
Yeah.
You change the whole thing already.
Is it?
Carry on. No.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so we are encouraging people.
No.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So we are encouraging people to cycle more.
Oh, this one.
Oh, sorry. And because our Singapore plan has already planned to extend 1,320 km of the park connector, PCN. And I think that is really great. Because we cycle twice a week around Singapore, and it's beautiful. Singapore is really beautiful, and with all the greens, the parks, I would encourage all of you to try. Really, it's very, very nice. And we also can cycle to work. And then now we have a lot of foldies bike. where you can just fold your bags into like a small luggage, even smaller than stroller, right? You can just park beside your working place, or even you can go up to MRT, you can go shopping mall as well with the foldies. So we try everything and it's really fun. Okay, Friday is reduce waste day. So what can we do? All right, take your utensil, recycle so that you can reduce waste. So this is something that we can do right now. Of course, plant trees. Anyway, if everyone plant extra one plant in your office or at home, wow, 3 million people, that's a lot as well. And then we can of course contribute to carbon footprint reduce. So this is something that we can do, and I really hope that all of you can come on board and support us. So remember, Conscious Planet, Safe Soil. Monday, plant-based day. Wednesday, car-free day, go cycle. Friday, reduce waste day. Let's join us.
Each one.
Yeah, and also each one. Let us reach out to everyone and get everybody on board. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jessica. Now I'm on board. I'm the proponent of plant-based diet. Who else want to join me? Our next speaker is Stanley Go.
Yeah.
Body harmony.
Yeah.
Body harmony. Stanley Go.
Thank you. A very good morning to all. Ching, Ernest, and of course, our MP here. I've not seen you for a couple of years. Glad to see you back. Today is the new harmony, but I'm going to talk about something that concerns us. All of us believe that we can make a difference in this world. But in order to make a difference in this world, I would like to focus on ourselves first. This is the most basic. So I just want to know, by understanding ourselves more, you'll be very aware of what's around you. I don't know how many of us really understand ourselves. I'll just give you an example. When you're sitting down, suddenly you feel that a mosquito landed here. What happened next? Right? Unconsciously, you just do this, right?
Really?
But do you know what happened inside your body? Have you ever wondered what happened inside your body?
Very happy.
This is a very harmonized structure. So harmonized that all of us take for granted. You see, when the mosquito landed here, the sensors pick it up, send a message, neurotransmitter to the brain, telling you something is attacking you, right? Brain has to go through the brain band to find out a solution for you. Next thing he said, hit it. That's a message that's sent down. So in order to hit it, where? He has to send a signal to the right part of your body, hand has to move, and come down. For this to happen, muscle here has to contract, here has to relax. Happen in thousands of seconds. You see how harmonized this structure is. All of us were born with babies. We are given a certain set of attributes in our body that works automatically, that we take for granted. Our heart beats. You cannot say stop beating. You can't, right? It's there. We breathe. Our digestive system works. Everything, blood flows. Everything is also automatic that we don't even bother to understand. Right? So we take for granted. So when I relate this to society, when a kid is born, the structure, the infrastructure of the whole society is all there. Their parents, their government, everything is there. They take for granted that this will function like our body quietly functioning. Our body can take a lot of abuse, but society can't. And when a baby is born, there are certain things that we internally is inside there already, all these automatic things. But the value we have to impart, the value we have to teach, right? Value. So likewise, in society, the value of the citizens we have to teach. We have to make sure how people become more empathy, about concern, about love, about all this. We have to really impart all this knowledge. And it's not just something, these kind of skills can be transferred. We can't transfer. So every generation has to learn. Like every baby has to learn how to eat. I cannot say, parent, I'll transfer the eating skill to you. You can't do that, right? I can only give you the DNA that make all your organs function. Right? And now our body is so harmonized that they even have two sets of nerves. One is sympathetic, one is parasympathetic. May or know what I'm talking about because we have a medical person sitting there. You see, this set of nerves is so wonderful, that you know one set of nerve will tell you need to do something. Another set of nerve said no. I give you a very good example. When we drink a lot of water, our bladder is full. What happens? We get a signal from our brain. You need to go to the toilet, right? You need to go to the toilet. But urine will not come out. Urine will not come out, right? Because one set of nerve telling you need to go to the toilet. But another set telling you don't release yet. Okay? But once you get into the toilet, you are ready. What happens? The other set of nerve will take over. You release your urine. So you see how these two sets of nerve coordinate? So this is a very harmonized structure. So just imagine if a society can be like that. It's talking about balance and control. So sometimes when you're fully aware of how your body works, then you will more appreciate of how this society functions. Then you understand why certain people do certain things. You have once you realize this, then you know how to coexist because our body organs are all interdependent. The heart cannot say, I don't give you blood, I just stop pumping, I don't give you blood, you die, you know. The digestive says, I don't digest food, you don't get nutrients. The mouth says, I don't eat. That's it, you don't get anything. So all the organs, they have to interreact to make this body function. So as a society, as a world, it's the same. Right? So actually, in order to really try to change the world, let's pay more attention to ourselves. Okay? Once you understand how our body really works, then you get more appreciate of how the rest of the organs in the so-called universe works. Then from there you appreciate why this guy is doing this, why this guy is doing that. You become very tolerant. You empathy. You become like what saving the earth. All that you understand. Because the earth is doing this, I don't get nutrients. For myself. So this is what's going to hit me directly, right? Once you say, if I don't get the nutrients for myself, I'm going to age. This body is being designed to last for 120 years. Right? 120 years, designed. But because along the way, disease, the word disease comes from D-I-S and ease, E-A-S-E, disease. So that means your body is not at ease. That means your body is not in harmony with all the organs, not in harmonized matter. So disease comes. Right? So imagine if your body is harmonized in the right way, you can enjoy doing what you can do when you're young. I'm proud to say all our audience, all our adults. I'm proud to say that I'm reaching 66. I'm 65, 3 more months, I'll be 66.
All right.
And yet, every week, once or twice I'll play badminton. Not badminton, not badminton. I'll play badminton. Okay, once or twice at my age, 66. Imagine. So if your racket is not broken, a couple of loose string, talk to me. I don't have it. If your racket is broken, sorry, I can't help you. So imagine, if you have a harmonized body, you can enjoy what you love to do when you're young, continue the activities, right? So it's like the world, the same thing. Like a world, like a society, the same thing. If the society is very harmonized, this country will last forever. And sometimes, when I read newspaper, this guy is complaining, I just wonder, if they understand their own body a little bit more, they will appreciate, why the authorities are doing this. Why are we doing this? Because always talking about balance and control, right? Some of you understand the yin and yang, right? Yin and yang. Yin and yang is a balance between yin and yang because where does it start, where does it end? Nobody knows, right? When does really the morning start and when the night ends? Nobody knows. Because it just go round and round, yin and yang go round and round. So it's talking about balance and control, right? When the water gets too hot, the water gets too warm, we use a fire to heat it up, right? But the fire gets too big, we get water to kill it. Okay? This is talking about yin and yang. So always there's a control and there's a balance. So we should take a look at the whole society as control and balance. And right now the earth is very sick. Okay? Because why? We lost control. We don't, because if you understand the 5 elements, this is a bit tough for you. 5 elements, how the 5 element works. It's a whole round circle, it's about yin and yang. 5 elements, those who are very familiar, I just touch a bit. Five elements make out of what? Wood, water, fire, metal, and earth. You see, a tree will need water water will make the tree grow, right? Tree will make the fire burn bigger, right?
Right.
Fire can turn everybody to ashes to the soil, right?
Right.
For the earth, we get metal, right?
Right.
Metal can make into axe to cut down a tree, right?
Right.
So this is I call it is a sort of supplementing control. Supplement, that means they help each other to progress, right? But when it comes to fire, water can kill it, right?
Right.
Fire can melt metal, right?
Right.
Metal can cut out trees, right?
Right.
Trees can poke through the earth, right?
Right.
So you see, in a very few, these five elements, there is the supplementing and there is the control. So once you understand all this structure, appreciate it, look inside you, how this structure function, right? Then you will have a better understanding of how this whole world function. Then you'll be very aware of your surrounding. It's always the awareness. Once you have the awareness, then you start trying to make a change, trying to influence people. So if people are not aware, you can try until the boo or whatever comes back, they will not change. Okay? So it's a matter of creating awareness. And I'm glad that World Speech Day, every year I'm participating, this is what we're talking about. Creating awareness to make sure that everybody being aware of what's going on. But for today, my focus is be aware of yourself. So look after this structure. Your parents give you this structure, look after it, treasure it. Because this is the one that will make you function. And so when you're alive, then you can do a lot more things. If you're dead, nothing you can do. So I always part with my say, be aware of yourself, because why? For my health talk I give it to people, I always have two things to tell people. Always look after yourself for your loved ones. Never look after yourself for yourself. Because if you look after yourself, you take for granted next day, right? But I want you to have something in mind that I will look after myself for my loved ones. That is something you should get into your brain. Why? Because when I'm in a coma lying on the bed, I don't know anything. Who suffers? Your loved ones. Your loved ones, right? They are the one, could be looking after you, sleepless night, worried, finance, everything. So always look after yourself for your loved ones. Second thing, if you think wellness is expensive, try sickness. You one day stay hospital, probably you can have nutritional supplements for a couple of months. And nutritional, please eat something good one. Okay, so these are kind of things that I'm very focused. Because I've been in wellness for the last 20 years. Because of my own personal health last time. So as a society, we have to look after this world, not for the loved one, for our younger generations. So you see the relation between your body and the world. We look after ourselves for our loved ones. We look after the world for our next generation.
Yes.
So that is my message today. I'm glad to be part of this again. Thank you.
The next speaker is Patrick Monopoly Wee, with the speech title, Why I'm Mr. Monopoly. Why I'm Mr. Monopoly? Patrick Monopoly Wee.
Yeah.
Free gift.
The free gift. Can I have somebody help me move this further back? Sorry.
We cannot move further because you're going to show too much.
Oh, okay.
Hey, don't move the camera.
Okay, like this?
Yeah, excellent.
No need a treat from the heart. That's the best.
Allowed to remove mask?
Treat from the heart. The heart will tell you. Heart and mind. All.
How many of you here know your ABCs?
A, B, C.
Okay, well done, well done. We all know it since 3 years old, right? Kindergarten, they taught us. How many of you can recite it backwards?
No way. No way.
Okay, I asked 1,000 people, I think only one. Okay, not easy. Myself included, so make that 2, but I'm the second 1,000. So I'm going to do something because there's Ernest who sang a song, there is Edmund who does the ABC, A-L-I-V-E, right? So here goes. Z-Y-X-W-V-U-T-X-R-Q-P-O-N-N-L-K-J-I-H-G-F-E-D-C-D-A, so easy. Why am I Mr. Monopoly?
You play Monopoly game,
Correct. I am the national Monopoly champion and still reigning because since 2009, there's no other local Monopoly championship. Okay, so I'm not here to teach you how to play Monopoly or be a champion, but in any business you do, I don't know what business you are in, but if you are number 1 in your client's mind, who will they come to if they need somebody in your business to service them? You. Yeah, so how do you be number 1 in people's mind? So if, without thinking hard, if I ask you to name, and all of you name your favorite soft drink or aerated waters, now.
Water.
Aerated water. Soft drink.
Dasani.
Okay, Coke. Okay, Coke. Why Coke? Because Coke has a jingle, and just it uses the jingle that Ernest opened with. What was the song?
I like
To teach the world to sing in perfect harmony.
Okay, thank you. So Coke borrowed that jingle and said, I like to buy the world a Coke and keep it company, because relationship is actually one of the top 5 in Maslow's hierarchies. So I came up with my own jingle which says, H-U-T-T-O-N-S, we help you buy property. One wrong move, you lose money. One right move, you make plenty. Hey! Hey! Sell! H-U-T-T-O-N-S, we help you sell property. One wrong move, you lose money. One right move, you make plenty. Thank you. Go see me. Hey! Go see me. Not bad. This audience is fabulous because you will benefit most if you participate. So to those that never participate, whatever I say, okay, like for example, I'm going to say, who knows what the game Monopoly is? Please raise your hand.
Yeah.
Well done. Who doesn't know what the game Monopoly is? Okay, 1. But there are some who didn't raise their hand. So is it true that for you, whatever I say, you will not raise your hand, right?
Right.
Yeah. Trick question. So to get people to participate more, I will need to say this. My Japanese teacher taught me this. He will say, Minasan. Anybody know what that means?
Everyone.
Yes, Minasan, everybody. So whenever that keyword, that is the trigger word, he said, Minasan. And he said, how would you like to have $1 million today?
Oh, shoot that thing.
Yes, right? Everybody will say yes. So if you don't get it, so next time I say, Minasan, I want you all to do a double clap. Yes, Minasan.
Yes.
All together, Minasan.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your cooperation. You will benefit because I'm going to give you $1 million.
Wow.
Okay? Ask Banting, ask Rihanna, did I give you $1 million?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you like to have $1 million?
Yes.
Minasan.
Yes.
One more time, would you like to have $1 million? Minasan.
Yes.
Not everybody leh. So, okay, in that case, I won't give up now. Those who want $1 million, come and see me after my speech. Okay, why I got into this business? Okay, because my parents couldn't afford to put me through university. So I had to quickly turn, and I made it to NUS, And at that time, computer science was one of the rare subjects that started, and in order to be in computer science, you have to be the top 5% in your aptitude test or IQ score. So I got in, but my folks say no money. After NS, go find a job. So I said, never mind, I find my own money. But what do I do? What should I do? So I said, okay, what better business to be in than the top richest people in Singapore? What is their business? Because if I went into their business, then the chances of me being a millionaire is higher than the rest of the business. So there's one quotation that hit me when I read a book, and it says 90% of all millionaires became so through real estate. Yes or yes?
Yes.
Only a few, right? Because in my mind, I was saying BS. How can out of 10 people, 9 of them are all real estate millionaires? All of them builders, developers, road makers, supply cement, steel, sand. Cannot be. So I said, okay, I'm going to disprove this. Because if I can't disprove this, then that statement is correct. And I bloody hell, sorry, I jolly well go into real estate, right? So I googled the top 10 richest men in Singapore. And guess what? I found that 8 of them, was it 8? Singapore, there were 7 of them who were rich, millionaires because of real estate. But there were 3 who were not. Who were the 3? Number 1 was somebody called Sim Wong Hoo. Anybody know who Sim Wong Hoo is? Creative. He built a computer called Qubix, did well, reinvested the money, did the sound card, did well, and Sound Blaster. And he didn't lose everything. Apple infringed on his intellectual property. He sued Apple for 100 million. He won the court case, and that year when I googled, his bank account grew by 100 million. So he became number 1. Not real estate. Who the other 2? OCBC and UOB chairman. So I said banking, what? So like, yeah lah. But 7 out of 10, not bad, right? It's already a no-brainer. But if you look through, I drove past Tanjung Katong, I drove past Tanjung Pagar, I always see a sign, for rent, OCBC properties. Then I went to Raffles Place, I saw the very tall office building, UOB Plaza, 1 and 2. Wow! So I looked through and said, yeah, their akong, their grandfather, came to Singapore early days, built Boat Quay, built Tanjung Pagar shop houses, left it to their children. The children and grandchildren collateralized this property to lend you and you, me, money to buy real estate, do our businesses. And from there, their money grew. So are they really purely bankers, or are they became millionaires because of real estate?
Real estate.
So if you add the 7 plus 2, 9. I said, my God, is that only in Singapore? Maybe only Singapore, right? Cannot be true. But the guy who quoted this was Andrew Carnegie. 90% of all millionaires became so through real estate. So, I still wanted to disprove this. They call in Hokkien, Wei Kei. So, I went to Google the top 10 richest men in the world. Easier to disprove, right? Guess what? 8 of them were in real estate. Only 2. Who were the 2? At that time, number 1, Warren Buffett, the stock whiz kid.
Yes, Berkshire.
Okay, he's in the papers recently. There's some video circulating recently about him. Number 2, Bill Gates. Who was he? Microsoft. He actually didn't invent the OS. He borrowed or paid somebody for the OS, improved it, and became a billionaire. So the others were all real estate. I said, my God, 8 out of 10, very good. Should be a no-brainer. But I went to research some more. Microsoft, confirmed, not real estate. But Bill Gates, he started off, if I remember correctly, with $1,000, and he invested in a company that time worth 1 cent, so his $1,000 can buy 100,000 shares. And that company grew, and in 3 short years, the 1 cent company was worth $100. So how much was his $1,000 worth? 1 cent to $100 to $1,000. No, 100 million. So your $1,000 became 100 million. So is he a stock investor or is he a real estate investor?
Stock investor.
True real estate, right? Because without investing in that company, he wouldn't have 100 million in the 3 years, and then he went on to invest in Cadbury, in furniture stores, and all that. So with that, I say, okay, no brainer. I must. Some lady say I must increase my bus, but I must become or get involved in real estate in order to make money to pay school fees to graduate. So I went in. And guess what? In my first year of NUS, I started a tuition agency with my then girlfriend, now my wife. And we recommended tutors to homes. So we rented this small little space. Unit number was 0414 Upper Serangoon Shopping Centre. People say 4 no good, I tell you not true. Huh? My house now is also with the number 4. But anyway, I was paying $500 rentals. And after 2 years, lease is up. The owner says, hey, I'm going to sell my shop. Can I show? I said, yeah, it's your shop. But how much are you selling? He said, 60,000. So I told him that, look, in my mind, mental maths tell me 500 a month, a year is 6,000. 10 years is 60,000. So in 10 years, I already rented 2. I just have to do 8 more. I will have owned it free and clear. I don't have to pay rent anymore. Simple math. So I said, hey, I don't have 60,000, but without knowing how to buy real estate, without knowing I need a lawyer, without knowing I have to pay 10% and then 100%, 90% in 3 months, I said, will you sell it to me? But I don't have the money. Then he said, give me an offer. I said, will you consider 50,000? Because I figured it's more than 10% off, almost 20%. And he said, okay. Then I said, what must I do? He said, okay, give me 5,000, you pay the rest through your lawyer. So I did that. Next week, I sold it for a $10,000 profit. So, back 5,000, take back 15. Good or good?
Good.
Good. So, that's how I do. Okay. Now, however, everything you do, there's a disclaimer. Buying property is like playing with fire. If you don't know what you're doing, you will surely get... Oh, sorry. This one, there is a little bit of technical hiccup. Correct. Let me try this. If you know what you're doing, you will never get burned.
Wow.
Okay? So they say start with a bang, end with a bang. So today I'm going to end with a bang by shooting myself. Thank you very much.
Move the camera back.
Thank you, Patrick. And who wants to be the millionaire? Can you remember, ladies and gentlemen? Minasan! Yes! You are
Anyone
the
wants $1
millionaire.
million? See me later.
The next speaker is John Chan. With the speech title, The 3 R's. The 3 R's, John.
Friends, after that $1 million talk, I am going to concentrate on something very small. Ever since I was born, I've been fascinated with a small mammal that I found everywhere I went. Can you guess what the small mammal was? It's a clue. You can find it in your home. You can find it in the kitchen. You can find it in the basement. You can find it under the roads. What is that small mammal? A rat. A rat is an animal that has fascinated me all the years of my life. You see, I was born in the year of the rat. I was born in 1948.
Wow.
And since then, I have discovered, I have examined, I have researched, and found the rat is a very resilient animal. First off, the rat is a very resourceful animal. Second off, and the rat is a very remarkable animal. So you can understand why I'm remarkable and resourceful and I'm resilient. When my mother had me, she was born in 1924. It was the year of the rat.
Wow.
And I learned from her how important it was to be the kind of person she was. Because she had no education. She came from Malaysia. She only spoke Malay and Teochew. She didn't speak a word of English. And we lived in a kampong. Well, those were great days. Those were days where we didn't go to school. We hoped the rain would come because we would run in the rain, we would play with the smut, and it was a wonderful time. But I realized that those days cannot bring you success, cannot raise a family, cannot give you a good life. So it was important that we went to school. And in school, I learned my first lesson on how to be resilient. You see, I had a form master in school. His name was Ernest Lau.
No, I'm not Chinese.
He was born in 1936. Another rat. And he helped me, he coached me, he gave me so much empathy, and he inspired me. The use of language, the power of language, the beauty of language. And I became a very, very eloquent, a very speaker. And I learned English, and English has made me who I am today.
Wow.
Wow.
As Toastmasters, I'm always the language evaluator. Why? Because they knew that when I listened carefully. I listen with my ear, and I know how to dissect and relook at the way language is spoken. Now, the new harmony means you must be resilient. And language is a way to make you resilient, because if you know language, you know how to communicate, you can get anywhere in the world, you can work from anywhere in the world. Nowadays, you don't have to work in Singapore and make lots of money. So that's how you be resilient. But let me go on to the next R, resourcefulness. If you look at the rat has many, many kids and grandkids. The rat has two clusters every year. Each cluster is 6 to 8. So you see there's 16 every year. Now, apply that to the Singapore population and you'll be wonderful. If everyone here in Singapore is like the rat, my God, we will be running the entire ASEAN region. Do you agree? Yes. But the problem for us is that we are not rats. And we don't learn how rats perform, because rats are very crafty. Rats are very nimble. Rats are very hardworking. And rats are very industrious. If you do not doubt me, go look in the F&B kitchen. Before you have your meal, walk into the F&B kitchen. You will surely find a rat. Yes? Because they will be everywhere. They are remarkable animals. They're all over the world, on the ships, in the aeroplanes, in the industrial factory, under the road, because rats can stand out of all the animals. But I am impressed because there are many people in the world who are very remarkable, and very resourceful, and very resilient. Just study their lives and always look for the rat in them. Because always born in 12-year cycles. Let me just share with you a couple of rats that I've studied. And I find that it is so important. Pope Francis was a rat. He says, the less you respond to negative people, the more peaceful your life is. Save only those that give you twinkles in your eyes not wrinkles in your face. A wise rat indeed. Another rat person was Mandela. Mandela was a very resilient person. If you know his story, you know how much he suffered, right, throughout his life before he became recognized. And he said this, "Do not judge me by my success. Judge me by the numerous times I fall and get back up again." That's Mandela. Yeah. Now, I pause to ask you, how many of you in this room are rats? Wonderful. One more? One more. Right. Now, then you know what I'm talking about. Now, a resourceful rat is Galileo. Galileo was born in 1564. You count back, it's also a rat. He was a physicist, he was an engineer, he was a scientist, he was an astronomer, and he searched the stars, he discovered he was curious. And James Cook, the explorer, born 1728, another rat, a seafarer, a seaman. I think you know the point I'm making now. All of us in this new harmony must have these three attributes: resourceful, resilient, remarkable. If you don't stand out and you don't use these three R's, it's very difficult to survive in this new world. Because in this new world, you have to be better than the other person, especially in Singapore. You know, Singapore is a merciless place. You agree?
No.
It's merciless because in terms of competition, you really have to ace it. Is it true? It's true. Right. But if you are a rat, you can know how to ace it. Because you can be in any other place. You don't have to be in that same place. Because you can scurry around. Right? Find little holes to hide in. And above all, you can be who you want to be. I love reading, and the latest book I'm reading is James Dyson. Born 1 year short of being a rat.
The vacuum cleaner man.
The vacuum cleaner man.
Yeah.
Yes. And,
Come vacuum.
yes. And he is a designer and an engineer.
Innovation.
Things innovative. Got the word right. Innovative.
Yeah.
And his message to young people all over the world, especially in Singapore, because he's here in Singapore. And he's opening to all young people in Singapore, be ingenious, be creative, right? Be innovative. Because once you have these three, you can conquer the world. Because you're not satisfied with the status quo.
You're right.
You're not satisfied with what you are. And this is what New Harmony is.
Correct.
We never must be satisfied with who we are. Right? I am born in the year of the rat.
You are right.
And the year of the rats, all the rats will forever be your resourceful, remarkable, and resilient people. Thanks to all of
Hey, title is finished this afternoon. Stay on.
What is the 3 R's? Can you remember?
Resourceful.
Resourcefulness. Resilience. Remarkable. And we don't have to be the rat to practice these attributes.
John, you from the best is yet to be.
Yes.
The best is yet to be,
And ladies and gentlemen, if you want a rat baby, it's a time for you to plan. It's another 10 years. Next, we have Aaron Kwock, the New Harmony. The New Harmony, Aaron Kwock. Okay, let's skip with Aaron and let's start with, let's have the next speaker, Tan Mei Yan. Big Cat, Black Swan, Tan Mei Yan. Is that okay?
Stay in Singapore.
To your left. Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Very good. Very good.
Thanks. I watched, mesmerized, a pair of graceful swans bathed in the golden glory of the sunset. I was sprawled on the grassy patch, with the gentle evening breeze brushing my face. I had just retired. I'm now free.
Yeah.
I am my own boss. I can do what I like, anytime, anywhere. But today, I'm enjoying myself in this beautiful, scenic, and tranquil Singapore Botanic Gardens,
Wow.
a World Heritage. Hi, man, is that you? I turned to the direction of the familiar voice. I looked up and saw my cousin, Lina, peering down on me. I'm not sure. It's really you, Mia? What are you doing here? Relaxing, my dear Lina. I'm enjoying myself, watching that pair of beautiful swans on the lake, enjoying the beautiful sunset. What about you? How are you? Lina heaved a heavy sigh and sat down beside me. What are we going to do, man? I'm really at the end of my letters. The ongoing pandemic, COVID, and now this stupid war in Eastern Europe, the Ukrainians, the Russians, the Western world, US, Europe, everyone is driving me mad. And tears welled up in her eyes. I put my arm gently on her shoulder, trying to comfort her as she sobbed into her hands. I cradled Lina and silently listened as she poured her heart out. Oh man, my business, my life is now upended. I can't complete those projects. My clients are going to kill me. I can't collect my outstanding payments from the projects I have completed. I am stuck. The stocks of materials I ordered are stuck in the ports, in the warehouses. I can't continue. Oh dear. I sat silently and listened as Lina poured her heart out. Her pain has jolted me out of my complacency, my not being aware of the realities out there in the world now. I felt guilty about enjoying myself when there are so many other people like Nina out there. I recollected how Lina and I grew up together, happy and free as children. But as we married and pursued our careers,
We led quite separate lives, and it has been some time before I met up with her. Today's unexpected meeting in this tranquil, serene environment brought me down to the reality of the world today. The volatility, the uncertainty, the complexity, the ambiguity of the environment, local, regionally, and the world. Mei-Yan, you are watching those elegant swans on the lake. I am haunted by this big, bad, black swan. I don't know how to get it out of my mind. I really don't know why people want to be so selfish. Why are the Russians invading Ukraine? Why are the US fanning this flame? Why do the Europeans boycott economically Russia? Why? Why don't they know that these impacts are not just for their countries? It's on me and everyone like me, small, medium enterprises trying to earn a living in this world. I reflected and kept quiet. But in my mind, I started to think, is this the proverbial elephant in the room? Everyone has been talking about an impending war. My colleagues, my friends, my associates, the bankers, the marketers, the financial experts, everyone told me that, yes, there's a threat, but hold on. There's light in the tunnel. There will be no war. The market, in the stock market, continued to rise as the real world impact set in, but nobody took notice. Inflation rose, goods and services became more expensive, prices for ordinary citizens are rising like nobody's business. The prices of food, basic necessities, are getting out of hand. My bowl of wonton noodle, which cost $3 just a week ago, now costs me $4 from the same store and smaller in size and quantity and quality. When I asked the hawker uncle why this is so, he heaved a sigh and said, "Oh dear, you didn't know? The vegetables I put into your noodle now cost double the price I used to pay 1 month ago. Why? Shortage of supplies. The pandemic caused such severe disruption to the supply chain, even our neighbors from Malaysia can't send in the vegetables to us. The climatic change, the floods, the fires, the wildfires, and the pandemic, the lockdowns. My dear, don't you know what's happening around you? I am, because I'm on the ground. You folks living out in the condominiums, driving your cars every day, don't really feel it, do you? But yes, I do. The petrol prices are climbing like mad. A liter of just ordinary 95 octane has climbed. I now have to pay almost $4 a liter at some of the petrol stations to just fill up my tank so that I can drive from A to B. You only know about luxury. driving your car, going from place to place without having to have the hassle of public transport is a luxury. Imagine me at my age having to lug my goods to the store at 5 a.m. every morning using public transport. I have to get up early, I cook, I serve you. And you are telling me I'm trying to fleece you because I raised my price from $3 to $4? Oh dear. Then I heard Lina's voice again. Man, what? What can I do? Is my life coming to an end? Will this big, bad, black swan ever go away? I really have no solution. But I really hope and pray that the leaders of this world will have to come to their senses. The threat of a World War III has been circulating in various social media platforms. The threat of a nuclear war, if any of these irrational leaders are to press the wrong button, will the world we live in vanish? Oh dear. What a big, bad black swan, casting its immense shadow on every aspect of our life. Can we do something to regain some sense of control over our lives without it spiraling out of whack, wreaking havoc to our families, our friends, the community, and the world? I patted Lina on the shoulders and said, "Shh, I think we can have some new harmony. Will you stop worrying so much and think out of the box? What can you do?" Lies in how you see what you see. It depends on your mindset and how you can regain some control and regain the new harmony in your life. Your husband is a career civil servant. His job is not in jeopardy. Your business may have to put on a hold for a while. But look at opportunities. What else can you do besides this interior decoration business you are in? Can you get new credit lines from your bankers? What are your assets that you have? Any real estate you can use as collateral to gain some financial support. Lina looked up at me and said, "Aha, yes, I have been so engrossed with this big, bad black swan, I've forgotten to think. You have given me a ray of hope. Now it's time for me to go back and start a discussion with my husband. We may have savings. We may have, oh yes, I have some properties. I should see my real estate agent and see how I can monetize this. What can I do? Depends on me, right?" "Yes," I told Dina. "Let's work together, discuss, share, find out amongst your colleagues in the same business how you can help each other. Maybe you form a self-support group and move on. We don't have to wallow in the shadows of this big, bad black swan. Let's turn it into that pair of beautiful, elegant swans in this wonderful sunset. We may be in the sunset, and darkness will soon fall on us. But there's always the ray of hope as the new dawn arrives. The sun will shine again. We have hope for us and all humanity, if only we will be brave and courageous enough, resourceful and flexible in facing this big, bad black swan. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. How's the energy today?
Yeah!
And now we have the next speaker. She is Grishma with Internet Harmony. Internet Harmony, Grishma.
Krishna. Yeah, Krishna.
Thank you for this. I'd just like to begin by saying that future is yet to come. I think everybody knows that, and probably it's not the right way to begin this speech, but I believe that it's important and empowering to know what comes in future for us. So today I'm here to talk about social internet harmony. So currently, the first thing, like how many of y'all in the morning, what you do is you wake up and the first thing is you look out for your phone, you open a social media app and you'll be like, okay, this. Can you raise your hands like if you do that over here? Okay, thank you for that. And the next question I would like to ask you is, once you open it, do you get a feeling of, wow, this is amazing, I do like this?
Yes.
Do you really?
Wow. Wow.
I am not really sure so. So I believe that we are just inbounded into this social media world so much that it has just become a part of our daily life right now. All of us are so much into it, we are busy clicking photos. Most of the time what happens is that we just click photos, we are ready to put it up on Instagram, and next thing what we do is, okay, now is the time I need to write something. So before I could proceed forward, today morning I just read an article just like a few minutes ago. It said that we as humans in the current state are spending almost 7 years of our entire life out of 70 years of lifespan just browsing social media. So that's almost like 10% of our entire lifespan where we are almost clicking photos, and the 90% of the lifespan just goes in writing the story or whatever for the social media platforms. So what's happened today is we all are just engulfed into the internet world. So the pioneers of the internet world believe that internet was built to get us together in harmony, or it could evolve the humanitarian side. But today, has it really done that? Today in 2022, why do we still have hatred? Why do we have so much of confusion online? And we have two personalities today. One is the physical personality, where we say that, okay, we are a particular way, but when we get into the online world, why do we change ourselves? So there is a good part as well as a different aspect to the internet. So I would like to say that today is a time where we need to have an internet harmony. We just can't have advertisements or algorithms which addicts us to a particular platform or to a particular thing. We need something more where the humanitarian side is actually embulbed, or we develop good habits. I'm not really sure if the time the time taken to spend on social media is actually considered as really nice. I mean, when was the last time probably we felt like when we opened a social media app, it's like, wow, this is amazing. Or something like, we found peace or happiness when we opened a social media app. I'm not really sure of. So today the world has gone to such an extent level that we are just browsing. We have forgotten what is around us. Have we really forgotten to live the world around us? Are we really living the world? I know that currently we are in a pandemic and we haven't come out of it completely. Yes, but I believe that today in this pandemic world, I think the people who have got COVID, who have become positive, have really realized that we need our family, we need nature. We just can't sit in one place and we just can't keep browsing the whole time. We need family as well as the nature to take care of us, to go ahead and to have a happy life. I think I would just conclude this by this. And yeah, thank you so much for this.
The next speaker is Aaron Kwock. The New Harmony. The New Harmony, Aaron Kwock.
Hello. What I do here?
All right.
You see, this is a gesture where every minister do, right? Everyone do, right? Hello.
Yes.
Right. What's the new harmony? Let's think back. Think back. What's the old harmony? Remember the days when we were young. We enjoy all the things, the bird songs, the holidays. Now what happened? COVID came in. We all stopped everything, right? For the last 2 years, we stopped. But now it's a new harmony. Why? The government announced recently, at the end of March, we have 5 people sit together, and also you do not have to take the ART test, right? You save money, right? Save money. Where's my money? Every day is money. We must think how we keep our money. So what did I do for the last 1 year? When COVID set in, I was very sad. Why very sad? Because all the people are suffering. Everyone was losing his job, not knowing what to do. So what I decided to do? I decided to take up counseling. So the past 1 year, I'm glad that I finished my counseling. I'm a counselor now. Wow, very good. Now, when you start a counselor, people say, go and see a person, right? Cool. No. Always remember, counseling are there to help you. Number 1, when you have anxiety, like all expecting words to speak, I have to stand up to speak when anxiety. We also can help you. Depression. Some of you are stuck in a room for ages. I have a client. Because of COVID, work from home, he become what? Inferior complex because of the environment. He don't dare to go out because what happened? For the past 1 year, the chips, potato, burger, put on the weight. Correct?
Right.
So right now is New Harmony. Now what do I do? For New Harmony, I have written a book.
Wow.
Wow.
Ah, can you see that? Create the path you desire. You see here? This is a Singapore picture. It's taken in where? The bottom park.
Wow.
In the morning. You see in the morning?
Yes.
Yeah? Now what is it? Now next, turn back. What you see?
Board.
A board, yes. Do you know where you're going? Do you guys know where you're going? Somebody just throw a book, right? Ferrari car, 20 years to reach the Ferrari car, right? Earlier picture. Even our Ernest talk about Coca-Cola song, but it's not Coca-Cola. Okay. There's so many things we talk about, money, everything. But the most important, we need to know where we're going. Please come and see me. I can listen to you, give you guidance. I don't. Now, what is New Harmony? New Harmony means being a partner with you when you speak. I would like to introduce Rohanna. Please give us a
A young disciple was practicing a young disciple was practicing his martial arts.
Oh.
But he kept getting distracted with all the others around him. He tried again. So his master brought him into the deeper side of the forest, where there was a river. And he said, "Look at that river." And what do you see? There are many stones in the river. Do you see the water fighting with the stones? Or do you see the river flowing around it, through it, over it? So be like the river. My talk today is about inner harmony. A lot of us have conflict with everything that we do because we are not harmonized inside us. We have a lot of issues that we need to deal with. And because of that, there is no harmony in us. And how do you find harmony? With the 3 A's. We have to be aware. Then we have to accept that we are not that perfect. And finally, we have to come to agreement within ourselves. And so I want to leave you with inner harmony. When the broken pieces of you combine with the beautiful pieces of you and can live together, you have inner harmony. Thank you.
Thank you, Rehan. The next speaker is Y Lee. Harmony. Harmony. Y
Can you hear with my mask on?
Yes.
Harmony.
If you want, up to you.
Look at us, my wife.
Wow, so handsome.
Harmony. There are two principles to have harmony. The first one, do all you have to agree to. I'll give an example. In 1978, when Deng Xiaoping came to Singapore and meet Lee Kuan Yew, Lee Kuan Yew spoke to him. Deng Xiaoping says he want to have the friendship and have economy with Singapore. Lee Kuan Yew told him, shut down your broadcasting station telling people of Southeast Asia about communism. Deng Xiaoping, give me time, I'll do it. Within 8 months, all the radio station has been taken down. Do what you have agreed to do. That builds trust. If you do not have trust, this world will not have harmony. Trust between nations, trust between your families, trust between friends, and trust between business leaders, people you deal with. If you don't have trust, no harmony. There'll be lawsuits. What harmony you're talking about? The next principle. Do not encroach to the other's personal or their property. For the history of man, countries has been encroaching, conquering one nation after, since the Egyptian time until today. Where's harmony? Now that's a physical encroachment. I'm not talking about mental encroachment. Building propagandas, changing people's behavior, that is encroaching to the personal space. Ernest Chen will not like if I go into his psychic space. He will pick a quarrel with me. Once you do that, you have no trust. When there's no trust, there's no harmony. Look around the world. In last World Speech Day, I gave the same speech. Propaganda destroy the world. Propaganda is intruding to your personal space individually. And everything is confused. Where is the truth? Where is the trust? When there's no trust, man will fight against man. Why? survival of the fittest. That's what it's all about. So in my short speech, until we promise what we agreed to do, and don't break that promise, and we don't encroach the other's personal space or physical space, and there's trust, and there will be harmony. So my plea to the world community is follow these two principles. Do what you have agreed to do, and do not encroach into people's property and personal space. Thank you.
Oh, you never say encroach people's wife.
Cannot say that.
The next speaker is the next speaker is Derek Wong. The social harmony, Derek Wong.
Thank you very much, audience. Hope I give you a good visual and good auditory sharing.
Derek, go to the right.
Right.
Right. Okay.
That's all.
My topic today is social harmony.
Don't see your handphone lah. See us
I check out some definition. Social harmony is defined as a process of valuing, expressing, promoting love, trust, admiration, peace, harmony, respect, generosity, and equality upon other people in any particular society, regardless of their national origin, weight, marital status, ethnicity, color, gender, race, age, and occupation, etc. It's important because it's vital to the development of and progress of society. In religion, belief, culture, language, observing of human rights and fundamental freedoms for all, regardless of race, language, or religion. Singapore has harmony in our national pledge, regardless of race, language, or religion. What creates social harmony? When everybody understands the same concept of harmony, social harmony, religion harmony, and everybody work towards the actualization of the harmony in the country, society, and human mankind. Elements of social harmony includes peaceful coexistence, feeling of gratitude, selflessness, coordination, fraternity, common good, coordination, and membership. Social harmony is important in our society as it's a peace maintained co-decision when members of society are interrelated with the bond of harmony. Social harmony can be maintained when the people of the society cooperate with each other, develop faith and mutual relation among them. In Singapore, we have many races: Chinese, Indian, Malay, Eurasian, and foreigners. HDB has a policy of social integration. Example, in Chinatown, maybe more Chinese and with a few Malay Indian population. Little India, a lot of Indian in the neighborhood division, and a few Chinese and Malay in Little India HDB. But recently, we noted that the government also mentioned that they will buy back or pay a fair price if you cannot sell your HDB in the HDB integration units. Is there really social harmony everywhere in every country? Is it so? In newspaper Straits Times, it was mentioned that there's racism in Australia where many Chinese go there and study. Even Singapore Chinese send a student to Australia to study. There's racism. Ernest, you study in Australia. Is there racism in Australia?
Of course.
Ernest?
Yes.
Yeah. There's racism in Australia. Yeah. So in fact, because of this, some Chinese cancel their plans for their children to study in Australia. In fact, also an article a few 12 months plus ago
whereby an American scolded an old lady, and the old lady used an umbrella to hit the American until he bleed and need to send to hospital. In history, have you heard of the Nazism?
Yes.
Germany killed a lot of the Jews. The Jews are considered powerful people with a lot of money in the olden days, and do not know why the German, because maybe they felt that Jews were not very good for their integration in society, and therefore they have the humanitarian camp. I call for love and peace among all men on earth. To quote Marriage Harmony, I like to quote the 5 love languages by Gary Chapman. The 5 love languages are affirmative words, speak good words to your spouse, to your children, quality time, spending quality time with everyone, receiving gifts, giving gifts to your loved ones, affirmative words, quality time, receiving gifts, acts of service. For the husband, you can vacuum the floor for the wife. I think this is one of the wife's favorite requests to the husband. So this is a good tip for all the loving husband. And last but not least, of course, physical touch. For financial quotient, financial harmony, I got 7 tips. One is God, family, career, power of compounding, because the $1 compounded every day for 30 days, it can become 5 million at the 30th days. God, family, career, power of compounding, network equal net worth, health equal wealth, time mastery, travels, and last but not least, legacy. To conclude, let us have peaceful and sustainable resources in the world. Social harmony for Singapore and the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Derek. The next speaker is Lawrence Lee. The significant individual. The significant individual, Lawrence Lee.
Thank you, Cindy, organizing chair, Dr. Ernest. We are here, peaceful, in harmony, you could say pretty happy, but you know, war is there, out there, there are conflicts, and there are children suffering, orphan, refugees, pain, death in the family. And this is real. You can look around, maybe in some of the social chat, you look at the news, it is there. And the question is, can we do anything? Can I do anything? It's not here. Sometimes just now you just say, we are here, we are quite safe. It doesn't affect us. Does it affect us?
Yes.
Very good. It will. Look at oil price. Eventually, look at currency. Look at all the exchange. So it is not so simple. And the key thing, when you talk about the new harmony, first thing, where is the starting point of the new harmony? It is in us, which is the individual, which some of you already emphasized. But the question is that you ask yourself, can we do anything as an individual? That's the reason why my topic is the significant individual, which means all of you are significant as an individual. Why? I'm an amputee. How did this happen?
Dear.
You help. Thanks.
Wow. A mighty lady helping
Thanks a lot.
a gentleman.
Why? It is just from a jerk. I was in the hospital 5 months. So I was treated, surgery, and before they flap and say everything's okay, one germ, MRI, bad germs enter, and they say if you don't cut it off, germs can travel. Just a germ. That germ is so small, which is like every one of us as an individual, you do play a part and you can be of significant. It's like you casting a stone into a pond of water, you see the ripples. Someone say, where are they? They're in Ukraine. This is NATO, this is Euro, this is Russia. Nothing. Don't forget. If you don't think you have any use, eventually it will come to you. So be clear. So first thing, understand why I say about a significant individual. First thing, you as an individual, how does it start? Please, significant individual. That means every one of you is valuable, significant, special and unique. So the first thing you must know about this is value. Value yourself as that significant individual to take care and keep improving yourself. Because from a small womb, this is what could happen. And in life, it's up and down, there's adversity. How do you handle it? First thing, you value yourself, you take care, you conquer it. I conquer, I overcome it. I was telling people, recently I had COVID, but not quarantine at home, actually in isolation. But the key thing is really, you say, oh yeah, I got COVID, terrible, I'm waiting to die. Nothing, I was there. Did they treat me? Nothing, they were just observing, and I came out fine. And I had some friends who just went in, and they kept sore throat, this pain and all that. No, so important really. As a significant individual that you can value yourself, what is your thought, what is your mind? Do you have that mind as that? You don't worry. So I had that because I also got another friend who had it, 40 over years old. He died, very sad, he died. So of course there are things like that, it happened. And it's sad for him because they went to hospital, husband and wife survived, he died, and their children left behind. So whatever it is, number thing, value as an individual. Value your first one, then later value other person as an individual. Because everyone are significant individual. You all are special. So you learn to value, you learn to respect. And the other thing that you need to understand is after you value, please, before anything, peace. Let the peace start with you. And peace means, if you are peace and you are with the new harmony, it's okay. Don't take side. There is no angel. You talk about good and bad. Russia is good and bad. US, NATO, Euro is good and bad. Ukraine is also good and bad. Don't think they are angels. In fact, all of us maybe are bad. How did we have this pandemic? They were playing with chemicals and virus. And this invisible enemy just come. So the most important thing, sometimes it's better, don't take sight and learn and look at it from different perspectives in everything. If you look at a person, good point, bad, in a sense, maybe it's an old film you can remember, good, the bad and ugly. We have all of that, good, bad and ugly. So important that. First thing, have the peace in yourself, and the other thing, after you are very clear, steady, you have your inner harmony, the new harmony, to extend and to bring the greater harmony to the world. Love your neighbor. Respect that. And then you will be living this new harmony starting with yourself, starting with your health, starting with your mind, and enjoy your life, have fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence.
All right, man. Wow.
The new harmony begins with me. And the next speaker is Arvinder Singh. Healthy body, Arvinder Singh.
Yeah, that's good.
Hi everyone. Yeah, I'll just tell you a little bit about body and harmony in our body and how we can be healthy. I want everybody to just do some small exercise with me and tell me what you feel about that. Okay, so just bring your hands together in front. Breathe in slowly, slowly, slowly. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe in, and breathe out. Do it 2 more times. Breathe in, 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 and breathe out, breathe out, breathe out, breathe out, breathe out. Last time. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe in, breathe in, breathe in, breathe in, and breathe out, breathe out. What do you feel?
Good.
Do you feel that you're awake? Do you feel that your lungs get more oxygen?
Yes.
So it was about in December, because I learned yoga and yoga therapy. So in December, I've got somebody approach me that she have some multiple body problems at the age of 65. So I started to think that she was 65 years old. So what should I teach her? Because she's not a young woman. So I just plan a lesson for her where we just do this breathing, then breathing in this fashion, and in this fashion, and then just other more breathing. And then after that we lay down on the ground and we do breathing with the alternate leg, both leg and lumbar stretch breathing. And after that we just do some other tiger's breathing. And after that we do loosening from our toes, kneecap, move all the body.
Justin is now online.
We make sure that all the joints from the toes all the way to the head, our cervical region, they are all moved. Just we move all the joints. After we move the joints, we just do the spine loosening. That we will just go down and up, and then side, and then rotate and rotate. Everything about 15 times. That's it. I didn't do more than that. 1 week later, she go for a checkup, and she get the report that she no need a cholesterol medicine anymore. Her blood cholesterol level come to the normal. Her diabetes have gone down, and beside that, she reported me she have a cervical pain from many years, and she have gone for acupuncture and she have gone for many other things. Because I was teaching her one exercise for the cervical, back and front, side and side, drop and drop, no rotation, only these three. Due to that, her cervical pain was left very little. Beside that, she have a double vision, and she find that her double vision is improving. Now after 2 months, she feel that all her problem are almost gone already. Her double vision is no more. She was already ready to be going for an operation for that, but she no need operation anymore.
Wow.
And what we did is nothing. So then I started this class to bring in more people. Every morning I organize this class from 7:30 to 8:45 or 8:30. So now slowly, because there are working people, so I started a same class 20 minutes for weekdays, and then followed by another 40 minutes for those who can stay longer. So 7:30 to 7:50, those people join who only have 20 minutes. Every one of them have reported after 1 week, everybody of them have reported that they have a lot of changes in their body. Like somebody just reported that he have a kneecap problem from many years. And just with this exercise, after 7 sessions, he can climb the stairs up and come down.
Wow.
And I'm just thinking that I do nothing. I was talking to my teacher also. I do nothing. I only do this much. I doesn't do more than that. But when I look at this, what I feel is, what's the reason for that? Because we need to understand, our body is not one. It have a 5 different layers. So what happen is, it's called 5 different slats. This is our Annamaya Kosha, which is our gross body. But this gross body is nothing if there is no soul and there is no breath. So the soul and the breath is something which makes our body move. If no soul, no breath, this gross body have no meaning. He can just lay down immediately. But now after that, the third layer is our Manomaya Kosha. And in yoga term, our whole body is a mind. The yoga is not considered as a science of body, it is a science of mind. Then the next body is the body of science, which is called Vijnanmaya Kosha. So that means if there is no science of our body, how it works and how our body produces 60 chemicals a day and it need to be released every day. And last one is our Anandamaya Kosha, the bliss body, like you do donations, you help people, that all is come under Anandamaya Kosha. So another thing is that you have a water pipe going straight. If the water is flowing straight in that, the chances of getting that block is very, very hard. Water have very less things to block it. But if it is bending, it will have a blockage is much easier. Our body, all the joints are blocking all the time, and blood is full of minerals, toxins and everything. So when you look at the entire thing, so when we move the joints, all the joints every day, our blood blockage open up. So I just think that because of all these things, they are getting benefits so fast. And another thing is we do exercise at 7:30. So that is a cosmic energy is the best at that time. And we do it when our stomach is empty. And that is what is giving the benefit. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arvinda. Let's take a deep breath.
Yes.
Inhale, peace. Exhale, happiness.
Yes.
And next speaker is Swana Kalyan. Finding my voice.
Yeah.
Finding my voice, Swana Kalyan.
Thank you, Cindy.
Okay.
Behind?
Oh, good.
Okay. Okay. Just,
So lovely to see you all in person, right?
Right. Yeah.
How many of you know or have heard of Daniel Kish? I'll take this off. Daniel Kish. Anyone have heard of him? He is known as the real Batman. He is a human echolocator. Born blind, he learned to make sound to find objects around him. Yes, and he could find and move around and do normal work using that sound feedback. His vision is to help people like him to be able to become normal, go around doing their work without much help. He is an example of a man with no sight, but with a vision to help. Why am I sharing this? Let me share my story. As a young kid and teenage and adult, I grew up
listening to what my parents said. Swarna, this is the correct school to go. Swarna, these are the subjects to study. Swarna, this is the university you're going to go to. Swarna, you're going to marry this man. I was a person with sight, but barely used it. I just followed everyone.
You need more.
I'm not complaining. I had no regrets doing what my parents did. I'm happily married for 28 years, but I'm not sure. But I'm not sure if my husband will say the same thing. And as a young mother, I did the same thing I learned from my parents. But the problem was, my daughter was not like me. She questioned everything I told. And it always ended up in arguments. And who won? Of course she won. She had a way to go. I was at losing ends. Where am I going? And when during one of the O-level times, when she was in O-levels, one day during the argument, she got very upset. And she turned around and asked me, Mom, can you stop doing whatever you're doing? Do you even have a life of your own? Other than us, what do you have? Do you know where you're going? He asked, do you know where you're going? I didn't know where I was going. All I knew was what I had been following. That was a knock on my head. The most terrible thing to happen to a person is to not be blind, but to have eyes but no vision. This is a quote by Helen Keller. And I was living that life with no vision, just doing things as it was happening. I was a very active person, my friends. I used to do a lot of things, but nothing had a vision, nothing had a goal that I wanted to call my own. It was always about others. This is a quote from this book, Power of Vision and Paradigm Shift, which says that when we have a vision without action is a dream, and an action without vision is pastime. And that was when I realized, what am I doing? My daughter turned out to show me my life. She turned out to tell me, look into yourself. Find yourself first. I went back to my dreams, old dreams. I went back to see what all I wanted to do in life. And one thing kept coming back again and again. What came up was that I enjoyed being with people. And whenever people were around me, a common thing that came was people found that I had a good listening ear. It is habit, right? From my parents to now, I have been listening, right? So that became my strength, that I had a listening ear. I could understand people. I could understand their problems. And I unknowingly was motivating them, inspiring them to be a better person, while I wasn't even making an attempt. And that was my calling. I found my voice. A voice to use to help people, to motivate them, and to inspire them to be their best, to find their purpose. And that became my purpose late in life, but better late than never, right?
Yes,
so
right.
I'm here today,
good. Stay on.
very happy that I have found my voice. I set small goals. I look for a positive and a good environment to showcase my skills. And that's the honest today. I'm here to share my story. I'm sure there are many of them like me who
Plenty.
don't have a purpose. I want to inspire them to say, find your purpose.
Correct.
I will help you to find your purpose. Because I have walked that path and I know how it is. So that is my story. And what do I do from here? Today we are talking about harmony. And I believe that communication is the most important part of all life skills that we have. And friends, like how you speak and I speak, we all speak differently. And how do we understand each other? I realize to be culturally aware is important. To be aware of, we had the first story where he said, I didn't understand why someone took away my plates. Whereas in France, it was means get out, right? So to be culturally aware becomes important. So I want to champion the cause of cultural communication or cultural awareness in communication so that we can have less war and more peace. The reason why we have wars is because we don't communicate. We don't want to listen to the other person, or we listen differently. So let us have harmony in this world by learning to understand, learning to listen, and to tell properly. So let us together find our voice.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Suana. When there is no vision, there is no hope.
So nice.
The next speaker will be speaking via Zoom, and he is Justin Dylan Pella. A new harmony in technology. A new
Hi, Justin.
harmony in
Hello.
Justin from Australia.
Hi, Justin.
Hello to all. A very good afternoon to all guests and Toastmasters joining right there in person and wherever you are watching around the world online. Today, I'd like to share my World Speech Day speech on a new harmony in technology. But first of all, what is harmony? Let me define it. Online, it can be defined in a few different ways. Harmony, the combination of simultaneous sounded musical notes. In human value, harmony is usually identified as a human value, referring to compatibility and accord in feelings, actions, relationships, opinions, and interests. It denotes a state of balance among forces influencing and even opposing one another. However, a new harmony in technology, as we're moving through the era of different technologies out there. Going back to the start of the pandemic, when we all were trying to get used to the platform I'm joining on now, Zoom. The struggles and the hiccups we all had when we had public speaking Toastmaster Club meetings. However, over time, we all adapted to technology in learning to live in harmony together virtually. And it's taught many of us so much to use technology to our fullest advantage. Before the pandemic, I would probably say not many of us were even prepared to come on to this online world, with many still doing things the old-fashioned ways. Not digitally, but physically instead. However, over these 2 years, it's changed everyone. And today, we need to learn to adapt to living in a new harmony in the new technology era. We must be better prepared for future events like the COVID pandemic. to what may happen later on down the track. However, when using these online technologies, Zoom, or broadcasting to YouTube via Zoom, online platforms like Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, we must use it in a manner that is very positive to what we're going to be doing on those platforms. During the pandemic, when people were online, there was, of course, scams out there, and also the cause of hatred towards people, blaming this race for spreading the virus. And that's causing disharmony. We should not use platforms such as the social media platforms I mentioned and internet to post things that are disharmony. We should all remember to be living in harmony. Living in harmony, as I was just saying before in the definition. The actions we take to what we post online. Post the right things that are going to make a positive impact to people, not negative impacts. Opinions and interests. Opinions are fine to post, but always back up what you post online, because when you post something online that is not backed up with information, this is where disharmony comes in and cause people to spread fake news online that in the end doesn't do any good for anyone and causes conflicts. Just like around the world right now. Around the world, such as Russia and Ukraine, where, of course, everyone knows what's happening. And on top of that, with what's happening online, there's that disharmony information out there. Ladies and gentlemen, my point of a new harmony in technology is this. We can all learn to continue to adapt to technology we all use today. But at the same time, use technology to your advantage and not use it to a disadvantage for your own entertainment purposes or posting things that are not meant to be out there, which is going to cause hatred and disharmony information. Let's all live with harmony together online in a safe way. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin.
Great job, Justin.
Yay!
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jeff Ban Peng. When does time begin?
Thank you.
Switch on the light. We can see you.
Yes. Organizing Chairman, Professor Ching Kwock.
Yeah.
President, Dr. Ernest Cheng. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 scenarios, you tell me which is the most dangerous. South China Sea contest. China versus Vietnam, Indonesia, Brunei and Philippines. Number 1. Number 2, Russia, Ukraine. Number 3, Israel versus Palestine. Which is the most dangerous?
Number 1.
Number 1. Who say number 1? Raise the hand.
Yay!
2 out of 20. Who say number 2? 2 again. 2 versus 2. Who say number 3?
One more time.
One more time.
I say number 4.
Number 4. Any who will not raise your hand no matter what I ask? Roslyn is one of them. I tell you, none of the above. Why none of the above?
Everything of the above.
Everyone is dangerous. And you're always put in this position to cause disharmony. You are either with us or against us. These are all the fake choices. If you want to solve this problem, you got to understand what's my topic.
When does time begin?
You must know when does time begin. Example, why are the Palestinians and the Israelis fighting?
Oh, thousands of years.
To the Israelis and the Palestinians, the land of Israel is artificially created after World War II.
1948.
1948. To the Palestinians, it's their land, but the Allied forces won the war and give it to them. To them, no. To the Israelis, time began when the line on the sand is drawn, and so it's our land, given to us by United Nations.
Promised land.
Right? So the battle cannot be fought and won because nobody understood when the time began. To the Israelis, 2,500 years ago, Moses got the message from God. And that is a promised land. They risked their life, traveled out of Egypt, crossed the Red Sea, and 40 years wandering in the desert before they come to the promised land. So it is their land. That's when time began. Right? But to the Palestinians, we've been occupying this land continuously for so long. Before the Allied forces drew the line on the sand and said it belonged to Israel and the Jews. Right? Depending on your idea of when the time begin, then the solution is there. Same for South China Sea. To the Philippines who won the case in the World Court, time began when? After the Second World War. Again, the Allied forces gave certain islands to the Philippines without consulting China. They consulted Taiwan. They recognized Taiwan. So time began then. But to the Chinese, time began thousands of years ago.
Admiral Ching,
like Lawrence said.
Yeah.
Right? We were ruling the waves for thousands of years. How can, in 1942 or 45, right? They start dividing up.
Yeah.
Did time begin after the Second World War, or did time begin thousands of years ago? Same. If you look at your Chinese Kung Fu movie, 我要报仇, right? You kill my father, so I'm going to kill you, right? And the children of that generation will kill the children of the other side. And the children of their children will fight and kill the other children. Why? Your father killed my family, right? No, before my father killed, your father did something wrong first.
Yeah.
So when the time begin, we'll decide who is a good guy, what's a bad guy. Same, not only Chinese Kung Fu, you talk about you and your wife at home.
When the time begin?
When the time begin?
The first
Right.
quarrel.
It's always, you ignore me first. You didn't cook dinner for me first. You gonna look at the other girl first. Who did wrong first? When did the time begin? If we do not understand the nature of the problem, my brothers and sisters, the problem can never be solved. Right? If you look at our great Stanley Gold, he can play badminton 2 times a week. Isn't he great?
Yeah.
More than 60 years old.
Yeah.
But that's not good enough. Ernest Chen, 75 years old, do twice a day. 30 years ago. So when did time begin? Right? If you don't understand that, no problem can be solved. If you understand that, we can all live in perfect harmony.
That's right.
Okay, so what is the most important question, my friends?
The time.
When did time begin?
No beginning, because time keep moving.
There's no beginning, there's no end.
Yes.
Live in harmony. Forgive everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Bang Ping. Live in the present. The next speaker is Stanley Mark. Life in the digital revolution. Life in the digital revolution, Stanley Mark.
You all better pay attention. It took me 3 years to get him to 3 years now, my friend.
You are very patient.
Okay, there, behind a bit.
Okay.
Behind a bit. Wow.
Wow, it is amazing, Chairman, organizing Chairman. It is certain. It is really a sort of experience for me. I have to tell you a fact. Who is my speaking master? The Shifu of mine. It's Ski Bumping! If I do well, all the credits go to him. If I don't do well, blame him! It is amazing to be here, and I make it a point to come here to support Dr. Ernest Chan, who I respect a lot. I want to talk about something which is very close to my heart. All of us, regardless of age, now have to deal with digital technologies all the time. But this is a frightening topic to many of our friends who are over 45, 55. But I have to tell you one thing. All of you can do it. It's a matter of your mind. If you believe that you can do it, you can. Why? Because God has given to all of us a supercomputer. Everything that you want to learn about digital technologies is available on the internet. And you may think that it is hard for us to do that because we didn't grow up with that kind of environment. But on the other hand, nowadays can we say that we can't use any technologies? Absolutely nonsense, in my opinion. Every single day we do. I have to thank COVID-19 for making this happen. You know, a lot of friends of mine who used to be so afraid of using technologies are now getting into technology every single day. If you know how we cope with all these changes, is the fact that whenever you're frightened to learn something, face it, learn it, master it, use it. That is the only way to do it. At the end of the day, you may wonder what I'm doing. You know, as a matter of fact, I'm not a computer engineer, but I've been running a digital marketing company for more than 20 years.
Wow, so long,
Yes, and I have been working with people who are only below 30. And I teach them exactly what to do. Now you'll be amazed how we can do it. Every single day we embrace technologies. Every day we learn new things all the time. And nowadays we don't even talk about the internet at all. Why? Because there are many new things that are popping up. NFT is the call of the day. Digital, currencies, crystal currencies. We don't even talk about buying bitcoins. We are talking about using AI to trade. You don't lose money. The chances of losing money will be very low if you don't know how to do it. Then we are now in the process of using NFT for marketing. Metaverse. How do we use metaverse? I can assure you one thing. If metaverse is going to happen like what Zuckerberg has been telling us, next year or the year after, this event will happen in the metaverse. You don't have to come here. Everything is there.
Anyone remember there's a term that happened about 10, 15 years ago? It's called Second Life. Have you ever used Second Life? Have you? None of you have.
I mean, my third life.
Second Life. As a matter of fact, Metaverse is a new version of Second Life that happened about 10, 15 years ago.
Who created this word?
You mean Metaverse? Metaverse.
Who created?
I think
Facebook.
Facebook publicized it. So it becomes a really common
Like
term.
that,
But Second Life was so wonderfully interesting. If you have the opportunity to go into Second Life, that was about 10, 15 years ago.
2003.
Yes, it is. I went into this and I had so much fun there. But you have to know that I'm not a computer engineer. And I'm not young.
You are. You're what?
Huh?
You are what? You are God.
No. As a matter of fact, the point I'd like to make, especially for people who are over 40, 45, don't be frightened. Go in. Whatever you do on the computer won't kill you, won't kill the computer. A lot of people keep saying, oh, I'm going to screw up the computer. No, you won't. The computer is very robust. You can learn. You must remember, whatever that you want to learn is always there on the internet. Number one. Number two is when the teacher is ready, when the student's ready, the teacher is on the internet. With that, go ahead to learn anything that you want, and you will be able to thrive in the digital revolution. Thank you.
Harmony.
Finished. Is it?
Thank you, one and all. We have come and concluded the first segment of the day, and we are going into intermission. Let's have a break for 1 hour and be right back. See you soon.
Thank you.
So,
We're going to buy lunch now.
audience, we are going to have an intermission for the next segment where we will be playing pre-recorded speeches. But before that, I promise you that you are going to have some entertainment, and here we go. I'm going to play now online a music video that is all produced by myself.
Thank you. Very good speech. Hey, Roslyn, you're supposed to teach this
I follow you on this. I see you doing a few things, you're not well, then I know.
Thank you. Yeah.
I gotta go already.
Okay, you can.
Hey, any budget for the trophies? Got budget
The money, don't worry.
Huh?
Have money.
Huh?
Have money.
Got budget Got budget, then I'll claim Sure got budget
Yeah.
Got budget, you need a receipt? Oh, no need. The shirt I sponsor This one you just pay me The shirt also cost me quite a lot of money, but I sponsor This one you find for me Got budget Okay I make a move Hey, Bansen is coming He's coming up. You know I take a look How is it?
Yeah, I can see already. Good. Good.
Okay, tell them.
Come on. Yes,
Cannot see the.
No, I just read. Cannot see.
Cannot see the.
So what I do is that after that I just reverse the thing lah. Yeah, reverse the thing.
See the finger.
Huh?
See your finger.
Yo, Ching, this thing. I just change the thing.
I think you think.
Somebody read my handphone. Ah, it's a question there already. Yeah, just reverse smile, right? Share. Let's say to you.
You all know our Singapore $10 bill in plastic?
Yes.
Singapore $10 bill, right? Can you take here? Oh, we have to take it.
And I'm going to half again and miraculously
I want you also.
You can achieve. Okay, so I'm going to give $1 million to each of you. Those who have already cut this scan or take my flyer and
Just.
I will give you
So you got the
calling
message, right?
Live kind of thing, yeah.
Download it.
Actually, you can remove the live. You know why? Because a lot of people. Right?
Video a lot of scan, number one, scan. Look at the video and understand that you can know how to make $1 million. Number two, post on Facebook to declare your intention to the universe that you're going to be a millionaire.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Always have fun.
Yeah.
Right? Always have fun in life. Always have fun, you see?
It's funny,
But
right?
I have photos. I think
Yeah, sure. Always same.
I think photo using this format. Okay, come. Let's see.
Yes, you didn't hear me sing the song.
Dia kenapa? Pasang ke depan lah.
Stanley China.
Ready?
Stanley Kwock.
Yeah.
You can't make it lah.
No, he brought everything.
Huh? You say you got to be 12:50.
No, I still have one.
Okay, you watch that video. That one doesn't contact me. You want to contact me is the front QR code. And anyway, the serial number of the $1 million is my phone number.
I tell you guys.
Well, now it's the time to play the pre-recorded speeches. The first segment of the pre-recorded speeches are contributed by the speakers from Singapore, and I'm going to now share that with you.
Yeah, say.
I have a group.
You look at.
You want me to come as well?
Yes, so lovely. You can pop the cameras. Yeah, ready.
Post on Instagram or Facebook and tell your intention. You met I say I'm a millionaire.
This is how you
Thank you so much. I learned something today. Yeah. Can I have a picture with you, the organizing chair?
Well,
Sleep like this.
$10. Sure. Just for the help the IT students. Yeah. Okay. $10 a day.
The world we live in hardly enjoys any harmony, or because flawed perceptions locked in Cold War fabric. As tensions between China and the West continue to heat up, China has become the target of attacks by the US-led Western countries. This is because many in the West perceive China as a threat to American dominance in the world. This perception is totally flawed. As the conflict in Ukraine is playing out, Russia has become the target of attacks and endless sanctions by the US-led Western countries. Again, this is because the West perceives Russia as a threat to their security and the American dominance in the world.
What's your last name?
This perception is totally flawed too. But precisely because of flawed perceptions held by the major players in the world, we live in a world that is troubled with Cold War mentality, and flashpoints have already turned into armed conflicts. A new harmony of the world we live in can only begin to surface when the US-led Western countries realize their flawed perceptions.
I don't know.
The fact is, China is becoming more influential in world affairs by growing economically. But why shouldn't China grow? Is it not a human right to seek a better life? But China is certainly not a threat to America militarily. Nor has China any desire to deprive the American people of a good life.
30 people, 20 speak. So
But
very good.
America, with its allies,
You want to buy lunch?
No, I got to now continue because you promised people
No.
to deprive
Your
the
money,
Chinese
I go down
people
and buy.
a better life. They are working If you very can hard. buy me something, just buy anything. The fact is, Russia
No money, I
is
don't
feeling
buy
less and less
money.
secure due to the expansion of NATO
So
eastward.
$200.
But why should NATO expand eastward? Is it not the expansion of NATO that is moving its military infrastructure ever closer to the Western world?
Your $200.
It is a fact that over the past 30 years, Russia has been patiently trying to come to an agreement with the leading NATO countries regarding the principles of equal and indivisible security in Europe.
No, I see how many people want to see.
America,
Okay,
with
you
its
want I buy lunch
allies,
for you, okay?
is putting up
I go with
a concerted effort
Go with me, cannot get
to
here.
This is
put
Galaxy,
Russia
but because it's a
down,
very good
to
size. What
deprive
is the
the
Galaxy
Russian
brand?
people's security in the Europe that they desire so very much.
A
something, A4.
A4.
The collapse of the Soviet Union led to a redivision of the world, as well as the norms of international law, which became the whims of those who declared themselves the winners of the Cold War. A state of euphoria created by the feeling of absolute superiority coupled with arrogance resulted in self-serving decisions that ignore the concerns of others. A bloody military operation was waged against Belgrade without the UN Security Council's sanction. During the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia, 5 guided bombs hit the People's Republic of China embassy in Belgrade, killing 3 Chinese journalists and outraging the Chinese people. The Chinese were told CIA had identified the wrong coordinates for a Yugoslav military target on the same street. Then came the turn of Iraq, Libya, and Syria. In the invasion of Iraq without any legal ground, we witnessed lies, made at the highest
You're gonna stay
state
here.
level and voiced
Yeah,
from
I
the
have to
high
take charge.
UN rostrum.
Hey, we recorded
The
all this.
illegal use of military power against Libya
Organization are
and
not
the
as I thought that
distortion
No
of
problem.
all the UN
They said
Security
later that
Council
we don't
decisions
argue
on
my
Libya
name. I'm
ruined
Tim
the country
Lawrence Lee.
and pushed it towards
Yeah,
a
I will.
humanitarian
I will give
catastrophe
you.
into the vortex of a
Yeah.
civil war which has continued there for years. A similar fate was also prepared for Syria. The combat operations conducted by the Western coalition in that country without the Syrian government's approval or UN
NTU.
Security Council sanction can only be defined as intervention. Witnessing NATO's 5 rounds of expansion eastward, should Russia not be concerned? Overall, it appears that nearly everywhere in many regions of the world where the United States brought its law and order, this created bloody, non-healing wounds and the curse of international terrorism and extremism. In 1972, Richard Nixon's visit to China opened the door for the formation of diplomatic relations between the world's richest country and the world's most populous country. It also ended 25 years of no communication or diplomatic ties between the two countries, shifting the power dynamics of the Cold War and playing a part in China's transition from impoverished isolation to a new role as an economic partner to the United States and a growing global power. But 50 years on, the anniversary of Nixon's historic visit comes to a low point in US-China relations. Many in Washington now view China as a growing economic and military threat, while an increasingly assertive and nationalistic China has pushed back on what it sees as American interference in its affairs. China's economy will overtake the US. In terms of purchasing price parity, China's economy is already significantly bigger than that of the US. To that extent, China's success will challenge a conventional wisdom. That is, the only way is the Western way. China showed the world there is a Chinese way to progress and prosperity. China is viewed as a threat to a lot of people because of its sheer size and because of the unity of the people. However, does it mean that China wants to be a superpower the way the Soviet Union was or the way the US is? Has China ever passed judgment in other countries or wanted to export its governing system and its philosophy to others? No. China is a civilization. China is too ancient and wise to ever want such a thing. Throughout its entire history, numerous tribes from the north came inside the Middle Land to occupy territories, rule kingdoms, even the entire Middle Kingdom, only to become assimilated into the culture of the Middle Land, enriching this very civilization. It is a very different mentality from that of the West, which has a missionary tradition. The Americans, without embarrassment, call themselves an exceptional power with a manifest destiny, which is to spread its values to the whole world. China does not have such an instinct. It is not in its history. It is certainly not in its interest. One day, the US will realize that China's nature is different from the nature of the US, and there is a greater possibility of coexistence and cooperation than putting China down. One day, the US will realize that Russia's nature is different from the nature of the USSR, and there too, is greater possibility of coexistence and cooperation than proxy wars. A new harmony is within reach for mankind, but the Cold War mentality needs to change.
Hi everyone, happy World Speech Day. The title of my speech is Togetherness with a play on the word two, T-W-O, togetherness. I believe our world is in such chaos, disarray, and disharmony because we as individuals are trapped in relationships that don't bring us joy, meaning, fulfillment, content, or inspiration. And that begins at the most fundamental level, the love relationship. And that stems from lack of a shared vision and clash of core values. When that happens is when we inevitably turn outside to fulfill needs that cannot be met inside. And that's when we bring disharmony inside out. And when outside is seen to be more beautiful than inside, the conflict goes into concentric, vicious cycles. I wish I didn't have to go home. If only I could spend more time with you. Sounds familiar? Esther Perel, the relationship coach, says the quality of our lives is determined by the quality of our relationship. Agree? But many of us don't experience higher quality because we begin with the wrong foot, with society telling us who we are and what we should want, when instead we should appreciate others for what life is like for them, but embark on our own journey to learn about what makes us tick and what doesn't. And only then are we in a place to look for the significant other. Marriage is a symbol of unity, it is a union, and it is unitedness. Like any other relationship, it is about we. A marriage, though, is a relationship above all relationships. It is a relationship with the one whom I have a hope to realize my full potential and use that state of full potentialness to contribute to the world. Marriage is not always fun, laughter, and happiness, but it must deliver joy, meaning, fulfillment, content, and inspiration to both parties of the union. How does that happen? It is when two people are connected at the highest level of connection that can be experienced in togetherness, TWO, in mind, heart, soul, and body. Meaning that when both are stimulated intellectually, emotionally, and spiritually, for example, when you know what he's thinking, when he feels what you're feeling, and when she can sense that something is not okay with him, etc., one has then given up the I for the greater we. And in this higher connection, there is deep and sustaining passion and chemistry. And naturally, we would be drawn to connect physically and use our five senses to express to and impress upon one another what we mean to each other in mind, heart, and soul. That is the highest ultimate connection. That should deepen with time, but sadly for most, that's not the case. Many people will say, don't dream, get real. You are too choosy. Don't be too idealistic. They may mean well, but it took me a long time to realize that just because they don't dream my dream and they don't choose what I choose, that I should give up mine and go with the herd. And it also doesn't mean that I won't find my significant other. I believe that we must dream and dream big. in life, and most essentially in love. Because nothing great ever happens in ordinariness. Dream big, but set small goals to work towards them. And if we think small, we will become smaller. When I look around me, I find so many people in marriages without unity. They live under the same roof but lead their own lives. I see people cheating, lying to their partners. I see infidelity, unfaithfulness, philandering. And I see relationships go south, starting with enduring unmet needs, and endurance turns into tolerance, meaning you endure pain and the pain grows and the endurance devolves into resentment and you try to tolerate. I see conflicts that are sometimes catastrophic. And I tend to believe that many people could have had the chance for a much better relationship had their self-awareness and partner selection process been better. I have my own 4 tenets of an ideal relationship, and I believe that we must know the answers before getting into any arrangements. Number 1, commitment to making each other top priority above and beyond anyone and anything else, and not just at the start, throughout the relationship. And if shared vision is what keeps us going and picks us up when we are down and out, and if shared values make the journey more harmonious, then there needs to be shared mission to implement practical actions and design measures that help us track our progress. That's commitment. And commitment includes, number 2, passion and chemistry. Many people say that passion and chemistry are just relationship kick-starters and that it will not and need not stay. At the start, you can't wait to see and speak and be with someone. Why? Because that person has been in your mind, your heart, and your soul. Why? Because you've put in effort to be in their shoes, you've tried to feel what they are feeling, and your souls become mates. So it's only natural that the body follows. You have worked hard to create these experiences that make you choose to make a life together in the first place. Compatibility. But sadly, for many, once they have got someone, be it marriage, boyfriend, girlfriend, or just the bed, the efforts stop. Mission accomplished. Move on to other matters. Would you say to your teeth, for example, that, hey teeth, I've spent 50 times a day brushing you for the past 5 months, so no need to do so anymore because you're good, I'm good, and you shan't rot. But they do rot, right, when you stop brushing and you end up looking for a new set of teeth. Just like you end up looking for someone else for passion, chemistry, and compatibility when you stop working on the relationship. Number 3, being there for and being there with the significant other is essential. And again, this will naturally happen when number 1 has happened. Commitment to making each other top priority. Number 4 is shared core love values. But before we can share core values, we need to first know what our own values are. For example, I am a miser and you are a spendthrift. We will spend most of our lives in dispute about money matters that will spill over to other parts of our lives. And were I an asexual and you highly sexual, and worse, if I, the asexual, expect fidelity, then no measure to close the gap will lead to a sweet spot. Perhaps a bittersweet spot. And we need to be honest if that's truly acceptable or not, because we can't change anybody. Eli J. Finkel, a social psychology professor who studies romantic relationships, said that The average marriage has been getting worse over time, even as the best marriages have been getting better. And the best marriages in this era are much better than the best marriages of all other past eras. Why? Because there is a dramatic shift in the substance of people's expectations in their search for a significant other. In the past, people looked to marriage for survival. But today, it is to meet the need for passion and intimacy and to facilitate voyages into self-discovery and personal growth. Finkel uses Maslow's analogy. Instead of calling it Maslow's triangle of needs, he calls it Mount Maslow. So at the very bottom, people used to marry for physiological reasons, still do. And in agrarian societies, they marry to gain more land so that they can plant, so that they can feed. And then when that is enough, the reasons shift to marrying for the smooth running of a household. And then after that, people marry for safety, for the sense of belonging, for love, and for esteem. And at the very peak, people marry for self-actualization.
これでも夢よ枯れるな二度と咲かない花だけど夢のかけらをせめて心にあとはに散りばめ会わずに愛していつまでも会えば別れが辛くて泣ける恋のねぐらはどこにある鳥になりたいそっと心で愛していつまでも離れの定めに置かれ愛 살아強くなる何があってもすがりすがり生き抜くああ死にはしないわ会わずに愛していついつまで
But if I don't know, then I keep going, I could be wasting all my energy. Because if I know, even if I
Well,
know where to come
that
from,
was a song that I recorded to entertain you. The next segment will be speeches that's made by overseas speakers. They come from different countries, including Malaysia and Canada and Australia.
started with a small wound. That's a small wound. That's like, COVID. Can you see COVID? You do not know. It's nothing. I actually had COVID, isolation, but see, I'm here, I'm okay. I'm fine. So, this is very important. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. So you learn, so don't conquer wrong. That's the name. Learn it very quickly, adjust. Just as so young, you can adjust. Yeah. In fact, now I'm glad you all learned. Just now you told me I'm learning. You got more chance to be a millionaire. You want to be a millionaire after 60
Happy World Speech Day 2022. With the pandemic in the past 2 years, it's no wonder we are tired and we long to find a new harmony, a renewed balance of the before and after the pandemic. Each of us has a spirit to avoid.
Very smart. Do you have Gmail? You have Gmail? Do you use WhatsApp? Or your Facebook? Yes. You pay for it. You pay? You pay?
Happy World Speech Day 2022. With the pandemic in the past 2 years, it's no wonder we are tired and we long to find a new harmony, a renewed balance of the before and after effects of the pandemic. Each of us have experienced the pandemic in a different way. We may have fears, undergone storms and conflicts. For some of us, the lockdown was inconvenient, but okay. Some of us have actually gained through the pandemic, enjoying working from home and finding more time to spend with their families. But for most of us, going through the lockdown, we feel trapped, confined in our own homes. Even when we go for groceries, we go alone instead of shopping or meeting up with friends. Public health authorities became the authority we turned to for rules on what was safe to do or not do. Standard operating procedures that the public need to of social distancing, wash their hands frequently, and to wear their masks. A hefty fine make sure we respected the rules. For some, they feel so frustrated at having their freedom restricted. Workers went on strike not to wear their face masks or refusing to follow rules for social distancing. They reject these public health measures despite being told it was too dangerous to gather together and we needed to avoid creating a more chaotic situation, resulting in greater loss and more deaths. When the new vaccines became available, they gave us new hope that there would be a way out of the pandemic. The vaccine was sent to all countries around the world, and now most of the public have had 2 vaccines. Some have had the booster. It seems all would be well. But then there were those who refused to be vaccinated. They protested that this was an infringement on their freedom to choose for themselves. So again, we could not be certain the virus could be defeated. The reason for the pandemic is the many twists and turns that can surprise us. But through the many changes, the importance of following government health mandate continues to be paramount. For public health authorities, convincing the whole country to follow health rules is a challenging task. No one likes rules forced on them. So success in public health requires good communication skills. For me, I don't need any convincing. I've been first in line to be vaccinated, triple vaccinated, in fact. I do it to protect myself, but also do it because it's the right thing to do for the public good. When we get vaccinated, we help protect our elderly, the sick and frail, and our young children, all of whom are more prone to suffer serious illness if they contract the virus. We have to find a way to stand together, one for all, and all for one. Let's follow the public health guidelines. When the virus is defeated, no longer a tiger lurking in the woods, waiting to pounce, then will we have a new harmony in our homes, family, and in our work. Thank you.
My son grew up in the 90s with Ninja Turtles. Turtles were warriors trained by a revenge-bent rodent in an ancient form of warfare, forced to live among flowing streams of human waste and have to hide their real faces from the rest of the world. I was accused by many parents in my son's class. The turtles encourage violent and antisocial behavior amongst young children. As a busy working parent, I ignore their chatter and let my son indulge in all kinds of turtle figures. He even had ninja PJs, ninja lunchbox, and by the time he was 8, he had over 200 ninja soldiers. My son seems drawn to the turtle's adventuresome spirit, and I think to the idea that in fantasy, he could defend himself. At home, we used to talk about race and diversity a lot. We celebrated many cultures during important heritage days. Being half Asian and half Scottish, I was sometimes concerned he may see himself as different. I need not have worried at all. At grade 1, my son asked one day if he could invite his best friend for a sleepover. When the parents showed up, I was surprised to find that they were both of Métis descent, and their adopted son was black and had a slight stammer. The color difference, the visible disability, was invisible for my son, who only saw his best friend as someone who was fun to be with. As parents, we sometimes bring our own biases into our behavior and our conversations. We build walls and push people who are different away. When I first came to Canada in the 1970s, I felt the discrimination of being Asian. And it was lonely and sometimes scary, especially learning to face the challenges in a new country and fighting to succeed. In the US, the recent impact of anti-Black racism has led to a global movement, Black Lives Matter. So many companies these days are just recognizing the power in diverse teams and are creating equitable workplace where we can all grow and succeed and support each other. Work environments which increase the sense of belonging, of being safe, and of shared understanding. From supporting all kinds of unique differences, which include LGBTQ, single parents, people with mental illness, people with disabilities, seniors, to name just a few, we are reflecting our diverse demographics and diverse cultures. Our inclusive perspectives enrich our lives and create a new sense of belonging and a new harmony. I want to end by sharing a fragment of a poem by Robert Frost. Before I built a wall, I would like us to know what I was walling in or walling out, and to whom I was like to give offense, something that there is that doesn't love a wall that won't sit down. The sadness of every word speaks for itself. Prejudice is a wall we construct with our actions, with our thoughts, with our silence. If we all learn to embrace the unique resilience, global perspective, agility, and ability to learn that people that are different bring to the table, we will have a kinder world.
Today I want to talk about living in harmony with our inner selves. And I think Paul Young puts this best quite beautifully when he said that wholeness is when the way that we live is in alignment with the truth of our being. When you live out and act out and speak out in the world the same as what you truly are and how you think, then you are in harmony. And I love the imagery that this presents: authenticity, wholeness, that yearning to fully fulfill our potential, but not only that, being true to ourselves. And Jordan Peterson, the clinical psychologist, also touches on this perspective, and he points out that if you don't find yourself in alignment with what you think and what you say and what you do, if you don't align those three things, you will find yourself in chaos and resentment and full of anger. And this sounds really intuitive and really resonates for me, but I still think it's a challenge. And I keenly felt this struggle when I was growing up, and this may be a common experience as part of growing up. But for me, I really felt the disconnect between who I presented to the world and who or what I really was. I presented as Mr. Nice Guy, as Mr. Responsible, the peacemaker, the mediator. I would never kick up a fuss. But internally, I was quite angry and quite resentful, and I knew something was wrong, and yet I just didn't know what it was. I knew I wasn't in alignment. I wasn't living in harmony. And I thought, well, while I don't really know exactly what I need to be in alignment with, I'm obviously not getting something right. So I went on a journey over several years of self-discovery. And one thing that really helped me in this alignment was being able to speak what I thought. And I found that by speaking what I thought, I spoke myself into existence. I think that's a really powerful way of living out your inner being, so that's in alignment to how you live in the world. It's challenging because suddenly you say what you think. You can get in an argument or two. You can cause conflict. You can get negative feedback. What are people going to think of me now that I've tried to express who I was? The other useful part of that for me was starting to observe what I said in conversation. What was I actually saying? Did I actually mean what I was saying? Or was I trying to impress? Was I trying to win the argument? Was I trying to get a point across? Was I truly being and living out my inner being? And so I just started watching myself, and this helped me try and understand who I was. It isn't smooth sailing, and it hasn't been smooth sailing, but I believe it is. These two aspects are one of the most important ways to really become in alignment. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we need to stand up every day and give a speech on who we are or what we think should change in the world. But we have an opportunity with every conversation that we have to live out this alignment, this harmony. We have an opportunity to find that wholeness by simply speaking what we think. I mean, what's the alternative? The alternative is to say nothing or lie. So I know what I want to do. One way I like to think about it is that every encounter with another person is an encounter with another soul where you have an opportunity to participate in something special, whereby just humbly speaking your truth, maybe you can shift the world to a slightly better place and find yourself living in harmony, not only in yourself, but in the world around you. So getting back to what Paul Young said, which is wholeness is when the way of your being aligns with the truth of your being. What is my true being? Well, I'm honest, I'm empathetic, I'm cheeky, and I'm persistent. And my wish is that I try and bring this out in every conversation that I have. So, who are you? What is your true being? What is your wholeness? My wish is that you go away and you also find that alignment when you speak and find yourself in a new harmony.
So harmony is a painting executed with deliberate skills. Imagine a painting created only in burnt umber. For those of you who aren't painters, that's a rust colour. Now I'm talking no white, no tonal variation, no opposites and no contrasts. How dull and lifeless it would be. How lacking in technique, skills, and dare I say passion. How disharmonious. Mr. Toastmaster, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a watercolourist. I love to create wildly colourful paintings, and I love to stretch myself by trying something that's a challenge. My current challenge is capturing action at the beach. Capturing families enjoying the fun of the water, the sun and the sand. I have to draw fast. Children don't stand still at the beach. It's too much fun. That's just the start. At home, I start splashing paint about, putting the darks against the white, makes the light pop. Dragging a semi-dry brush across the paper lays down broken colour. The left white makes the ocean sparkle with reflected light. Laying ultramarine, cobalt and jade over yellow makes the reflection of the sand shine through the water. Pairing opposites in colour draws the eye to the focal point of the people. These things, these skills create overall harmony and movement in a painting. Now, relationships are very like painting. How dull we'd be if everyone across the world was white, Anglo-Saxon Australian. There'd be no contrast, no passion, no differences, no potential for harmony, nothing to shine a light on our strengths and weaknesses. Imagine if every restaurant in Australia only served Aussie food, oh, whatever that is. No laksa, no masaka, no mee goreng, no pad thai, no biryani. Woe is me. There'd be no use for Uber Eats. Boring, boring, boring. And that's just for food. Recently, I completed a unit of study called Christianity and Culture. To understand Christianity deeply, we were tasked with interviewing a person from a different religion and different culture. The exercise required listening and seeking to uncover the layers of belief, values and principles of their religion that created a portrait of who they were. Different religious beliefs frequently elicit passionate opposition and conflict when we start arguing our views. It was going to be a challenge, and despite years in a people industry, I was very nervous about this particular assignment. Now, the person I was going to interview, I'd known for 2 years. We'd splashed around with painting together. In interviewing her, I found, sadly, I really hadn't known her at all. We had fun and it was fascinating in the discussion. It turned out we had family experiences in common, despite the fact that she lived in Singapore and I'd grown up in France in the southeast. There were many contrasts in religious beliefs, but I found what she told me really intriguing. I learned so much about her, and she allowed me to uncover a picture of why she believed what she did.
I didn't understand that.
My respect for her beliefs grew over the weeks, and she took me to her favourite Malaysian restaurant. There we experienced together the best Malaysian food. And guess what? It was just round the corner from home. Whilst learning about her, I learned so much about myself, developed my questioning and listening skills. It also clarified what I believed, and yet we remained in lovely harmony. It skilled me in being receptive to relating to people from other cultures in the most simple way. Ask questions about them, be interested, and I was amazed what I could find out. It was so easy and broadened my understanding. So if we are seeking harmony, whether it's in our paintings, in our personal relationships, friendships, or even on a global scale, could it be just this simple? So firstly, appreciate that contrast or difference is necessary for an amazing painting, an amazing relationship, or even an amazing world. Secondly, paintings or relationships would be very boring if we were all the same. So welcome people, welcome different food or even someone with different core beliefs into your circle of experience without judgment. And thirdly, to successfully navigate difference, engage, learn the skills, listen humbly, and openly accept what's important to them without any agenda. And like my paintings, stretch yourself and have a go. If you follow my advice, you too can achieve harmony in a special way in your tiny small piece of the world. Mr. Toth.
My friends, I'm going to speak about harmony in the form of 2 parts in a number of ways. Right now, we're seeing an invasion of a country without provocation. From my point of view, as this news progresses, hour by hour, minute by minute, day by day, there's an almost overwhelming feeling of frustration. What can we do about it as individuals? What can individual countries even do about this at this point? There seems to be a force of nature involved in these conflicts, like the world wars. It's frustrating to be in the midst of this disharmony, this coming chaos. What has brought about this position from Putin? One way of looking at it, my way of looking at it today, is he has an idea in his head about empire, an idea from the Russian Empire that he learned and holds to, and wants to maintain. Everything that's happened since the dissolution of the Soviet Union has broken that. He sees it as broken because that is his idea of Russia and all those countries. But he persists in that idea, and it's conflict against those who have a different idea. Simple notion, perhaps. He's trying to make reality conform to his mind. It needs to be reconciled. And in conflict, we talk about reconciliation and mediation. What can we do, though? I said earlier, well, almost nothing. But the foundation of everything that goes on in the world that's important to us is each of us as individuals and our influence on everyone else we encounter. Can we start at home with ourselves and increasing harmony within ourselves? Maybe you don't think you are disrupted or in chaos, but I bet you are at some point. I'm someone who is probably known as quite calm, but I've always had a certain level of anxiety. It's just a matter of how you see it. And to me, anxiety is two parts. Is the mind in two parts. It's split. You're trying to see something happen, and it's not happening, like Vladimir Putin, and you're keeping on trying the same behaviour to resolve it. And that might be something you learned as a child, like not talking back or talking back all the time or fighting. You have the same patterns and you are denying your experience, which is that it doesn't work. This goes on even within that, just within our mind. It doesn't need to involve the external reality. It's like we have two minds. We talk about mastering ourselves, perhaps, at times, but doesn't that sound silly? How many cells have I got? I feel like I've just got one, but we all know, really, we're not totally in control of our mind. Isn't that a strange thing? We have one brain, one mind. What we really are aware of is consciousness, awareness. The Zen Buddhists and some philosophers, as well as some scientists, have developed a view of the mind that can help with this. And that is that there's really pretty much just one mind, one self. And that is a self that is advanced, complex, unpredictable, and almost impossible to know. You can think of it as the unconscious. Some people might call it God or something. But it's most of what we are mentally is invisible to us. Yet it's the source of everything. Every thought you have isn't made up by you right now. The next sentence I say, I don't know what it's going to be, but it will happen. Try not thinking of something, like a lemon. You just saw a lemon, tasted a lemon. You're not in control of your thoughts. And you're not in control of even your decisions. This starts to get very scary. Measurements have been done on the nervous system to show that if you're asked to raise your hand, the muscles in your arm react before you're aware of it, of having made the choice to raise your hand. Very unsettling that there's something else making the decision in you, presumably, before you're aware of it. This can make sense, though. The unconscious is the source of all your thoughts, all your feelings, all your reactions, your moods, your ideas. So what's left? What's left, and I'm here steering towards the philosopher Daniel Dennett, is a monitor, feedback loop, a little mirror. The conscious mind can be thought of as a little, not very shiny mirror. And this mirror reflects the mind back to itself so that the mind can get feedback. It goes into a long argument about this. To take more of a Buddhist idea, the mind is nothing. The conscious mind is not the self. You are pure awareness, and everything that happens, your thoughts, perceptions, are things that simply arise, come up in your awareness. So we're kind of floating through all this. When you adopt this sort of state, if you can learn this by whatever it means, there is nothing to be in conflict with, because everything is outside of you, everything simply happens. You can make a choice at each instant what you react to, and maybe what you think about it, or you can not. And that gives you a great freedom, great sense of peace. There is no choice of harmony, because this sounds so silly, if your consciousness is nothing and everything is outside of it, you cannot be in conflict with yourself. This is not a solution to war. It's not a solution to all disharmony. But it is amongst developing self-awareness of the moment, being in the moment, is a way of stepping out of the conflicts we create, or that seem to be around us, or that we imagine. We can begin with this with ourselves, and who knows, we may be able to spread more harmony in the world this way. Toastmaster.
You're on mute, President Ching.
我们生活的世界难得享受和谐，这都是因为紧锁在冷战思维里头的错误观念。西方与中国紧张的关系使得中国成为西方世界的众矢之的，西方视中国为美国霸权的最大威胁，这种观念是完全错误的。乌克兰危机正在发酵，俄罗斯成为西方世界的众矢之的，西方视俄罗斯为欧洲以及美国霸权的最大威胁，这种观念也是完全错误的。但是，正是这种完全错误的观念，让我们生活在冷战思维的世界里，矛盾已经转变成为兵戎相见。只有当美国领导的西方世界认识到他们的观念是完全错误的，新的和谐才可能在我们生活的世界里头出现。事实是，中国正在通过经济成长，逐渐在国际事务上 获得更多的话语权。中国的经济成长有错吗？追求更好的生活难道不是人权的一部分吗？但是中国绝对不构成对美国的军事威胁，中国更没有想过不让美国人过好日子，但是美国却聚集其盟国，不遗余力地打压中国，不想让中国的人民过更好的日子。事实是，俄罗斯因为北约东扩，感觉到越来越不安全。北约为什么要东扩呢？不正是北约东扩才让战略武器布置到俄罗斯家门口吗？事实上，这30年来，俄罗斯无时无刻不是耐心地向北约诸国寻求在欧洲对等的、不容分割的安全机制，但是美国却不遗余力地影响其北约盟国，不让俄罗斯的人民得到他们梦寐以求的国家安全。苏联的解体导致世界重新被划分，国际法的规矩也让冷战的赢家们任意制定。他们处在一种由绝对的优越感加上傲慢自大所造成的亢奋状态，一而再再而三做出自私自利、不理会他人死活的决策。在没有联合国安理会的制裁许可下，北约向贝尔格莱德发动流血军事行动。在轰炸行动中，5枚导弹击中了中国驻在贝尔格莱德的大使馆，导致3名记者牺牲，激怒了中国人民。中国人民所得到的辩解是，中央情报局搞错了地图，真正要打击的是在同一条街道上的军事目标。接下来的是伊拉克、利比亚和叙利亚。在非法进攻伊拉克的过程中，我们见证了一些国家在联合国大会的讲台上发表天大的谎言。在不断扭曲联合国安理会的决定，对利比亚使用非法武力的过程当中，这个国家被摧毁了，被推向了内战的漩涡，承受着年复一年的人道灾难。叙利亚也没能逃过一劫，未经叙利亚政府的许可，也没有联合国安理会的制裁决定，西方联盟在这个国家进行战斗行动，这是明明白白的外力干预。见证了北约的5次东扩，俄罗斯能不感觉到如芒在背吗？总的来说，每一个被美国将自身的法律与秩序加诸身上的地方，就肯定有血腥，有难以磨灭的伤痕，以及国际恐怖主义和极端主义的诅咒。1972年，尼克松访华，在一个世界上财富最多和一个世界上人口最多的国家之间，打开了建立外交关系的大门，同时也结束了2国之间完全没有外交、没有沟通的25年，并且改变了冷战时期的格局，使得孤立贫困的中国换上了新的角色，成为美国的经济伙伴，进而成为世界强国。但是50年后的今天，尼克松的壮举却来到了中美关系的低点。华盛顿将中国看成是经济和军事的威胁，而中国的民族情绪也被激起，变得强硬起来，对抗美国干涉内政的行为。中国的经济规模将会超越美国。从购买力评价的角度，中国的经济规模已经相当幅度超过了美国。在这方面，中国的成功挑战了一个神话，就是 西方的制度是唯一的制度。中国向这个世界证明，中国特色的制度同样可以带来进步与繁荣。中国的体量以及中国人的团结，是很多人将中国视为威胁的原因。但是，这就能够说明中国有意成为苏联那样的强国，或者是美国那样的强国吗？当然不能。中国是一个古文明，中国是个有智慧的历史古国，不追求强权。纵观中国的历史，历代都有北方民族进入中原，统治一方，甚至一统天下。他们最终都逐渐被中原文化同化了，使得中国文明更加丰富、多姿多彩。中国的文明，它的思维不同于西方的传教传统。美国人声称他们的使命是将其价值观扩散到全世界，中国人可没有这种想法。历史上，中国从没有这么做，这也不符合中国人的利益。总有一天，美国会认识到中国不是美国，打压对抗不是办法，合作共存才是正道。总有一天，美国会认识到俄罗斯不是苏联，代理战争不是办法，合作共存才是正道。一个崭新的和谐是人类力所能及的，但是冷战思维必须纠正过来。
谢谢我们的亲爱的会员们。世界讲演日是特别的日子，对我来讲也是特别的日子。为什么呢？我们第一次开这个世界讲演会的时候是2015年3月15号，在 YMCA。那时呢，也是可以说很碰巧，我就碰到我们的陈景现在的会长啊。这个开始时候我碰到他，而且又见到他的好像他的妹妹或者他的母亲，不知道是谁，我忘记了。
我妈妈
啊，你的妈妈是吗？我记得，所以我也不认识你。到最后的时候，好像人家说那个才是中国来的女子，这样我就知道，就认识了她呢，就介绍她参加我们这个华语讲演会。我们华语讲演会是5月创办的，2015年，你知道吗？所以2015年的那一年是特别的好年，所以我们这个世界演讲日每年3月15日，所以我每次记得陈景啊，他就是说碰到他，而且我介绍他加入这个我们的华语讲演会。为什么我鼓励你们参加这个世界演讲日？人生我们一定要有目标，人生一定要目的。我们参加讲演会的意思就是要发出关于我们的演讲的才能。我们要演讲一定要美丽，一定要有这个实力才可以演讲做人。所以我们每次要注重到有机会出场做演讲，都要拿到那个机会出去演讲。我们出去演讲不是说要给人家看我们的能力，是要对自己挑战。有这个机会上台讲就去讲，就是说英文叫 practice， 就是去训练我们的演讲的才力和演讲的努力。所以呢，这次你们来参加这个世界演讲日是很好的机会。这就是说大家共同出力，对大家发挥自己，而且讲的题目也是随便你们选一个题目去讲，就是说照这个我们的讲演会的时间5分到7分钟。所以你每年记住3月15号就是世界演讲日的日子。
到现在为止呢，世界上有差不多90到100个国家会参加这个演讲日。就是说，他们到那个时候，每个城市、每个国家，他们有这个主办者的人，他们就会放在 Facebook、YouTube 里面就播出。于是是开始的时候就在纽西兰开始，因为纽西兰是第一个国家看日出的嘛，是吗？所以一直到美国那边再发出。所以我鼓励你们，大家今天训练你们的演讲，讲得好，讲得不好也不要紧，这个是训练你们的演讲人才。所以今天我可以谢谢你们，我也很久没有参加我们这个讲演会了，真的很不好意思。所以我鼓励你们大家努力，今天演讲的好，我们播出去，所以就放在我们这个传播里面，一个一个播出去给你们自己听。3月15号，好不好？祝你们演讲成功，再接再厉，谢谢你们，世一先生。
谢谢我们新加坡华语演讲会的创办人陈海强佐叶讲员，刚刚给我们科普一些关于这个世界演讲日的一些故事，以及一些这个世界演讲日到底是做什么的。那大家晚上好，欢迎大家出席新加坡华语演讲会第149次的例会。那今天晚上的例会呢，大家看到节目就会发现说，有别于往常的例会，因为今天晚上的例会就是为了配合1年1度的世界演讲日 World Speech Day 而举办的。那世界演讲日呢，就是一个致力通过全世界各地公开的演讲活动来庆祝的日子。那在这一天呢，就像刚才海强大哥说的，你可以通过这个演讲的方式，去表达你的看法，甚至分享你对这个社会的建议，让这个世界听见你的声音。那世界演讲日它其实是在每一年的3月15日举行的。那由于我们的所有例会呢都是以线上的方式来进行，所以我们就决定把今天晚上的例会当成这个世界演讲日的活动，那么大家就可以畅所欲言。那今天晚上的主题是新和谐，那新和谐可以体现在多个层面上，比如说你是个人经历了一些挫折之后，在寻找自己的道路、接受自己的路上，或者是说我们对于这个社会的发展迫切需要的一个新和谐，来创造一个全新可能性、持续性的发展形式，也可以是人类与现代的技术、人工智能在两者之间，他们是否可以在一些相互依存的形成中，有一种新的和谐的形式组成。那说到这里，不知道你是否从我们的主题中得到一些的启发呢？那在接下来的环节，我们的讲员将会告诉你们他们的故事，那我们就可以来听听他们的声音。那今天晚上的例会会有上半场跟下半场，这2场都会分别由3个讲员发表演说，而演讲的时长是5到7分钟的时间。那5分钟的话就会有绿灯亮起，然后6分钟就有黄灯，而7分钟就会有红灯，7分半，那讲员就必须结束演讲。那今天第一位讲员为我们呈现的这个题目是愿世界和平，而讲员是陈景会长。我们邀请陈景会长来讲这个题目，愿世界和平。
好，谢谢我们的司仪伟玲。今天我要跟大家分享这个热门的又抢眼的话题，每个人都在说的。现在近几天，那么愿世界和平，其实呢就是我们的俄乌战争，俄罗斯跟乌克兰的战争引发了这个我的想法。当时我就听到战争，我们不是都在宣扬要世界和平，要双赢，要互赢互利，互相合作，达到共赢，就像今天的和谐日一样。我们为什么要今天的世界演讲日一样，为什么要新和谐？我们就是要和平吗？于是我就想到了这个话题，可是没有人接我的话，所以我今天自己来讲关于这个。那么当时呢，就是其实我平时是不太关注政治的，我对历史地理那种文科的东西其实不太擅长。可是因为现在工作的关系， 因为我自己非常喜欢投资，也帮助我的顾客投资，所以要对市场每一天的时事要非常了解。所以自从这个战争开始了以后，你今天应该是战争的第7天，每天都非常关注。所以第1天的时候，大家都知道整个市场就有一个大波动。那么当时我就觉得市场大波动，我们会受到什么影响呢？对我们来说，市场如果是讲它的下滑，其实我们老百姓最关注的是什么？经济危机，我的工作会受到影响吗？这样的话，我们的所谓的通货膨胀，以前2块钱的鸡饭，现在4块钱买到鸡饭，接下来是不是要6块钱才能买到鸡饭？可是虽然这些经济不好，但是也是有不错的地方，就比如不是不错的地方，就是它的市场下滑，其实有些东西是上涨的。那么什么呢？就是石油啊，金价是上涨的。所以为了了解这些东西，我就要一直去看它的新闻，了解整个战争的过程等等。其实后来我就发现，这个战争也让我做了很多的反思，领悟了很多事情。那么就今天这个愿世界和平这个题目，其实它的最后一个平，我觉得这个愿望不单单是就是家园的和平，或者国家与国家、人与人之间的和平相处，或者是和谐的共存。其实当我们每个人遇到事情的时候，在我们生活中都是有一个很重要的模式，我们需要去寻求的。那个模式是什么呢？我就发现是一个平衡的模式。为什么呢？就看我的这2天的生活跟我的工作，就发生了很大的巨变。因为这个战争，它的市场下滑，我的很多顾客就打给我陈景，这个我的基金买的掉了这么多，我是不是需要换基金，还是要卖掉它？有一个顾客打给我，谢谢你了，不错了，你跟我讲的这个策略，对冲的策略，因为我买了金，所以它的金价涨，我太开心了，有人欢喜有人忧。然后其实除了这个战争这个非常热门的话题，其实现在还有一个热门的话题，大家有没有注意到？就是疫情，每天我们的这个人就是得了这个疫情的，差不多就是每天有1万2万的，所以我的电话也是一直在想，陈景，我中了，中什么呢？是不是中奖了？没有，我中了，我进医院了你也中了，你中了疫情？是的，我进医院了，我买的住院保险可以保障我吗？赔偿吗？陈景，我没有住院，但是我得了，我中了，我现在是在家里隔离，那我可以赔偿吗？我买的那个保单可以赔偿吗？陈景，我买的那个出国的旅游保险，我现在中了，不能出国了，这样我的旅游保险可以保障吗？我的电话，我的信息量是我之前的可能是10倍的量，我整天就是已经冲破了我的自己的一个固有的一个工作范围，所以差不多我的这2天的工作量达到了2倍还是3倍。然后当这个工作量很多的时候，我就是差不多日夜的要回复他们，跟他们讲怎样把这些事情办好。还是其实呢，晚上真的是我刚才我做梦都会梦见这些事情。所以呢，昨天我就突然之间发现我是不是也中了？喉咙好痛，我头好痛啊！我去看了医生，还好我没有中奖，我没有中，我只是喉咙不舒服，我就吃了药，然后昨天整个晚上睡觉，今天我又活龙活现。所以说怎样讲，我觉得这个平除了我们就是在平时就是这个就是和平的关系，其实我们生活跟工作要平衡。这样我就举一个例子，还有一个例子就是我们演讲会呢，我们演讲会有没有平衡的东西要做？我觉得现在我们演讲会的有一个问题就是，我发现就是我每次 苦口婆心的跟会员讲啊，我们要做作业啊，我们和例会来做作业，我们刚才海强大哥也是讲要每一次机会我们都要抓住，这样这个是量，对吧？对，大家的量很多了，然后我们级别1、级别2、级别3全部完成了啊，我们可以拿7分、8分、9分，这个是量。这样我们的质呢，我们的质量，我们每一次做作业的时候，是不是让所有的听我们演讲的会员们可以哇很深刻的印象？哇，你这个作业我学到了，我可以学以致用。哇，你这个作业很期待你下一次的作业，因为你这个作业让我学到了网上的网红词语 YYDS。 哇，你这个作业真好，写到水的。这个水让我们就是它告诉我们就是如何让我们人好像水一样学会变通。如果这个水放在方瓶子，放在圆瓶子，这样的话它可以变通。所以你们知道你哪些会员做的这些作业。那最后我是想说，真的我们要平衡这个质跟量，这样我们在做任何的时候可能可以达到一个什么事半功倍的效果，好吗？所以不管是这个世界和平的平，是就是我们愿望家园的和平，还是人与人之间、国家与国家之间的和平相处，其实我们也是可以想一下，当我们碰到任何事情的时候，我们一定要有这样一个平衡的一个模式，这样的话我们做任何事就会事半功倍。谢谢大家，可能超时了。
没关系的，这个是没有奖品的啊，超时不超时没关系啊。
谢谢陈景会长的演说。哇，刚刚陈景越讲就越兴奋。原来在陈景的眼中，这个平是平衡的平，而不是和平的平，也是一个非常好的这个算是不算是谐音了，算是另外一层的意义。那么接下来呢，我们就会有第二个演讲。那第二个演讲呢，就由我们的会友永顺会友带来的，他的题目是钱。确实这个世界不能没有钱。那我们就欢迎我们的永顺会友来讲他的演讲钱。
谢谢。刚才会长有跟我们分享，需要和平，但是还是需要钱啊，因为你有钱才能和平。那大家晚上好，恭喜你发财啊，恭喜你们啊，而且 Ernest Chen， 哎呀，恭喜你进财啊哈。那么我们会在我们的本会有一位会员呢，他曾经大声说，哎呀，我什么都没有，没女朋友，时间没有，但就是有钱，有很多钱。谁说的？你自己心里有数哦，你心知肚明啊，好不好？那今天是世界演讲日，我们就一起探讨这位钱太多的大好问题。钱多的问题不是问题，好解决。钱不够的我们给他一点建议好不好？那么这些人，如果我们问这些人呢，而且我们的创办会长啊 Ernest Chen 啊，他肯定有答案的，因为我们这位会员就是很多钱的，有问过我的钱太多不知道怎么用，傻办。Ernest Chen 说，爸妈回钱多没啥用，存起当老本。朋友劝，有钱你不用，借给我做资本。女友说，哎呀，钱啊，钱用不着那个明报向我扔吧，好不好？那专家曰，有钱不会用，不如就是不是你的钱。老婆哄啊，那些做老婆的啊，死鬼，你的钱别用，全部属于我，是吗？是这样讲嘛？那么听了后，你们的私房钱，而且那些男人快点拿来用哦，还等不要等哦，好不好？那么用来理个发吧，你看Ernest 的发型很美哈，买件新衣，洗清个脸蛋，应该是快乐过神仙啊。钱很重要，你想对不对？那么这位会员又在想，就在问，他说 你们的钱为啥不用掉呢？那咱们可以这样回吧，我们是普通人，钱不够撑，欲望多得很，想要豪华车，只付得起一辆自行车，想要名牌货，还不是在淘宝买假货，想要奢侈品，有心无力，只能做躺平，要豪华餐厅，只能滚到主屋的咖啡厅。钱多重要，你说是不是？他又再来给我们理由，蛋蛋，我虽有钱，我没时间。这更好办啊 Ernest， 你说你没时间哈，我帮你这样变，我没钱，有时间，给我钱换时间，就是我的时间了换你的钱了，那多适当啊哈，钱太重要，同意不同意呢？哈，那么疫情期间大家有钱的时间太多了，但是哪里都出不去嘛，因为你不可以旅游嘛。那些猪朋狗友，我的猪朋狗友啊，也会啊，不能泡酒吧，就开始约说，酒吧不能泡，我们徒步跑吧，单车骑路道好不好？那么就是因为这样啊，公园的连道，就是我们的 PCN 和马车路也开始堵塞，私家车、大卡车、大巴车、卡车司机都在骂单车手，单车手又回给他们一个手势礼啊，这骂来骂去，网上啊吵来吵去，单车手回复，我们也有交所得税了，这个你们也听说过，让一下吧，单车手都是为什么要坐单车啦？要体谅好身体，要做健康。华仔啊，就是我们的刘德华也曾说过，我不怕老，也不怕死，只怕没健康。我其实也加上这个华仔一句，怕老了不帅。其实华仔能有这样的言论啊，因为他其实已经很有钱了，钱太多了。但我们也意识到，有健康还是很重要的，对吗？所以有钱的那位朋友啊，记得由此可见，虽然钱重要啊，你可意识到健康比钱更重要，得要健康才能去花钱，不是我说的，这个是华仔刚才讲的哦。其实深入考量这句只说普遍天言的这句话，其实还是有道理的。所以各位朋友，各位会友们，各位来宾，接着今天是世界演讲日，我们可以分析一下，就是对你们而言，也许最遗憾的是人还在活着，钱已花光了，嘛，人还在活着，没钱了哈。本人来说，更加遗憾的是，人不在了，钱还在，钱还没花光，太遗憾了。所以反之亦然，把这句话，如果我们相反说，还是也能通的。所以谢谢大家，晚上好。
好，谢谢永顺会友带给我们的演讲。哇，如果有钱也烦恼，没有钱也烦恼，我相信大家一定会选择有钱烦恼。
对，
因为至少有钱，烦恼有什么关系？
对，明川，对不对啊？明川，
对，赞同。
好，那我们接下来就会就是有第三个讲员为我们带来第三个演讲。那这个演讲的题目是新和谐，也是今晚的主题。因为这个讲员他告诉我，哎呀，我不知道想到什么题目好，我就放新和谐吧。所以我就非常期待他的演讲。那我们就有请我们的刘洪亮会友带来他的演讲《新和谐》，有请洪亮。
大家晚上好。那我最近开始去运动了， 但是我的运动和大家想象的不一样，我是去跳广场舞。那广场舞呢，又和大家想象的不一样。那我是跳韩国的广场舞，但是和广场舞有一些一样的是，都是一些大妈、大叔、安弟、安哥他们在跳，而且以安弟居多。那前几天呢，我们在跳舞的时候，因为我们在一个户外，然后它四周都是主屋，那是早上的时候，9点，有一个我们跳得很尽兴的时候呢，然后那个老师在前面也教得很尽兴的时候，我们看到有一个安哥穿着白色的衬衫、橙色的短裤，还有穿着一个人字拖，慢慢的走过来，但是那个音乐它还在播，他似乎没有，然后舞蹈老师的动作还在继续，我们也在继续，但是他丝毫没有要停下来的意思，他就一步一步的走向了舞蹈老师，然后舞蹈老师没办法，他只能停下来听那个安哥说话，而音乐还在播，我们就只能看着舞蹈老师跟那个安哥在说话。然后我们台下的人很生气，为什么他不能等到我们音乐播完他再来说话呢？他一定是觉得怎么样了。但是他这个安哥真的是很不客气的就直接叫，然后台下的人就在等他，等到他说完话，他头也不回的就走开了。我们不用，舞蹈老师跟我们说，我们都知道一定是嫌我们吵，所以舞蹈老师就说我们继续跳，然后他把音乐的声音关小了，然后舞蹈老师就好像若无其事的继续跳着舞，虽然他翻了一下白眼，但是接下来他继续教我们跳舞。但是底下的群众不如意啊，他们有一个安迪特别的生气，他就在底下一直讲，台上的音乐舞蹈老师也在继续跳，安迪一边跳一边讲，一边跳一边讲，跳完了这首歌之后他还在讲，我觉得他几乎唱了大概讲到最后我们舞蹈结束的时候他还在讲，但是舞蹈老师完全没有受影响。我自己本身也是觉得有点不爽，但是我看着舞蹈老师还有那个安迪的时候，我心里就在想，我发现我是要学舞蹈老师做到专注在自己重要的事情呢，还是像那个安迪一样，为了一件被别人打扰的事情，让自己本来重要的事情变得不开心了，而去不断的对那个已经过了的事情耿耿于怀，要对，而不开心呢？所以我想和大家分享的是，现在这个世界上，我们外界有很多的纷扰，很多人都在这疫情期间，他们都会焦虑、抑郁、负面、迷茫，这是他们基本上都是受到外在的因素的影响，可能社会变动，可能社会纷争，或者社会新闻、八卦新闻，他人也受影响。你会发现他没有专注在自己的目标，他忘了自己的目的，他也没有想好他的目标或者目的。所以无论如何，每个人都要知道自己生命中或者是当下对自己最重要的事情，并且专心致志的去实现它和实践它。那我再讲另外一个事情吧，这是我家里的事情，就是我小孩，我骂他的时候他会骂回我，我打他的时候他会打回我，我说你再不乖我把你丢进垃圾桶，他以后每次都告诉我我要把你丢进垃圾桶，而且他讲的已经很频繁了。我在想这个事情，那时候不知道这个事情是我造成的，后来我就发现为什么他会这么说， 后来我老婆就说了一句：“还不是都学你。”那个时候我才发现，对呀，你怎么对别人，别人就会怎么对你。就算是对一个小孩也好，你怎么对他，他就会怎么对你；对一个大人怎么样，你怎么对他，他就会怎么对你。所以，我们常常要反思自己的言行，不管是你的说话还是你的举动，你要提醒自己要有好的念头、好的举动，不然它就会变成一个反射，最后会回到自己的身上。那现在很多人都专注在外界的事物和物质，他其实很少去静下心来关注自己。那我们知道佛家有说，人生其实有8苦：生老病死、爱别离苦、怨憎会苦、求不得苦，还有五阴炽盛苦。这些苦呢，如果你都专注在这些事情上，你就是在经历痛苦。而这些痛苦其实会慢慢的影响你的情绪，你的情绪就会影响你的心，你的心不好了就会影响你的健康。而很多人生病，甚至他可能得癌症，都是因为情绪的长期积累，无法缓解和排除而造成的。然后还有因为这些苦，还有这些情绪，很多人有些人就会想要去外在去找一些救援。他如果还知道自己想要救援的话，他可能会去求神拜佛，或者去上一些昂贵的课程，来想办法摆脱这些苦。但是很少人发现，其实不需要花钱的，不需要去找永生借钱。我们有一个免费的方法，你可以摆脱痛苦，可以帮助自己找到情绪的出路。所以从我分享的2个故事里面，我要告诉大家的是，第一个方法是你要专注的是自己，第二个方法是你要反思的是你的情绪。我们的人，他的内心的力量是很强大的，他是很有力量的。所以你首先要专注的是自己的内心，把它变得更强，让它更有力量。而你还需要关注自己，你最好每天都找个时间留给自己，你关照自己的心，你想一想你这一天有什么样的情绪，有什么样的愉悦的心情，有对什么事情或者人有所感激。当你愿意为自己的心照亮一盏灯的时候，你的身体还有你的心理都会逐渐和谐，因为心和谐就是我们心的和谐。所以请大家从今天起一起给自己带来心和谐吧。谢谢。
谢谢洪亮会友为我们带来另外一个意义的心和谐。其实刚才听洪亮的演说，我得到一个启发，就是说，其实如果我们就是专注在于自己的事情，而不被外界困扰，就像刚才那个故事里说的那个阿姨一样，那么其实一个巴掌拍不响嘛，所以那我们就可以制造一个和谐的局面，至少是这样的，对吧？将会带给我们什么题目呢？他说他的题目是你怕黑吗？那你怕黑吗呢？我们就有请我们的会友吴之丽来带给我们他的演讲，有请之丽。
等一下，我先找一下计时员啊。
不用怕了，不用怕了。
不要啦，计时员跑哪里去？好 ，OK， 好。你怕黑吗？黑有什么好怕的？那你不是白白的活着吗？也许大家都听过这经典的广告词，但事实上，我要告诉你，我害怕，我最怕黑了。我一直很怕黑，因为儿时的时候，我妈妈总在我淘气的时候就跟我说：“你如果不听话，晚上睡觉的时候，巫婆会把你抓去。”哇，这样的恐吓我一直记得。我每天晚上巫婆都藏在黑暗里，准备跳出来把我抓住。 还记得有一次，突然从睡梦中惊醒，天哪，人有三急啊，怎么办呢？我不敢去厕所，因为我家的厕所要经过那一道长长乌漆嘛黑的长廊，才能够到厕所，而那是一件非常恐怖的事啊！哇，我尿急得很，但是我望着那黑洞洞的门口，唉，太可怕了！看头看去，看，不行啊！所有的房间都是黑的，黑的我连手也看不到，怎么办呢？就在那时，门外传来了沙沙沙沙的声音，我马上把房间关上，把被蒙上。天哪，怎么办？怎么办？结果我尿床了。第二天一早起来，每个人都在笑，笑什么呢？笑我那胆小如鼠的胆子啊！这时英雄出来了，我爸爸突然间就变成了一个慈父，他说：“你不用怕黑，恐惧就是从哪里来的，你知道吗？”我摇摇头，不知道。恐惧就是来自人心。人为什么会害怕呢？那是因为自己本身就胡思乱想，把一件非常普通的事情想成很恐怖，妖魔鬼怪、天花乱坠的乱想，所以你才会害怕。如果你往好的方面想，你就不会害怕啦。天哪，这是说教嘛？谁都知道，克服心理紧张，这些东西都是心理在害怕，但是有几个人真正能够克服呢？正面的思维要在这个时候发挥最好的效应。就譬如我们来到了讲演会，讲演会最怕的就是什么呢？演讲，即席演讲。哎呀，这个时候我们就一定要挑战我们自己本身的那个最恐惧的那一件事情，学会面对我们内心世界的那一个负能量，开始想我们是否要继续害怕下去，然后练习摆脱那内心的恐惧。也只有在这个时候，我们就会发现，其实有些事情并没有想象中那么恐怖。然后呢，我们就要不断的去练习最害怕的那件事。我小的时候，我父亲是一个摄影人，所以我家有一个黑房，我每天都会跑进去里面克服那黑暗的恐惧。黑暗，看着一天1分钟、2分钟、3分钟，终于有一天我真的克服了5分钟，没有哭。那是我父亲还给了我一点点的奖励，那就是1粒糖果。他也答应，如果你能够在里面坚持30分钟，我就会有一个蛋糕。所以有时候稍微一点点的奖励，其实也是能够让我们克服心理的恐惧的。我们要勇于挑战，因为也只有在挑战自己的害怕的事情，我们才能够拥有更多的技能，更多的不同的视野去看世界，而从而就可以让我们有不同的一些见解。对于害怕的事情，我们也会有不同的想法。虽然我们的内心害怕还是有的，但是只要我们能够克服那一个短短的恐惧，让我们挑战我们自己本身的那一个那个磨练，一直去磨练我们这个那个叫什么磨练它的那一个方式。那从内心的恐惧带来任何的一些害怕，都能够迎刃而解的。人生的成长的路上，其实我们都会遇到很多害怕的事情，而敢于征服我们自己的勇气，就是要把 那一个坚持的力量给带出来。其实在很多时候我们都对于任何事情都不了解，只要你了解了整个状况，相信我们就会有对于恐惧的那一个方面来有一个更好的认识。就像来到讲演会，其实我从这10年来，我克服的不仅是我胆小的性子，我也克服了在人前说话的那一个畏惧。人生的成长路需要的就是不断的磨练，让自己能够面对一切。你怕黑吗？我怕黑，但是我不希望白白的活着，所以我挑战自我。谢谢。
好，谢谢资历会有带给我们一个算是一个非常充满正能量的一个演说。就是其实恐惧啊，每个人都会有，但是我们要如何去直面这个恐惧，然后去解决这个心中的恐惧呢？我相信每一个人都是在这个努力克服的路上。那好，接下来呢，我们来请另外一个讲员为我们带来另外一个讲题，它的题目是我的小小心愿。那这位讲员是我们的金河会友，他将会带来他的演说《我的小小心愿》。我们有请林金河。
会长各位会友和各位来宾，大家晚上好。今天晚上我想跟大家分享一下我的小小的经验，就是为了符合这个世界演讲会的这个日子。因为之前大家都说得到，就是和平嘛，然后又讲到钱，那么又说到就是你怕不怕黑，那么也说到这个新的和谐，那么我就特地希望我可以都说到大家的今天要所想的这个内容。今年很不幸的今年年初一我的妈妈不幸过世了。所以我也会想到他之前跟我小时候的一些日子。那么怎样这个故事能让你关系到这个演讲会呢？就让我跟大家分享。在小的时候，大约10岁的时候，在这里我妈妈是蛮疼我的，因为我是男孩里面最小的一个，所以在我10岁的时候，她时常带我去邻里的这个商店嘛。然后我的家乡是在马来西亚，那么那时候我很开心，所以每次跟他拿东西的时候，我都会一面唱歌一面拿。那么有一天我就和他一起拿着东西唱着歌，那么走着，忽然一不小心踩了一个洞，跌倒了，手上的鸡蛋没事，但是我的门牙没了。所以从那天开始，我就有了多少新的一个外号，在小学里面，大家金河没牙。那么那时候我也从人群中就发现，慢慢的越来越害臊。当老师叫汉语拼的时候，我真的是不敢发音。那么大家都笑你最好不要发音啦，因为你发音不准，所以造成我一个害臊的一个性格。但是我觉得我这样下去不能，因为人生都有很多的这个突破点。那么我的愿望就是希望看到这些可以分享我自己的故事。当然每个人生都有自己的故事，但是我觉得我的故事特别的煎熬，起起落落。那么尤其在事业上，从一个亚洲总监也跌到就是说也可以做到小贩助手的工作。所以我觉得我的人生可以让更加启发更加的年轻人坚持他们的梦想。毕竟我也在鼓励一些乡下比较贫穷的一些 年轻人，他们要追求他梦想。当然，我也就是赞助他们去体验读书。我觉得这样的工作是蛮有意义的。那么，人的一生中当然有起有落，只要你有信心，那么有勇气当然你一定会过每一关。在我97年、98年的时候，我给我自己一个工作，那么就是去带一些年轻人，那么分享自己的故事。我把我自己的故事分享给他们，就是说我以前成绩不好，可能我的说话不是很标准，但是我怎样的话，我也为我自己人生负责，因为这样的话可以让我人生没有空白。当然，这个在分享，当然，我觉得这个演讲非常重要。为什么呢？因为你可以把你的故事分享，告诉他们其中的价值，一定要告诉他们你是怎样的突破，那么去讲克服，然后这个演讲会可以让到我慢慢的就是说的越来越好，能希望大家的生活有所改变。我就说到这边，谢谢大家。
好，谢谢金河为我们带来他的演讲。那我相信大家也有自己的一些小经验，然后大家也是不断的是努力克服现在生活所面临的一些困难，所以听到我们讲员带来的演讲之后，相信大家也会有一些共鸣。那接下来呢，我们还欢迎下一位讲员为我们带来的演说，他的题目是寻求生活复杂中的和谐，而为我们带来演讲的是陈明川会友。那么我们就有请陈明川会友为我们带来寻求生活复杂中的和谐。我们有请明川。
复杂吧，这个题目。好，谢谢司仪、申请会长、会友们、各位来宾，晚上好，我是本会会友明川。那最近我刚刚换了新工作。那我在尽量适应新的环境的时候，接受新挑战的情况下，每天回到家就是已经精疲力尽了。不过回到家呢，还不能休息哦，我还得上我报了线上的课程，也得完成我学日语的功课，也还得为下次要呈现的演讲撰稿。当然，我也不能忘记每天都要花些时间陪着父母家人嘘寒问暖，也得花多些时间跟朋友们不断的来往接触。还有，也得花时间检查我的财务的状况，因为钱啊，我什么都没有，一定要有钱还有，我还要做一些家事和家务。那这些事都完成后呢，终于可以看我的手机，开始回复我公司的老板和演讲会的老板陈景会长的信息哦。终于可以睡觉的时候，已经是凌晨1点了。生活就是如此的忙碌的奔波，那我也开始反省，那生活是否也是如此疲累的混过吗？那刚好今天是世界演讲日，为了准备这次演讲，围绕着新和谐的这个主题呢，就让我有一些机会自我反省、自我检讨，就发觉到呢，我外在和内在的世界有种呼应的现象，那就是我外在的世界复杂，我内在的世界沉重。 那首先，为什么说我外在的世界复杂呢？那这种复杂是来自于我有太多的杂物。在场的听众们，谁是否在家里囤积着什么样的东西呢？啊，我来先说，我最喜欢囤积的是书籍。那我用书籍来做个例子吧。那我一直就是很喜欢阅读，那也花了不少的金钱啊，所以我真的是一定要有很多钱哦，有这些钱花在各种各样的书类和书籍。那久而久之呢，我买书如山倒，却发现自己读书如抽丝啊。买了5年前的书，都还没有机会轮到它让我翻开来读呢。那有了这么多的书，也占了我狭窄的房间的不少空间。那每次看到我书柜爆满了书籍，眼花缭乱，心里也难免有点不舒服，全身也有种压迫的感觉。那我单单讲的只是我的书籍哦，我也还没有提到我对文具、电子器材、衣服、鞋子、背包、装饰品等等等等的热爱了。那这大堆东西就造成了一种生活里的复杂。那为什么我会说我内在的世界沉重？那沉重来自于太多的包袱。我认为我是那种不断自我提升的人，那种不管怎么样的挑战就放马过来吧的那种人。我就承担了不少的责任，也换句来说，累积了不少的包袱。有时候完成责任，当然感觉心潮澎湃，不过也有很多时候感觉他们都是千斤重担啊。有上班的压力，有锻炼演讲的压力，有照顾老父母的压力，又要赚钱的压力，最后可以说是自己给自己的压力。那这大堆的包袱就造成了一种心灵上的沉重，最后就是一直感觉到生活就是复杂、混乱、沉重、烦躁。相信如果是这样一直下去，很快的就会消耗我的力量，迟早会精神崩溃。那恰好呢，我就在网上读了这则文章。真正聪明的人懂得把复杂的生活过得简单化。当然，我要做一个聪明人，至少我要假装做个聪明人，我就开始简单化我外在和内在的世界了。那如何简单化外在的世界呢？我就选择了断舍离。要改变自己的生活，就要先消除那些扰乱自己的混乱。堆积如山的书籍，我就开始一本一本的卖掉，捐出去，送给他人。慢慢的，确实是感觉到心里跟空间一起宽阔了起来，仿佛放松了一直紧握着的一种害怕，发现到了一直存在着的自由。那如何简单化内在的世界呢？我就选择了允许自己说不。我发觉我自己就是要做一个好心人，至少我要假装要做一个好心人。人家要求，我很快就答应了。帮忙做这个，协助做那个，不知不觉的行程表就很快就填满了各种各样的活动、会议等等。那我得理清自己要达到的什么目的，我真的是要明确的识别优先的事项。那我们生活里什么都有潜在有能力去做， 不过我们的确是不可能什么都做，所以我也就开始推卸他人的邀请，开始拒绝跟我目的这不一致的事项。那如果我们能够简单化我们外在的环境，并简单化我们内在的欲望，那我相信我们能够在生活里的复杂中寻找到和谐，和寻找到我们的新和谐。我相信简单的生活也是幸福的生活，那我也希望大家也能在生活里找到简单和幸福。谢谢司仪。
好，谢谢明川。刚刚听完明川的演说，我相信大家都想实现这个断舍离，但是也不知道怎么去开始，因为之前我也是这样子的。但是听了这个明川的演说，他开始慢慢的实行断舍离，我相信他也找到了内心的另一种和谐，这也是我们的新和谐的另外一面吧。那接下来呢，我们还有最后一位讲员会带来他的演说。那这位讲员呢，他是来自哥本巴鲁的徐颖，今晚他将带来的题目是读心术。看到这个题目的时候，我非常的好奇，到底是怎样的一个读心术呢？那我们就欢迎我们的讲员徐颖会有带来他的演讲读心术，欢迎徐颖。
好的，谢谢司仪伟玲，大家晚上好。如果可以的话，你最想拥有的那种超能力是什么呢？瞬间移动，可以静止时间，隐身，还是超人速度或者预知能力？我最想拥有的是读心术，那样别人想什么我都能知道呀，然后我跟他聊天，我都能聊到他心里头。我自己啊，就好像变身为福尔摩斯，随便一个陌生人站在我面前，只要看几眼，或者说上几句话，或者根据他的穿衣打扮、言谈举止、表情动作，我就能够看透他。这样我就能帮助很多朋友啊，我也会有很多好朋友，对吗？为什么我想拥有这个超能力呢？俗话说得好嘛，缺什么补什么。因为我笨呐，我看不出来。有人也许会说，哎，你挺会讲的呀，有点汗颜哦。可真实情况是什么呢？实际上啊，我这个人不是太会讲话。就说前几天吧，其实我是想夸夸某人来着，结果说话的时候有一点夸张，本来还想幽默一下，显摆一下，结果呢，反倒引起了误会，以为我在讽刺他，或者我在说他的不好。那现在哈，我想问一问大家在座的，如果你作为一名男性，那你是不是很想知道女人在想什么？每次约会的时候，你是不是每次都费尽心思还不知道她在想什么？那作为女性来讲呢，哎，你的男朋友是不是爱你啊？我相信你一定很想知道。对于那些上班族来说，那你是不是想知道你的同事、你的领导对你是什么样的态度和看法呢？哎，如果你了解了，是不是就在职场中可以游刃有余？像我们的会长陈启，如果他知道了会读心术，他就能知道，哎，这个客人到底想要什么呢？对。或者对于父母而言，你是不是一定想知道你们家那个熊孩子一天到晚到底在想些什么？他为什么不爱学习？他为什么不爱跟人交流？他的理想、他的梦想是什么？你都不知道呀，他也不会跟你说，是不是很恼火？其实人们抱有一种不切实际的幻想，就是我想什么，你一定要会知道，你应该感觉得到呀，我都表现这么明显了，你怎么看不出来？你看不出来我生气吗？ 你不知道我想要什么吗？而事实上啊，很少有人会读心术。如果你不说出来，你希望对方怎么做，对方可能真的不知道。我有一个朋友，她每次跟老公吵架以后，她都会气哭了，她老公就呆站着，一言不发。我的朋友对这件事情耿耿于怀，她觉得我都哭了，你怎么不来安慰我？直到有一天，她跟老公说起这件事，她老公特别惊讶，说：“哎，你哭的时候我都不知道该怎么办，那你想让我抱你，怎么不早说呢？”男人呢，真的是一个很奇怪的动物，工作上的事情啊，精明的很，感情上啊，那就是一个小白。其实我们每个人都会或多或少的有这样一种期待，对吗？如果不能好好的沟通或者说出来，我们内心的那种不满啊、失望啊，还有沮丧都会累积起来，导致矛盾，甚至说生病。就像刚才洪亮讲的啊，如果不说出来会闷出病来。确实，我以前都被闷出过一场病，哎，在这里暂且不提了哈。其实每个人让别人猜呀，太难了。那如果有了读心术呢，就不用猜了呀，多好！而且中国人历来对这个读心术向来很崇敬。三国时期的诸葛亮咱就不说了，三国时期还有一位人物叫郭嘉，他呢是曹操的第一谋臣，他料事如神，可以说是读心术的精通者。比如说曹操三战吕布的时候，那些士卒非常疲惫了，准备撤军，可是郭嘉说再战，而且断定再战一定会胜。结果呢，吕布就被擒了。其实读心术说穿了呀，也没有那么神秘，只是将人看透了，自然就可以料事如神。也许有人会觉得，哇，将别人看透了，那我在你面前岂不像赤身裸体一样？那太可怕了吧？其实你如果人心向恶，被人看破，那你就还怪读心。如果你人心向善，被人发现，那又怕他如何？身正何怕鞋子歪呢？其实啊，能把人看透，这个本事啊，真的不是一天两天能够练出来的。但是呢，你用心观察还是可以的。因为有的时候我们的一些感觉啊，不是靠语言，而是靠动作。眼睛是五官之王嘛，我们要学会用眼睛来社交。当我们和别人交谈的时候，有的时候我们会有一些很舒服的感觉，有的时候则会令我们局促不安。虽然那个人并没有讲话，我们都知道，在日常沟通中，甚至演讲中，只有7%是通过语言沟通的，其他呢都是属于非语言沟通。从动作呀，从他的细微表情，我们可以知道他的想法。我呀知道一点点，但这一点点呢，我是用在演讲中了，人际关系方面还很差。一个人要获得成功，其实85%是由人际关系决定的。人际关系处理不好，问题在哪里啊？其实无外乎3个字：读不懂。我以前也读不懂啊，处的不愉快啊，我就想躲。我惹不起你，我还躲不起吗？可是人不能躲一辈子呀。我喜欢和朋友相处，我喜欢和朋友聊天，因为我怕孤独。所以说我特别希望我有超能力，我就是读心术。但是到现在呢，我还没有学会。我希望呢，你直接告诉我，我会认真倾听，我会换位思考，我会真心换真心，我用我真诚、友善、热忱的那份心去对待你。相信我，即使没有读心术，但是我只要付出真诚，也会交到你这个朋友的，对吗？谢谢。有请。
听到这个题目，我想很多朋友可能会疑惑，到底什么意思？什么叫做习而不急呢？其实习而不急很简单，就是取自即席，即席演讲的即席。我知道在中国大陆还有其他地区可能会被称为即兴演讲。我们可能会有疑问，即席这个词是出自哪里呢？它其实出自一本古书，叫做《易礼》，它其实是儒家13经中的易经，讲的就是周朝的一些礼仪制度，比如说婚丧嫁娶之类的礼仪制度。然后即席它的意思代表什么？即代表是马上，席呢代表入座，在古代是马上入座的意思，但现在席有更多演讲的意思，所以即席就是即兴的演讲。当我说到即兴演讲，大家可能会说，即兴演讲好像离我很遥远，但其实呢，即兴演讲无处不在，它可能在我们的生活当中，也可能在我们的工作当中。如果说即兴演讲到底难不难，我相信很多朋友会说难。即兴演讲让很多人又爱又恨。喜欢的人会说，即兴演讲，我可以天马行空，在大家面前表达自己的观点。有人会说，即兴演讲，我完全不知道我抽中哪一个主题，所以在大家面前呢，好像无从下手。那么，我跟大家分享一下我这些年在进行即兴演讲时候，我的总结出来的一些心得，希望大家能够从中找到一些灵感，我们在即兴演讲的路上一起向前迈进。好了，说到即兴演讲，我总结出了有4个不同的境界，也可以说4个不同的等级。什么等级呢？第一个等级叫做不急不习，第2个级别叫做急而不习，第3个等级叫做习而又急，最高的等级叫做习而不急，是即兴演讲的最高的境界。大家听，你是在说绕口令吗？说的这4个词语好像我从来没有听过。那么我现在就跟大家一一来分享，到底这4个境界是什么境界。第一个就是不急不习，就是说我不愿意去尝试，也缺乏演讲的勇气。每次到了即兴演讲的时候，大家劝我说，上去挑一个题目，我总会说，不要，我完全没有准备，怎么进行即兴演讲呢？所以这样的一些朋友，他们通常是没有加入讲演会或者刚加入的，不愿意尝试，也缺乏演讲的勇气，所以他不愿意去进行即兴演讲，叫做不急不习。第2等级叫做急而不习，急呢就是说，我好像有这个勇气站在前面跟大家演讲，但是呢，当到习这个部分的时候，就要到演讲的时候，拿到题目，有可能由于我缺乏演讲技巧的训练，也可能呢是因为我内心不够强大，拿到这个题目无从下手，所以导致什么都讲不出来，大脑一片空白，讲出来的话呢，可能也前言不搭后语，所以这就是第2个等级，叫做急而不习。第3个等级叫做习而又急。什么叫习而又急呢？就是说，我站在这边，我可以进行一个非常顺利的一个即兴演讲，但是呢，让大家一眼看出来你就是即兴演讲。为什么？你的内容非常单薄，好像呢结构呢非常混乱，东一榔头西一棒，好像是各个零部件攒在一起的一个即兴演讲。然后呢，最后结束也无法打动听众，所以让大家一看就知道，你是在进行即兴演讲。为什么？因为你完全没有准备，讲的话连你自己都不知道你在讲些什么。我就属于习而又急的阶段，我相信很多朋友他们都属于习而又急的阶段。然后最后这就是一个境界了，它不单单是一个等级，它就是习而不急。什么叫习而不急？就是我们在进行演讲的时候，让大家完全看不出来我是正在进行即兴演讲，而以为我是在进行背稿演讲，侃侃而谈，胸有成竹。然后呢，最后总结下来，而且言之有物，让听众意犹未尽。这就是即兴演讲的最高境界，让大家完全看不出你是在即兴。记得之前我参加过一个活动，这个活动呢，请了一位教授给我们讲课，讲的是晚清的一些历史。他本身是北京的故宫博物院的教授，然后他跟我们讲了一些故宫博物院的一些典藏，然后呢，把这些典藏背后的故事跟我们用一个生动的画面跟我们讲述出来。然后听过之后呢，就觉得好像这些古人就生活在我们身边。讲完之后，旁边的这些听众都说，哇，这位教授真的是博学多识啊，懂得好多，而且叙事能力也特别强。我当时也非常的羡慕。但是后来一总结，我觉得 哎，这位讲师，这位教授，他在做今天演讲的时候，他就达到了最高的级别，叫做习而不急。但是如果让这位教授去进行其他主题的演讲，比如说让他去进行一个医疗方面的一个演讲，进行一个人工智能方面的演讲，他还能像讲历史一样侃侃而谈吗？答案当然是不能，因为术业是有专攻的。所以积习就到了一个关键的一个问题，就是我们通常在跟朋友聊天的时候，在工作当中进行演讲的时候，讲我们本职或者本专业所学的东西的时候，我们都可以侃侃而谈。但是为什么在我们讲演会进行即席演讲的时候，反而手足无措了吗？就是因为我们日常的积累还不够多，不够强。我之前也得过几次即席演讲的冠军，但是我总结起来，为什么我属于第3个阶段，但是能拿到冠军呢？正是因为我拿到的那个题目是之前我在做语言评论当中讲到的题目。所以建议就来了，大家如何增长自己的知识面呢？很简单，就是多多去在讲演会的例会当中担任语言评论。这样的话，你把大家的好词好句总结出来，然后在网上进行搜索，但是同时根据语言评论的方式跟大家分享出来。这样的话，你会记得很牢。当你把这些好词好句、日常生活中发现的这些不错的这些点子总结出来，你的知识面会越来越宽，越来越大。当真的再拿到一个题目的时候，你就会信手拈来，真正的做到习而不急。所以这就是为什么很多演讲家、很多主持人，他们要经过你成年累月的练习，最终能达到这样高的水准。所以最后与各位共勉，希望我们一同努力，一起在知识的海洋中畅游，把我们的知识量越积越多，希望我们每一位会友最终都可以达到习而不急的境界。谢谢大家。
宠辱不惊，去理不易，这种人生境界，只有被宠过、被呵护过、被捧在手心过、被辱过、被苛责过、被践踏在脚下过，走过了，放下了，才能达到的一种人生境界，也是我心向往的境界。初入社会大学时，我什么都不会，学历也不高，英语词汇 yes no OK， 一个没见过世面的小刘姥姥，但是为了3餐温饱、独立自力更生的崇高理想，我义无反顾，抛家弃友，来到了举目无亲的大观园新加坡找工作。在找工作的这段期间，我是吃尽了苦头，历尽了人间冷暖，受尽了日晒雨淋啊，好不容易才找到一份包吃包住，在西式咖啡厅里做侍应生的工作。英语零蛋的我，竟然敢的去做这份工作，真是明知山有虎，天下虎山行，是不是应该给我是不畏虎的出生之都一点鼓励的掌声呢？第一天上班，我被安排在接待处，负责把客人带到座位去。太简单了，难不倒我。但是当我看到来客非我族人时，我便是36计，上洗手间去。此计开始是非常管用，用多了就被经理识破了。我还以为他会把我训一顿，但他不但没有责备我，还亲自示范接待西方客人的礼仪，及每天一点的教我英语的实用的英语绘画，真是出门遇贵人啊！我突然发觉身材五短 肥胖的经理高大起来，他的光头上也多了一道天使般的光环。不但如此，那些排挤冷待我的同事，突然都把我当成公主般的小心奉承，什么都不让我做，连换垃圾袋他们最讨厌做的事都抢着帮我做，180度的大转变。难道是我时来运转？我是受宠若惊啊！有一天，经理提办公后，大家一起去聚餐，还贴心的说我是新人，他负责带我去。我不疑有他，放工后便和他一起乘搭德士到目的地。在的是后座，他突然拉住我的手，深情的说：“慧玲，做我的女朋友好吗？”我被这突如其来的表白惊呆了，下意识的把手收回，并不解风情的实话实说。因为妈妈从小就教我不能说谎，我老实的对她说：“心里我一直把你当长辈，从来没有非分之想。”她听了，本来白胖红润的脸马上变成包公那样黑，直接告诉我，妈妈教的那一套就像苏东坡读词的不合时宜。俗话说，好花不常开，好景不常在。从此我的工作天堂变成了地狱，所有的同事都变成了魔鬼，不管我做什么或不做什么都是错，连呼吸都错。每天从一开工就被刁难到收工，我是每天以泪洗脸啊。有一次，因为开错了一张单子，经理就在所有的顾客和同事的面前把单子撕碎往我脸上扔，并大骂了我一顿。我已不知他骂些什么，我只看到我的心随着那张纸碎成一片片，如花开花落花满天的散落地。我的眼泪也如断了线的珍珠，大处小处落地毯，流不动心中伤事。我就这样一路哭着回宿舍，在宿舍又抱头痛哭了一个晚上。第二天醒来，我看着窗外灿烂的阳光，告诉自己不能再躲在黑暗中哭泣了，是时候迎向光明。于是我设法强大自己，充实自己，完善自己的工作能力，哪里跌倒哪里躺。当我放出积极求进的正能量时，贵人就来了。一些早就不屑于经理的作为和一些看在眼中暗自为我打抱不平的人，马上向我伸出援手。在我自己的努力和他们的帮助下，我的工作能力迅速提升，并超越了所有的同事，连我的经理也不得不对我刮目相看，并发出由衷的赞赏，还请向我道歉。所以别人怎么看待你不重要，重要的是你怎么评价你自己。当所有人都看不起你、排挤你、欺负你、打压你时，绝对不能摇尾乞怜，更不能放弃自己，而是要把力量拿回来，把排山倒海的负能量转化为推动力，推动自己去遇见宠不惊、辱惧，内心更强大、更美好的，让自己在人生的旅途中发光发热，发出真我的风采，做个宠辱不惊、去留无意、采集东篱下、悠然见南山的世外高人。谢谢。
在我开始演讲之前，我想跟大家做一个小小的调查。那我知道讲演会的会友都是超过18岁的，那在座的几位呢，也都超过了18岁啊，有些甚至是远远超过了。我的小问题是，现在你们想不想回到自己的18岁？可以给我一个回应吗？好，我看到有人给我回应，在点头，在举手。是的，18岁是美好的。我们都会说，哎呀，很怕老，很多人都会说我怕老哎。那静下心来，你想想看，你怕老究竟是怕老的哪一些方面呢？有人说我怕我牙齿咬不动那些好吃的东西了，我怕我的精力不足，腿脚不便了。想想看，归纳一下，这些是不是都是一些外在的体能的特征？这是老了。但你有没有想过，你的精神层面是不是变得更丰富了，变得更睿智了，变得更充满了智慧了呢？老给我们的感触常常是第一个感觉是牙齿的松动。女孩子的话可能是我的皮肤保养得很好，可是看东西，哎呦，我要送得很远才能看得见说我们常常说你的眼神出卖了你的年龄。有些人说，哎呦，瞧，你看我早生华发，老嘞。有这些感觉只能说明你年龄在增长。小时候我们常常祝福生日的时候，哎呀，祝你快高长大。快高长大的另外一句话其实就是在变老嘛，这个是一去不复返的，我们根本就不要去纠结，你担忧也是这样，不担忧也是这样。但是在你的这个生命的过程当中，你的每一步台阶都使得你变得更加充实。我们人生有很多的阶段，有很多的顿悟。我个人对扶老是在一次的旅行当中。那次我们去中国甘肃的一个叫做鸣沙山的地方，那是一座沙，全是沙的一座山，也并不高我们会登上去，然后看美丽的风景和全景。我本身上学的时候是田径运动员，哇，爬这种山对我来说真的是小菜一碟，不当回事啊。但是那天他着实的结实的给了我一记响亮的一个警钟，就剩下大概还有10几20级的阶梯。我在想嘛，以我的体力，以我的经验，我一鼓作气并足了气上去的话，不消3步并作2步，不消几分钟就能够到达的。但是那天我偏怎么都上不去了，我鼓足了勇气跑了前面的30-50步以后，后面怎么都上不去，脚像灌了铅一样的，那个心脏蹦蹦的跳，而且气感觉都接不上来。后来就非常丢脸的就站在这个台阶上挡路，等着后面的人从我旁边经过，然后我停了大概有5-6分钟以后，最后是手脚并用，真正的是爬上去的。那爬上去以后，我长舒一口气，风景绝对果然不一样。更重要的是，我得到了一个顿悟，我到了一定的阶段了，那我这个大自然的旖旎风景我也见过了，美好的一些时光我也度过了。在我的这段人生当中，我遇到了很多给我启迪的人生导师，结交了很多志同道合的朋友，我阅读过很多故事或者很多书籍，经历过很多事情，我的生活非常的丰富。我再回想之前，在我18岁的时候，很多事情很纠结，那我现在同样在读一些当初读不懂的诗歌的时候，我就觉得有很多的感触。我再也不要回到我曾经的18岁，去做我的高考的题目，去经历失恋的痛苦，去经历工作时候的很多纠结的事情。我现在所拥有的是那种很平和的心态，遇到一些事情以后，我也可以以另外一个高度、一个角度去处理。 我的生活变得非常的优雅和淡然。所以在这个时候，我就觉得我必须服老，而且我要享受这个老的过程。在另外一个方面，我们当今社会说日新月异，绝对不过分。新事物真的是层出不穷，尤其是科技方面。如果说我们不想学习新事物，那你真的是做不到的。我们在座的各位都一直在学习线上的会议的操作呀，还有很多新事物，包括科技方面的都在学。周围有些人就让他学习进入一个新的界面、新的事情的时候，哎呀，我不会，我不行，我不可以的。不管是比赛也好，或者说接触一些新的东西也好，他就会先给自己打一个标签。我们帮他分析这是什么原因，这是你无法接受不够完美的自己。你总觉得自己曾经年轻的时候做什么事情都很厉害，我跑很快。我做什么事情都会很快速的解决，可是现在我不行了，我不行了，就马上就给自己一个屏障，那这个是非常要不得的呀。你可以接受自己可以慢慢的走，但是不要说我已经不能走了，这个是把自己挡在很多新事物的前面，所以我们要学会接受。那迄今为止，我们自己学过的、体验过的、积累下来的东西汇集在一起，就形成了我们的人生观、我们的世界观。我们成长到不再关心别人对我们的评价，我们自己享受自己整一个生活的过程，纯粹的做到了体会学习所带来的这种喜悦当中。比起我们年轻的时候对事物的那种理解，我们会越来越深刻。读一些诗啊，读一些故事啊，甚至听一些歌的时候，你的感触也会比当初要深，感触也要比较积极一些。所以这就是衰老所带给我们的好的一方面。那么有很多年的积累以后，我们看周围的人和事，甚至看战争，我们的感觉都已经不太一样了。我想通过我分享了这么多，大家的怕老的情绪是不是就不会再跑出来了？是不是就自然而然的我们就会变得勇敢的面对自己的老去？所以我想现在再回去刚才那个问题，在座的有多少还想回到自己的18岁？这时候没有人举手了，没有人给我回应了。非常好，谢谢大家给我这样积极的反馈，让我们一起勇敢的老去。谢谢。
在座的观众，在线的观众，我问你们一个问题：你快乐吗？当然，我现在不能够知道你的答案，可是我肯定你会给出3个答案。有人会说：“我当然快乐啦。”那恭喜你，你的生活真棒。又有一种答案是：我有时候会快乐，有时候会伤心。因为人的情绪总是有悲欢离合、喜怒哀乐，但是在于任何情况下，它都是中性的。就是说，他快乐的时候快乐，遇到悲伤的时候他悲伤，就是说他在快乐与悲伤之间，这也不错。第3种人就是你问他你快乐吗？他会说：“哎。”什么生活有什么好快乐？烦都烦死人了。还有，你可要注意哦，你可能中了忧郁症。为什么我要这样问你们？根据世界卫生组织报告，每年患上忧郁症的人从3亿，现在每年逐渐的在增加中，而且忧郁症 跟我们息息相关，已经成为了我们最大的心理障碍。就是说，这个忧郁症已经在3大疾病之首了。所以你们要了解为什么不快乐。现在我来问你们，你们知道新加坡的快乐指数是多少吗？我想很多人或许答不出来，让我来告诉你。从开始世界排名第1到第8的国家都不外是那几位。我先告诉你，1到4都是芬兰、冰岛、丹麦、瑞士，而新加坡呢，都是在34、32、31。其实我觉得新加坡的快乐指数是属于中等的，但是我更关心的是，我们会不会因为生活的压力而变得非常的忧郁呢？是的，这就是今天我要告诉你们的。你快乐吗？我将会从什么是快乐，什么是真正的快乐，而且如何提升快乐。要知道3月20号，每年的3月20号，这是世界快乐日。因为这一天，世界卫生组织将会报告，今年的快乐指数是什么影响？就好像新冠在2020年在全球死了几百万人，全世界的死亡人数都在增加，所以影响了我们的生活，让我们造成不安全、焦虑，而且很多人的身心健康都受到影响，比如生活的负担啊、健康啊、失去工作、担忧亲友的身心安全，这就是造成了我们不快乐的原因。好，从以上有6点最主要快乐的因素，就是我们要学会关怀。第2，自由。第3，慷慨。第4就是诚实。第5就是健康。第6就是收入。第7就是良好的政府治理能力。其实只有2样是我们不能够控制的，就是良好的政府处理，还有就是收入。其实收入也可以是我们可以改变的。所以我今天要跟大家探讨的，什么是快乐？如果你告诉我，其实专家都说快乐其实有2种。怎么说？快乐有分短期的快乐和长期的快乐。而今天我跟大家分享，而是要大家有长期的快乐。如果我说吃一片巧克力，你快乐吗？快乐。如果看一场好的电影，你快乐吗？当然也快乐了。如果老板加薪给你，你快乐吗？当然是快乐。但是这个都是短暂的快乐。为什么呢？因为如果你吃一片巧克力可以快乐1整年，那就是不存在了。巧克力对你来说已经没有意义。其实我们要的是长期的快乐。什么是长期的快乐？其实专家有说，长期的快乐就是要提升了你的人际关系。试想想，你一世人每天都要跟人打交道、沟通，人际关系好，就是快乐泉源之一。你别小看哦，其实很多时候一个人焦虑、忧郁，只是在人事方面的关系不好。记得哦，人际关系要好哦。第2，就是要寻找做事情的成就感。一个人如果没有目标，盲目的生活，那就很糟糕啊。因为就算达到了目标，你没有成就感，那你为什么会去有一个动力去达到、去满足呢？这个就是快乐的泉源。设定目标，为自己达到一个成就感。第3，你必须要有正向的情绪。怎么说？不论你在家庭、在社会、在工作方面，都要想往好的方面想，因为只有好的、积极的心态，才能够消除那些比较消极的心态。记住，要有正向的态度。接下来我要跟大家说，如何提升你的快乐。其实很多时候人家都说，人的烦恼只有12个字。这12个字很简单，会有，你们一定要记下来。第1，放不下；第2，想不开；第3， 看不透，第四忘不了。真实的快乐一定要有这个3个方法。第一，要对过去能够释怀，就好像以前我跟一个不好的雇主，他欺骗我、欺负我，但是我如果能够释怀，那我就从那个困境中得到释怀。为什么呢？我应该这样想，我很庆幸离开了他的环境，让我去到另外一个更好的环境。如果我一直在想，哎呀，他以前对我不好，我不能够放下，一直耿耿于怀，他欠我太多了，亏欠我太多了，那你的情绪就永远在那些悲哀之中。第二呢，就是对未来要保持乐观。为什么这么说？世界上每天都会发生事情，而且无论发生什么事，这个事情你一定要有4个方面看，就是这个事情发生不是永久性的，可能是暂时性的，也不是特定性的，而且普遍性的，就是要有一个乐观的心态。第3，记得对现状感到满足，这个就是我最喜欢的。为什么快乐的前沿就是你对现况感到满足？因为只有满足的人才会怎么助人为乐。什么叫满足？就是会感恩啊。你怎么会到达现在这个情景？你要学会，我获到了，得到了这个能力，我得到了这个工作，我要感恩，我要回馈，我要助人为乐。只有会感恩的人，才能够对现状感到满足。这样就是我所说的3个方法。很多时候我们说小时候快乐很简单，长大后是什么？简单很快乐。为什么呢？因为小孩子孩童的时候，他无欲无求，童真，他们只要很简单，有的吃，有的玩，他们在一起是非常的开心。为什么人要长大后简单才快乐呢？因为人一旦长大了，他的心机就更加重，他会设想，我这些欲望也多，如果我得不到满足的时候，我就是忧虑，而且我跟人相处的时候也处心积虑，他们会想，哎，这个为什么会达不到目标？这个为什么会这样的情况？所以到最后他发现到，如果我的要求低一点，我的欲求低一点，那么我的东西越简单，我就越快乐。你们说对吗？所以一个人是否快乐取决不是这件事情如何发生，而是你如何看待这件事情。其实我今天要跟大家分享，无论疫情如何的发生，我们都要保持内心的乐观态度，去面对着未来的挑战。政府也时常鼓励我们必须以乐观积极的心态去面对挑战。我要跟大家分享一个现代普洱金的，假如生活欺骗了你，不要悲伤，不要心急，忧郁的日子需要镇静，相信吧，快乐的日子即将来临。心儿永远向往未来，现在虽然是忧郁，一切都是讯息，一切都会过去的，那将过去的将会成为亲切的怀念。我希望在座在线的会友，你们有一个积极快乐的心态，因为只有快乐积极的心态，那么你才是一个真正做到快乐的人。你们知道吗？多活1年就值500万，那么快乐就是你可以多活1年。让我们做一个快乐的人，谢谢。
我是一位社区领袖，也是一位社工。往往我们在社区活动的时候，我会看到一些很奇怪的人、很奇葩的人，而且他们的处事方式很特别。例如说， 有一种人，他明明知道，但是他假装不知道，因为这样的话，他就可以很少做事情，他就不用做这么多，所以什么事都是别人做哈。所以这种人呢，就是保持着沉默是金的那种感觉啊。另外有一种人呢，他是不知道，但是呢，他又很喜欢说他知道，感觉到他是什么都懂，什么都会，就好像是说我们所讲的假厉害。那往往这种人呢，会给我们感觉是做事呢有头无尾，最后呢是由我们来帮他收拾残局啊。所以呢，这种情形之下呢，我想问大家，你们是哪一种层次的人呢？好，根据我们的一些专家发现的哈，我们在我们的生活中有4种层次的人哈。这4种层次的人呢，就是第一种，第一种人呢，他就是不知道。这种人呢，他是不知道自己不知道，他自以为是，他往往还会觉得他很厉害，什么事情都办得到。但是呢，最后呢，总是会碰钉子，这样呢，就让别人呢来帮他擦屁股。所以这种人呢，他是不知道自己不知道。第二种人呢，是知道不知道啊，这种人呢，他是知道自己呢，他不知道，所以他想了解不知之处，他也会不断的去询问，不断的去找答案，不断的去求上进，不断的去找一些他要的知识。所以这种人呢，他是一个非常求知识非常强的人呢，他会懂得不耻下问。第3种人呢，他是知道，这种人啊，他知道自己知道的很多事情，而且他了解很多事情，他能够把自己得到的一些信息呢，把它传授给大家，而且他在从中呢又提升自己的这知识，提升智能。所以这种人呢，他是非常受欢迎的，因为他喜欢把自己所得到的一些知识呢传授给大家，把他自己的特长发挥出来。那第4种人呢，他就是不知道。这一种人呢，往往是呢保持那种空杯的心态，他以为自己不知道，其实他是知道，他了解，但是他没有信心去发现，他没有信心去发挥出来。所以这种人呢，他是缺乏自信，但是他潜能很大。在这4种人，我分析过这4种人过后呢，请问呢，你是哪种类型的人呢？根据我们专家分析，我们在这个社会里面，多数碰到的人就是那种不知道的，什么都以为自己知道，其实他真的是不知道。就如我最近我有一个朋友，我想搭他的顺风车去大四工业。当我在上车之前的时候，我就跟他那个你要去的时候，是不是要看一个那个指导，看那一个那一个录像的一个指导图哈，让你看能不能找那个让你去到那个地方。他跟我说，不用看这个指导这个路线啦，说我什么都懂，我闭着眼睛都能到那边了。结果我从红帽桥到大四的时候用了1个小时半的时间，本来我是半个小时能到，但是他用了1个小时时间。那种人他到的时候还跟我讲，什么时候这个路又什么时候这个工厂又起在这边，为什么我看的不一样啊？他往往都是说别人错，他自己没错哈，这种就是不知道自己不知道哈，这个就是我们社会中时常会碰到的一种人哈。那我们的至圣先师孔夫子都说过，知之为知之，不知为不知，是知也。知道了就要说知道，不知道了就说不知道，这就是智慧。其实我们做人应该更加坦诚的面对着自己。当你不知道的时候，你要去下问，不要不知道而又假装知道，而且假装知道的时候又做不好。所以我们要坦诚的面对自己，而且不要怕自己，不要怕别人笑，不要怕自己说你自己不知道。当你知道更多的时候，你会发现其实有很多事情你会了解更多。就比如我们刚开始在这个 Zoom 上会议的时候，其实我们不了解，原来这个 Zoom 的会议可以这么方便，这么遥远的地方我们都可以面对面这个是我们不知道中从学习中到知道这个就是我们应该保持这个烘焙的心态。也因此我们在不知道中得到很多信息，得到自己。那我们从这个知识中了解到我们自己能够提升，能够得到的成就感。那最后呢，我希望大家能够保留这种 空杯的心态，来这知道自己，让你不知道变成知道，让你能够了解整个面对这些问题能够处之泰然，能够面对它。好，所以这样子呢，你能够在知道追求这个知识中呢，得到你的成就感，也能够得到你的快乐。所以我祝福大家能够学习快乐，吉祥如意。谢谢。
小妹妹，你喜欢看星星吗？喜欢呀，我最喜欢看星星了，像眼睛一眨一眨的。一个夏天的晚上，两个小姑娘紧紧靠在一起，仰望着夜空。那你住在哪儿看星星啊？我妈妈带着我住在玉郎湖公园，新加坡的，离星星近，看得可清楚了。姐姐你呢？我离星星更近，在屋顶上，你看，那是晒葡萄的房子。晚上我就睡在屋顶上。姐姐，睡在屋顶上，你不热吗？我们就希望天气热，葡萄干才能晒得好，能卖个好价钱呀。2019年的8月，一个在新加坡长大的小姑娘被我骗到了新疆吐鲁番，诱饵就是吃最甜的葡萄，看最亮的星星。8月的吐鲁番，家家户户的院子里随处可见的紫葡萄、绿葡萄，像宝石一样挂满了枝头。新疆的夏天，空气中弥漫着库尔勒香梨、阿克苏冰糖心儿苹果、叶城石榴和哈密瓜的味道。在这里，新加坡小妹妹辛迪认识了新疆小姐姐古丽。这是两个仿佛生活在不同世界里的孩子。一个生活在吐鲁番葡萄沟的一户人家，刚上中学，一边照顾弟弟妹妹，一边帮忙照顾家里民俗村的生意，贴补家用。他的愿望是去北京上大学，当老师，回来教弟弟妹妹们。一个是从小就出国留学，在新加坡长大，上国际学校，讲一口流利的英文，享受阳光和美食，可以随时掌心向上的小公主。与其把世界观强加给孩子，不如带他去观世界。这就是我骗小公主来新疆的目的，让她看到人间冷暖，世间百态，也让她看到有的人虽然无法选择出生在哪里，无法选择出生在什么家庭，但可以选择做一个有担当的人。就像新疆小姐姐古丽一样，努力学习的目的是帮助家乡摆脱贫困，而不是摆脱贫困的家乡。从乌鲁木齐出发，赛里木湖、巴音布鲁克、喀纳斯、克拉玛依、火焰山都留下了我们的足迹。看过了冰川雪岭与戈壁瀚海共存的美景，领略了瓜果之乡、歌舞之乡的异域风情，亲眼看到“一带一路”的影响下，沙漠丝路的人民逐渐走向富裕之路，生活上也得到改善。带着吐鲁番的葡萄，我和小公主又回到了新加坡。生活中好像少了一点什么，我再没听小公主抱怨过：“妈咪，这 WiFi 怎么这么慢呢？下个推的碎的歌要等好久。”生活中又好像多了一点什么，伴着清晨的灯光。小公主说：“不完美，这个作业，这个报告，我还得再改2遍。” 只有经历了人间冷暖，才懂得闻鸡起舞吧。少年强则国家强，少年智则国家智。每一代人都有自己的机遇，都要在自己所处的时代背景下谋划人生，创造历史。受新冠疫情影响，小公主留在北京上学，这是她和我分开最久的一次。离开熟悉的环境，没有了朋友，也没经历过冬天，没见过大雪的孩子能适应吗？回答我的是：妈妈，放心吧，你在新加坡照顾好自己。我现在是 Lex 守护女神。一代人有一代人的使命，少年更要承载起民族复兴的光荣和梦想，要到世界需要的地方去实现合作和共赢。相信这世界终将能迎来路路相逢、美美与共的那一天。谢谢大家。
树欲静而风不息，子欲养而亲不在。父亲这个名词对我来说真是五味杂陈，百感交集啊。婚前是一名军人的父亲，对我们管教很严格，比如说坐要有坐相，站要有站姿，物品拿了必须归回原位。我们家孩子都是在藤编教育下成长的。父亲婚后是一名技术经理，从住家的水电工程到服务大众的提款机，都在他的范围之内，是我敬爱的全能父亲。上了中学，对父亲有了另一种想法。我每天必须步行15分钟到学校，每当一天我很苦恼，因为到了学校，我的裙子、袜子、鞋子都湿透了，所以我特别盼望父亲能再送我一程。无奈每次都以失败告终，我才知道，就算遇上父亲空闲时，他也不会对我伸出援手。父亲觉得孩子太过溺爱，父亲觉得孩子不应太过溺爱，否则许多事情将无法治理。过度保护孩子将使他们对事情失去判断能力，所以我们从小就有独立自主的能力。对此，我心中难免有了怨念。出社会工作，父母每年都会等待我回家办年货。如往常一样，父亲充当司机，载我和母亲到百货公司，告知我们1小时后在门口等。由于百货公司人山人海，办完年货出来已经超过1小时了，结果找不着父亲，只好打车回家。回到家里，竟然看见父亲悠哉闲哉在看电视。怒火中烧的我，对父亲的所作所为寒透了心。随着时间的推移，我越长大，对父亲的越不满，全看在眼里，藏在心底，与父亲的感情也越拉越远。直到有一年，选择留在工作岗位过年的我，在异乡生病了，无法踏车，加上离新年很近，一票难求。母亲极为担心，连夜与父亲一起赶来新加坡接我回家。当我一大早看见父母亲出现在我家门前，我泪如泉涌， 怎么也止不住。一天来回，路途之遥远，疲惫不堪的身心，心中对父亲除了感动，还是感动。2011年的9月初，母亲生病了。由于我们儿女需要工作，所以把照料母亲的重任交给了父亲。期间，我都有与父母通电话了解病情。每次回家，看见母亲的病情每况愈下，我与父亲常因母亲的病情起争执。就在2011年11月初，接到父亲来电，告知母亲并未在医院。我赶紧带着家人赶回家乡。母亲终于在儿女们的陪伴下，带着牵挂与不舍离开了我们。对于母亲的离世，我崩溃了。当时我是这样对我父亲说的：这年头还有人因带状疱疹而病逝，真是太可笑了。你若肯多花一点点耐心，带母亲去其他诊所医治，就不会因误诊而耽误了治疗时间，或许妈妈就有救了。你不配当我的爸爸，你害死了我妈妈，以后你的孤独日子是你自己一手造成的。事后，我与父亲决裂了，长达1年半之久。直到姐姐看不下去，来电劝说父亲年事已高，剩下的时日也不多，你还想要承受多一次遗憾吗？一言惊醒梦中人，我慢慢的恢复了与父亲的互动。每星期打电话回家，每当父亲生日、父亲节、逢年过节，我都会抽空回家陪伴他，带父亲品尝不一样又好吃的食物。我们甚至培养出了默契。父亲总是空着肚子等我回来，带他去品尝各种美食。偶尔会接父亲来新加坡住1-2个星期，花时间陪他，与他共享天伦之乐。过后，父亲因年事已高，身体也开始出现问题，而进出医院。就在2020年5月，父亲因病逝世。这一天，我彻底变成了孤儿。虽然伤痛不舍，但生老病死乃是人之常情，无法避免。或许因为有了心理准备，对于父亲的离去，庆幸的是他不因病魔缠身，百般折腾才离世。虽然无法出席父亲的葬礼，但我很欣慰自己这10年来的陪伴，一点一滴的回忆，让我心中对父亲没有任何遗憾了。我们应该珍惜身边的每一个人，不要让自己遗憾终生。我们常说来日方长，可是日子到底有多长，又有谁能知道呢？父母在，人生尚有来处；父母不在，人生只剩归途。不管多忙，都要抽出时间去陪伴父母，让他们的生活少点空虚和遗憾。谢谢。
在父亲节的时候，每个人庆贺这个生日、这个时间的方式都有不同。有些人 带父亲出去吃一顿美食，有些人送上心爱的礼物。可是我是有一种方式，那就是安静的去买一束鲜艳的黄色的菊花，静静的把它插在花瓶里，然后看着父亲的照片，对他说：“老爸，我想你了。”每个人都有一个故乡，人人的故乡都有一个月亮，人人都爱自己故乡的月亮。我也是，每次在这个时候，我就可以在月亮里看到故乡里头慈祥的母亲，也可以在月亮里头找到离开我10年的父亲的影子。我非常思念他，因为我的父亲他是那个时代的牺牲品，因为他是家里的老大，所以奶奶把他2次高考的录取通知书都收藏了起来，他要留在奶奶的身边去照顾全家人。所以爸爸是一个非常孝顺的人，他善良正直，他爱自己的父母。但是很多人都这样跟我说，你爸爸真的很帅，而且他很能干，可以说琴棋书画无所不能。所以奶奶那个时候呢，她就为了弥补心理上的欠缺，她把爸爸呢送到了政府工作。这个时候，爸爸所有的才华都显露了出来。爸爸也听从奶奶的安排，说让他成家立业。那个时候呢，我记得我们最开心的是什么呢？就是学校假期。在学校假期的时候，我们经常跟爸爸围在一起，爸爸陪我们做游戏、做作业，然后在玩游戏的时候给我们讲人生的道理。我们在玩着玩着，爸爸就告诉我们谁输了，谁的脸上要贴一个小纸条。后来当我们结束游戏的时候，爸爸满脸贴满了字条。他告诉我们说，做人要赢得起，也要输得起，要坦诚，不要耍小聪明。所以在这个过程中，我们就觉得爸爸真的好像一个严厉的老师一样。因为很多人会把自己的父亲比作是高山大海，可是我觉得我的父亲在小时候他就是我们的玩伴，可是长大以后他好像又是我们的警察。我记得在读高中的时候，我有一点厌学，我不要想去上学，可是爸爸耐心地教导我，他去帮我买了一个当时最时兴的雨鞋，我记得是奶油色的，它的边是大红色的边，非常非常的漂亮。后来他才告诉我，那是他用了半个月的薪水去我买的那双鞋。知道以后，我非常的惭愧，所以我就在学校里拼命的读书，我要用我的成绩来报答父亲。还好，皇天不负有心人，我读到了大学。这个时候，我的父亲就好像警察一样，让我不要去谈恋爱，不要去找男朋友，一定要把自己管好，自爱。所以警察的时段很快就过去了。可是我觉得我应该去更好的地方的发展，所以我就读英文，我就考驾照。我告诉爸爸，这里我不喜欢，我要去更远的地方。爸爸说好，好儿女志在四方，你去吧，一切有我。所以那个时候我有2个孩子，就全部交给了我的爸爸。爸爸给我拍照片的时候跟我说，孩子长得很好，你看他们2个在我的脚车上一起去学校，一起回家，都非常的乖。可是后来我妈妈跟我说，爸爸骑着一辆脚车，带着2个孩子，雨天他把雨衣放在孩子的身上。后来 我儿子跟我说，爷爷真的是很厉害。他走在街上带着我们出去的时候，很多人都叫他大哥的。后来我才知道，我爸爸帮助了很多人。可是有时候，我觉得我的爸爸也像一个小孩子。我记得有一次，姐姐告诉我说，爸爸的病危已经发了5次了，可是他不愿意让我知道。那怎么办呢？姐姐瞒着所有的家人告诉我说，爸爸这次病得真的很严重。
对，
后来我第一时间赶回了家，那个时候爸爸已经病得很厉害。他说我的脚很冷，我就马上帮他装热水袋。6月的天气，他说他脚冷，我们就装了热水袋放在他的脚下。可是他说寒冷，后来我就脱掉我的衣服，我就跪在他的床上，把他的脚放在我的肚子上。我问他：“老爸，现在还冷吗？”爸爸笑着说：“现在不冷了。”所以我觉得有时候我的爸爸他就像个小孩子一样，父母他真的就像一个山，像我们的靠山。他在我们需要他的时候，好像雨天的阳光一样，给我们温暖。他在好像我们需要他的时候，他就像夏天的一股凉风，吹去我们的烦恼。这就是我的父亲，他深深的收藏在我心灵的最深处。我爱他，我的父亲。谢谢。
春节这个时候呢，其实如果喜欢看电影的大家呢，会发现就是我们一个香港的著名导演王晶，他拍了一部《倚天屠龙记》，一共拍了2部啊。然后呢，我是很期待的。那结果呢，事实上这部电影最后让大家在网上评价不是很高。那么当时他其实在30年前，就是1993年的时候，也拍过同样的一部电影。那部电影呢，大家被奉为经典。不光是他了，之前呢，去年有导演拍了一部《天龙八部》，那同样呢风评好，拍摄的内容被大家多方面吐槽。其实啊，这2部都是金庸先生的作品。我觉得在于网上的一个评论，其实至少说明一个问题，就是大家很关注这一个作品。其实不管是夸还是骂，有的时候只要人数够多，更会变多，就说明其实大家对于这个作品的热度和期待都是多的。那其实我想跟大家分享的就是，我想说，其实我们应该多看看金庸。那为什么呢？我记得小的时候啊，我想看这些武侠的时候呢，被家长告诉说这些东西是不好的书，就是不能说是，就是不是一些比较好的一些名著啊，可能是玩物丧志的一些书。然后那个时候让我看的时候，就会是一些历史上的著名的那些著作。可是问题是，说实话，那些著作让我看起来的话是很困难、很难懂的。我记得那个时候看书的时候，我每天要数着页数，要像完成任务一样，告诉大家哦，我今天要看10页，明天要看15页，然后看完的时候赶紧我就去做别的事情。等到大了以后呢，我自己也开始看一些武侠尤其是金庸先生的这些作品。其实说实话，我不是说看很多的一个武侠迷，但是我觉得金庸先生的作品是一定要看的。比如说我看了《天龙八部》啊，或者是看了《笑傲江湖》的这些，这个时候啊，就完全不像之前看那些名著一样。我是看了以后，我要规定的不是看多少页数，而是什么时候自己要停， 因为有的时候看1个小时、看2个小时，甚至看到半夜忘记写作业了。当然了，这是不好的一个示范。但是呢，总是可以告诉大家，如果你对一些这样的一些书有兴趣的话，那你会不自觉的、自然的往下去看。结果看了这些书以后，我的阅读能力和阅读速度就突飞猛进的增长。这个是给我带来一个很好的一个利处。我觉得还有不单单是这样，那另一个方面，看这些自己有兴趣的书，尤其是武侠的书，金庸先生给我们带来的是他宏大的一个历史观。我们能够从他的这一些作品之中呢，能够对于历史进行感兴趣。比如说从最早他的《越女剑》可以让从春秋时期一剑破甲3000，感觉非常的帅气，非常的宏大。那到后来他可以写到清朝的时候，不管是韦小宝还是后来的这些白莲教，那都是整个的历史的一个脉络给我们舒展开。有的时候你从整个看他的书，可以让我们知道历史，而且对历史很感兴趣。比如说印象让我最深刻的就是当时南宋时期郭靖守襄阳钓鱼城，那这座城呢被蒙古的大汗蒙哥攻打，但最后呢蒙哥呢是在攻打的过程之中不幸身亡，也是一个这样的一个过程。但是其实在历史上呢他是被炮弹打死的，可是呢金庸先生巧妙的让他写成是我们杨过大侠的飞石把他打死的。但我觉得虽然是有一些改编，但是总是让我们了解了更多，也更有兴趣去了解这段历史。那不但是有这样的历史让我学习让我知识其实还有很多就是它之中的一些科学，如果是你研究的话，其实对各个方面都有提升的。比如说我觉得我们大家都能知道耳熟能详的什么东邪西毒南帝北丐，对不对？当年如果你仔细研究一下，你就会发现其实这些都很有讲究的。比如说东邪黄老邪这个人出场之时一身青衣其实东方属木，本来就是青色，而黄老邪出场一身青衣，他的名字黄药师在这个名字之中繁体字中也有木字边，对吗？西毒欧阳锋，西方金属属白，而欧阳锋出场的时候呢一袭白衣，来到的呢也是白驼山庄，那更不要提一灯大师呢，它是红色的，对吧？灯本来就是有红色有火焰的火的意思，而这个洪七公也是属水的，一身丐帮穿着黑色的衣服。所以当我把这一些听到的这些小的细节或者是一些科学一些知识融入一想到了整个作品之中的人物，我记得就非常的快，而且非常的有兴趣。不单单是这些，其实我觉得我最想跟大家分享的是不仅仅是说什么学到的一些知识或者是学到的一些趣事，更重要的是金庸先生其实构架了一个华人的武侠世界观。他把我们整个的一个观念，整个的一个江湖展现了给大家。就像年初的时候最火的一个词叫元宇宙嘛，就是说在整个的一个计算机的领域上，我们共建一个重新的宇宙。而我觉得金庸先生最关键的是给我们建设了一个武侠的宇宙，让我们都知道了整个武侠的一些概念，还有一些人物，让我们以为这些所有东西呢都是真实存在的，算是一个武侠的鼻祖了。还有就是一些重要的人物，比如说现在大家，我想任何一个人一提起来都知道郭靖，对吗？都知道乔峰，或者是都知道降龙18掌还有什么丐帮这些，还有最重要还有什么？还有东方不败这些是我经常在讲演会也会听到的一些词汇。那这些让大家都了解的人物，很多的时候都有点像孙悟空都有点像关公这样，已经被大家变成了我们生活之中的一些必不可少，而且大家所有人都知道的人物了。那其实如果能是这样的话，那其实这样的一些武侠作品真的可以跟4大名著《三国演义》和《西游记》这样的名著相媲美。只是说这些名著都是可能几百年前写的，大家认为那一定是古人写的。而有的时候呢，对我们现代人可能一直跟我们可能还生活在同一个时代的人，但没有一个足够的认知。其实在我看来，如果我们可以让这些我们好的经典 都去阅读的话，不但能增加我们的知识，也可以给我们构建的一个很大的一个宇宙，很大的一个世界。那我们何不去享受这份武侠的世界，然后呢，又能给我们带来更好的知识和快乐呢？是不是？所以呢，大家来一起看金庸，一起来聊聊看看武侠吧。谢谢。
我现在已经进入了70多岁，五息之年。最近啊，我突发奇想，我在想，朋友们在我的灵前会说些什么话？他们所说的是我吗？他们所说的是不是我自己认同的？哎，这是一个问题啊！有问题嘛，就要想办法去解决。我又希望他们讲我什么，说我什么呢？所以，我先要决定我自己对我自己有怎么的了解。所以，首先我要先从自己剖析自己，我是一个怎么样的人，我的喜爱是什么，我为什么有这些喜爱。所以想清楚了以后，我才用一套方法来跟朋友们交流，让他们知道我是这样的一个人。我也希望他们在谈起我的时候所说的就是我。那么到底是一个怎么样的人？我自己认为我是一个怎么样的人？我认为我是一个有品味的人，懂得生活，也希望过着健康愉悦的生活。那同时我热爱中华文化。那既然我认为我是这样的一个人，我怎么样把这种讯息传达给我的朋友？那怎么样在他们的心目中建立起我的形象？我就用了最简单的日常生活的方式吧。我要从我自己的衣食住行方面来让人家知道我的生活是怎么样的。那我也要从我的言行举止中让朋友对我这一个人有着非常明显鲜明的印象。好，我一直都认为衣服穿衣服穿对的衣服，在对的场合穿适合的衣服，这是一种对自己也是对他人的尊重。所以我看到朋友们有时候不太注意他们的衣着，我就会跟他们说，我们不如改变一下吧，你用这样的方式来出席这个活动，会给人家留下深刻的印象。我也告诉朋友说，你要了解你自己的身体的结构，那你要穿怎么样的衣服呢，才能够把你的精神面貌更好的展现出来。我就是通过这种方式和朋友交流。在交流的时候，我所用的语言我是要比较婉转委婉的语言，因为我曾经遇到过这个我自己讲话讲不好的情况，结果跟朋友闹翻了。因为他个子又矮，又穿一件黄色的衣服，身上又有大红花，看起来真的是只看到花看不到人，整个一个大型的葫芦这样的样子。那我就告诉他说，不可以，你不可以穿这样的衣服，你显得又矮又老。从此以后他不睬我了。所以用对的语言，那么才能够把别人才能够接受你所讲的话，同时呢，你也能够使自己能够选择用最恰当的语言。那 这个是，而且优良的语言能够表示出你个人的优雅方面，是吧？所以呢，我非常注重，非常注意我自己所语言，尤其是现在年纪越来越大了，就已经讲话嘛也比较婉转一些，也比较照顾到朋友的想法，所以我就希望通过我的语言能够让朋友们真正的了解了我是一个爱好中华文化的，很热心于学习中华文化的，因为我常常在我的语言中加上了这诗词多用一些成语，那这样一来，我自己的语言的境界会渐渐的提升。所以现在很多朋友不太认识我的朋友都认为我是一位华文老师，哎，错了我不是，我是一位化学老师那这个是在言语方面，行动我是因为我自己对于特别喜欢学大戏，这种广东大戏，所以在学的时候，我们都在研究我们的身段，举手投足之间，怎么样才能够代表你的意识，然后怎么样才能够很优雅。所以呢，我这方面特别注意。我做这个方面我也是特别的注意，因为我要展现出我优雅的一面住吗？我的要求不高，你只要舒服就好。但是有一点呢，朋友来到我家的时候，我一定要让他们知道了解我的这家的这种布置是什么意思，代表是什么。所以我的墙上放了很多画，那么我就能一一的向朋友们解释为什么这幅画这梅花为什么是我最喜欢的。所以这一些我都要从我的衣食住行中带住我的性格，所以我要给朋友们一个立体感。可是朋友们，你们不要误会我不是一个装模作样故意凸显自己的人，不是，因为我要让别人更加了解我。那么我在跟他们交谈的时候，我也要带出我自己的思想，我的感觉还有我跟他们之间的，就是我特别尊重他们的友谊。但是在这个整个的过程中，我是用真诚的把我自己推荐给他们。所以这样一来呢我的朋友在我的灵前所讲的就是我在有生之年尽量告诉他们我是这样的一个人。所以呢，虽然我不会听到了不过在灵前我知道他们所说的那个就是我，就是那个有品味、热爱生活、热爱中华文化的陈韵梅。所以希望大家都能够自我了解，同时在朋友面前建立起自己的一个形象。不过这整个的过程就是要用真诚去人家沟通，跟人家交往，这样的话朋友们会更加了解你，更能够接受你，更能够说出你心中认为的你。所以我们大家一起努力，我们也用这种心态去了解你的朋友，这样的话人际关系肯定是顶呱呱的。所以是祈愿大家都能够建立非常深厚的友谊，非常能够了解的一种友谊。谢谢。
This is speaking order.
Greetings and a great afternoon to everyone. I am Rotaract Sharul from Rotaract Club of Singapore Polytechnic.
And I'm District Rotaract Representative nominee Kaylin from the Rotaract Club of Raffles City.
And we are your MCs for today. Welcome to World Speech Day 2022 Rotaract Showcase segment. Many of us know about Rotary, but you may want to know that Rotary has a youth movement. Hence, in the Rotary family, we have young people doing similar kinds of projects as senior Rotarians, and we call them Rotaractors. Rotaract originally began as a Rotary International Youth Program in 1968 at Charlotte North Rotary Club in Charlotte, USA. It was more than 50 years ago, and today there are 250,000 Rotaractors compared to 1.2 million Rotarians worldwide.
The 2019 Council on Legislation amended the constitutional documents of Rotary International to include Rotaract clubs as a membership type of Rotary International. This action elevates Rotaract and positions Rotary for a future that is innovative, inclusive, and adapting to the world around us. It recognizes that Rotarians and Rotaractors make individual contributions and have different membership experiences, but serve side by side in a shared desire to create lasting change across the globe, in our communities and in ourselves. With that, we are very excited to have our Rotaractors on board today with us for World Speech Day, and we can't wait to hear the speeches from all of you. But before that, now let us share a short message from our guest of honor, DG Dolly.
Your volume control.
Yeah, yeah. Can I call you back? Thank you. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, DG Dolly. Next, let us invite our District Rotaract Representative, Divagaran Kalaivanan, to share a few words. DRR Diva, please.
Good afternoon to everyone around the world. World Speech Day, a day to celebrate the role of speeches to bring communities together and above all to share ideas. Since 2021, Retractors have been an integral part of this very special day to come together, voice their opinions, ideas, and to their personal journeys in their day-to-day life and community. With this year's theme, A New Harmony, let me share my personal thoughts on it as well. To me, a new harmony is like finding my own path, a calling, or to come to terms with whoever you are. My personal journey had been a roller coaster ride, with many downs, then ups, in the days I tried to figure myself out. But ever since I joined Interact in 2015, followed by Roadcheck in 2016, I found out that helping people in the community in any way possible, that eventually puts a smile on their faces, puts a smile on mine too. Thus, 8 years into this, being of service to others, I am now here as the District Roadcheck representative. As the District Roadcheck representative of Rotary District 3310, I'm proud to see my Roadtractors being part of this very special day, inspiring youths and other members, and eventually in the coming years to come, to have more of these members and youths, to be part of this World Speech Day. With that, today we have 11 exciting Roadtractors with their exciting speeches, to come forward, to listen, and I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Diva. We shall now begin with the community segment speeches. Today, we have 6 Rotaractors who will be delivering their wonderful speeches on a new harmony. Now it's time for us to sit back, relax, and enjoy. The first speaker is John Luis B. Benito from Rotary International District 3780. From the Rotaract Club of First Inspiring, a dreamer, thinker, and a person of action, John anchors himself to whatever he finds meaningful and beneficial for the good of others. He has a vast range of hobbies and interests, which include sustainable development, social sciences, humanities and literature, and a few of hard sciences such as astronomy. He is currently working as a high school teacher and taking his graduate studies, focusing on international studies. His speech is titled, The Importance of Diversity in Matters of Perspective. Let's listen to John's speech.
Fellow Rotaractors, community servants, and to every hopeful dreamers that exist across the world, wherever you are right now, good day. First of all, I would like to thank you for entering the noble vocation of community service through different ways and means. May we all continue to do so for reasons I am sure we all already know. However, I would like to take this chance to address a number of contemporary phenomena that if continue to be taken lightly or unheeded, shall put our honorable actions in vain. Series of walking shadows that may potentially doom all the founding structures we built that made our today better than yesterday. Every generation and century face unique obstacles and circumstances that become its definition. Those who came before us face a series of wars, nuclear threats, ideological rivalries, genocides, and many more. We still do face those until now, but it already includes the issues of cybersecurity, the prevalence of mis- and disinformation, the worsening conditions of the earth due to global warming and climate change, as well as the loss of trust towards credible institutions and systems that held our international order so dearly. We do not have to analyze deeply to realize that we are living in a society that is slowly falling into deterioration. Open your social media accounts and you see fake news and trolling. Open your television perhaps and see that we can no longer build a strong consensus supporting science against environmental destruction and the COVID-19 pandemic. Just a few days ago, Russia invaded Ukraine, resulting to the destruction of peace and freedom of innocent people that is currently affected. Through all of these negativities lies the heart of disharmony. We must be aware right now as social servants not to lose sight of the destructive capabilities that these circumstances is showing to us that may bastardize and crush the tree that an environmental friendly volunteer planted in that local community. up to the foundations of the great organizations that alleviated diseases, save lives, and so much more. But there is a way which is theoretically sound already, but needs more praxis. Sustainable development assures the development of the current generation without sacrificing the potential development of the future ones. It encompasses a series of solutions and approaches to reverse our interrelating economic, environmental, and social problems. This way of development holds the greatest potential to push further for a harmonious society in which the environment is cared for and sustained, economies are mindful of allocating human and natural resources with just, and societies that harmoniously exist with one another in freedom and peace. We could all envision for a harmonious future with sustainable development as our theoretical and conceptual framework. But the question is, will we act? Will the harmony that will aim remain an imaginative symphony of our minds and dreams? Or will we arrange a musical piece, conduct the band, play the instruments, and sing an inspiring song of our own? We must also be reminded that these problems we face today shall require the wisdom of the elder, envisioning a great tomorrow for those that will come after us. No competition of greatness among generations shall be tolerated that may cause disharmony. In the end, we should all believe that the task at hand should be meritoriously taken as a unique challenge that, if overcame through sustainability, shall present a better future. More than ever, for real, the evidences of a worsening environment and communities tells us to do so. Optimistically, the efforts of those who decided to pioneer a way is slowly paying out. Sustainable development holds no secret recipe as a cure-all, but would only tell us one word: continue. Continue despite failures and small scopes, continue despite risks, and continue even if at the beginning it is only you who believe. May we embrace sustainable development not just for our sake, but for those who will be born yet, whom which, as one great man say, will later historically judge our actions now. Remember, we can all do this together, right now. Then, thank you for listening, and may we have all great sustainable actions to come.
Wow, indeed, it was such an inspiring speech. Don't you agree, Kaylin?
Yes, definitely. The second speaker is immediate past District Rotary Representative Chu Taiwan from the Rotary Club of Singapore West. Taiwan is a psychology graduate who is passionate about social services. She has undertaken internship positions at the Singapore Prison Service, MINDEF, and Family Service Centre, and is now a care coordinator at a social service agency working with seniors with or at risk of physical and mental health conditions and their caregivers in the community. Aside from participating in curating community initiatives, she enjoys going to the cinemas to watch films and taking long walks in the morning. She also has an adorable cocker spaniel whom she enjoys to praise and hug every day when she's home. Her speech today is titled How to Build Trust and Harmony in the Community Using a Strengths-Based Approach.
Hello, hi, my name is Taiwan. So for this year's World Speech Day, the topic that I'm going to cover is how we can achieve trust and harmony in the community with the use of strength-based approach. Often when we face with dissonance on the ground in the community, we tend to identify what the problem is and find solutions to solve it. But in the long run, tips may not be the most effective solution or model. When people are not aware of the opportunities towards how they can contribute, they lose their confidence and motivation towards their ability to do so. They see themselves as recipients and consumers of service where only external institutions or professionals can provide real help. Gradually, they'll lose their sense of ownership and connection with what they can do. So today, I'm going to introduce to you this community development model called the ABCD, which stands for Assets-Based Community Development. The focus of ABCD is how the community members can tap on their existing strengths and assets to ignite positive changes for themselves. So such community development model, they can be very effective in improving their lives as it offers different lens for us to approach the community that our community face. It recognizes that every community have their own unique skills and capacities that they can channel for community development. They also base it on belief that community are the real experts on their own issues and their own lives, and development should come from within. So how do we even activate ABCD or start off with using this model? There are just 3 tips that you have to remember. Number 1, people over program. Number 2, contact over content. And number 3, discovery over deliverables. So ABCD is a very relationship-driven model. The starting point is always about what we can learn from people, who can lead the conversations, and how we can uncover new things. What we want to focus is about how we can get more stories and conversations by asking the right questions. So these questions should stimulate dialogue and create cohesiveness and trust between the members. These questions should elicit the telling of stories that project their vision for the future. So some examples of these questions might include, what do you envision for yourself? What do you envision for a community? What are the barriers that's blocking the pathways to community prosperity? And what can people do together to clear these pathways? So through these stories and questionings, you'll be able to stimulate the interest of the community partners and get them engaged in the process of thinking how the vision of their community can be shaped and how they can contribute. So at this juncture, you might be thinking, what kind of strengths are we talking about? Well, just think of the 3 H. Number 1, the hate. Hate refers to the knowledge that you have, the things that you know. The second H is your heart, the things that you care for and the things that you're interested about. And the third H is the hands. What are the skill sets? What are the things that you can do? So everyone in the community has their own gifts as well as assets. And we want to focus on what they can contribute rather than what they do not have and what they need to receive. And it's only through portraying them as resourceful and gifted, then that's when we can welcome them as locals to address the issues. Outside assistance and resources may still be needed, but only to be set by the local community in terms of the agenda and only accepted on their own terms. So when we identify such assets in the community members, we are increasing people's sense of community. We're letting them to see that they have a voice and that their assets are very helpful. They'll also be able to gain a sense of empowerment and knowing that they have the ability to take action and influence decisions in the community. So at the end of the day, how can we achieve trust and harmony in the community? Remember, people over program, contact over content, and discovery over deliverables. Remember, we are not focusing that much about what we can create in terms of content or the program. What we're looking at is how we can create shareable community opportunities, creating an environment that's welcoming and make people more likely to stay and feel like they can contribute. And reality can be changed by changing conversations and the narratives. So ABCD, it takes lots of time and effort, but my advice to you is that you trust the process and everything will come in a full circle. Thank you.
Wow, all those acronyms made the speech super easy to understand. Even I can't wait to apply the ABCDs to all of my events. But with that, now let me introduce the third speaker, Devin Law Wei Jin from the Rotaract Club of Ngee Polytechnic. Devin is currently a business sophomore specializing in human capital management at Ngee Polytechnic. An avid learner with a strong desire to take on new challenges, as well as a passionate servant leader who seeks to empower others. His speech is titled A New Harmony, What's in It for Us Instead of Me?
Hello everyone, my name is Devin and I'm a Rotractor from the Rotract Club of Nanyang Polytechnic. The topic that I'll be sharing today is a new harmony that allows us to look for what's in it for us rather than what's in it for me. I chose this topic because it made me reflect deeply on what has transpired over the past 2 years of us living with the ongoing pandemic. A pandemic that does not seem to have an end in sight. It might have felt like ages ago, but do you still recall the situation at the onset of the virus? There was mass panic buying for both daily and healthcare necessities. This was triggered by fears of a possible lockdown, similar to those occurring around the world. We were psychologically unprepared because we were uncertain as to what was about to come. It was a bleak moment for all of us, as the world we know was about to change in a very drastic manner. The government had called for a circuit breaker and introduced measures to curb the spread of the virus, which included the wearing of masks, 1 meter social distancing, as well as limited group capacity. But with any changes to the status quo, there is bound to be resistance from the ground, simply because people are afraid of change. Change that is in constant motion due to the volatility of the situation and because we have to move forward to the future. I know it has not been easy for us to adapt to such spontaneous changes, but we must persist, else we might perish. Mind you, it is in our collective interest that these changes are taking place. So, in order to make things easier for you, you have to make things easier for others first. We need to start putting ourselves in the shoes of others because that is the only way we'll be able to understand where they are coming from. Let us understand the effect of our actions or lack of it. Evidently, in these past 2 years, there were numerous instances of us demonstrating what is in our collective interest and for the greater good of others. From the basics of diligently adhering to safe management measures to expeditious vaccine uptake, there were also those who went above and beyond the call of duty with their ground-up initiatives targeted to support those who fell between the cracks. These acts also included those who provided monetary and non-monetary donations, as well as supporting those who are fighting on the front line. It also reassures that we, the people, we have what it takes to make a change and live with it. Together, you and I, we can do so much more than what we think is possible. After all, a little goes a long way, just like how little drops of water make the mighty ocean. COVID-19 has not deterred the collective good in us, but has only reinforced our need for a cohesive movement in times of crisis. This is an era of change. Let us trailblaze the road that lies ahead of us by putting the us in the causes that resonates with us and inspire the change you want to see. For the collective good of all, for the collective good of you and I. With that, I end my speech. Thank you.
Wow, that was an amazing speech. I totally resonated with the quote, a little change goes a long, long way.
Well, moving on to the next speaker. The fourth speaker for today will be Norharia binti Latif, also known as Hai, from the Rotaract of Unimas. She's an avid reader of fiction and non-fiction books, and one of her personal goals is to write a novel this year. Wow! It has actually been her lifelong dream to become a novelist whose published stories can be enjoyed by many. Currently, she's involved in a social network studies program to equip herself with relevant skills and knowledge, as some of her passions lie in social justice and giving back to the community. Her speech is titled Dissecting Harmony in Malaysia.
Harmony. What a loaded word. This one word can convey many meanings: peace, agreement, amity, unity. So what exactly constitutes harmony? Well, it really depends on your perspective. Hello, my name is Nokara Binti Latif and I am currently studying in Unimas. Freshly 22 years old and is about to deliver a speech titled Dissecting Harmony in Malaysia. Once again, I bring up the question that we're all also curious about today. What exactly is harmony? The first thing that might come to mind is harmony between citizens of Malaysia. Our country is a melting pot of different ethnicities and cultures. In Sarawak alone, there are approximately 26 ethnic groups in our land of the Hornbill, not to mention the Orang Asli, the indigenous groups in peninsular Malaysia that predates everyone else in the region, and the various ethnic groups in Sabah. For the most part, we get along pretty well. We are able to intermingle with each other in a harmonious way and create a peaceful environment for everyone to thrive. Malay, Chinese, Indian, Dayak, Kadazan Dusun. Harmonious, peaceful Malaysia. On TV, we would often see commercials where people of these ethnicities would hold hands together in a circle and sing Kumbaya or whatever. Idul Fitri, Chinese New Year, Deepavali, Gawai, Kamatan, all celebrated in together in perfect harmony. At least that's what we've been taught. So that goes without saying, right? Malaysia is a harmonious country. It's true, right? Not quite. It's depressing to think about. So I'm not going to go into painful details. So let's admit it. The image of a peaceful, harmonious, united Malaysia is not very factual. For the most part, yeah, I would say we get along pretty well. However, it goes without saying that internalized institutional racism is a huge problem in our country. Let's not go far. Let's digest this information real quick. There are quotas for entry into public education for ethnic minorities, which is a problem that is refused to be acknowledged by anyone with power or otherwise. In a recent racial discrimination survey by Index Mundi showed how prevalent this racism problem is in Malaysia. In the survey, the residents of each country are asked how much racism exists in that country. It's quite shameful that Malaysia is actually listed as second most racist country in the world. I find this to be mind-boggling. There are over 195 countries in this spinning globe, and we are second. This information is not really widespread in mainstream media, so I think we should really try to raise awareness of this glaring problem that we should try our best to mitigate. Microaggression is also quite severe in our daily life, but that's a story for another day. So is harmony in Malaysia non-existent? Is the racism problem so severe that nothing about us can be described as being in harmony? Not quite either. What a loaded question. Just because the institution itself is broken does not mean the individual parts are similarly damaged. Maybe this is just the silly ramblings of a university student with a chip on his shoulder. But I do believe that Malaysians, for the most part, try their best in living peacefully, in harmony with each other. It was said in jest and a thin veneer of sarcasm, but I did mention earlier that the different ethnic groups would celebrate each festival together. It's normal. Let's say you go to the US or something, you don't really see the non-Muslim people celebrating Idul Fitri or vice versa. There's no huge nationwide celebration of Chinese New Year or Deepavali. Hate crimes against Asians are on the rise because of COVID, etc., etc. So are Malaysians living in harmony? You're giving me mixed signals right now. What is the point of all this? Well, the point is Malaysia is not perfect when it comes to harmony between its citizens, but it's not impossible to make improvements so that everyone's lives become better. Now let's discuss the new harmony that we can introduce to make sure that Malaysia actually becomes the picture-perfect country, multi-ethnic poster child that it desperately wants to become. In the new harmony, all these race quotas for jobs and education will be removed. Let's make it so that everyone has equal opportunity to enter any education or occupation that they desire. Make it so that everyone can have equity for scholarships, no more specific races for any job listings. Let's try to create a Malaysia where your ethnicity does not matter. A system based on meritocracy as it should. This quota system is so outdated already, and it's a form of institutionalized racism that is improbable to be removed. but not impossible. Let's raise awareness on how damaging it is to the harmony of the people that live in this country. They just want to go about their life peacefully. So that's all from me. Thank you for lending your ears and listening to my speech. I really hope that my message is conveyed successfully and resonates with everyone that is listening. Thank you and have a great day.
Wow, that was such a mind-blowing speech. We have learned so much about equality in Malaysia just in a speech. Moving on to the next one. The fifth speaker is the District Rotaract Representative-elect, Tang Hui Wen from Rotaract of Unimas, a person who is interested in everything as long as it gives her knowledge of joy. Fun fact, she loves being around nature and breathing in calms her down. Hui Wen is also looking forward to working with others on collaboration, opportunities to serve the community and protect the environment. Her topic today is a new harmony in context of social networking.
Good day everyone, this is Hui Wan from Rotary Club of Universe. Today, I would like to share about a new harmony in social level. Resource scarcity. Overpopulation and climate changes are not new for everyone. According to IP666 assessment report, the danger of climate changes are mounting so rapidly that they could soon overwhelm the ability of both nature and humanity to adapt, unless greenhouse gases emissions are quickly reduced. Awareness is everywhere, but we are not going to do enough. Indeed, we humans cannot live without this planet that we call home. This is an implied obligation for us to care for the nature and planet so that the ability of the next generation to meet their needs is not affected. This could be done through sustainable development, maintaining a balanced and harmonious relationship between the nature and human in all development undertaken. Bear in mind, we humans are merely trustees of this planet, in which we are just temporary dwellers. The moment we are born to this world, the air is ready everywhere for us to take our first breaths. Once we grow older, the solid food required to fill our tummy are well grown from the soil. Whenever stress comes upon you, in which you feel so suffocated doing your job, an adventure in the jungle or at the beach can calm you down. This is the power of nature, the creation of God, and something that worth our preservation and conversation. Harmonious relationship between the environment and human can be only made possible if we stand together and strive toward in undertaking this commission. That's all for my sharing. Thank you.
Home, such a deep meaning. Don't you agree, Kaylin?
Definitely. So for our last speaker, we have Wong Hauman from the Rotaract Club of Unimas. She is currently the Rotaract Regional Representative for Zone 4 and is currently a third-year student pursuing multimedia computing. Being an adventurous person, she loves traveling and food hunting, and her speech for today is titled End Polio Now, A Personal Journey.
A new harmony allows us to look for what is in it for us, rather than what is in it for the individual. Rotary International has been striving to eradicate polio for more than 35 years. In 2021, Rotaract District 3310 organized the first ever End Polio Now fundraising campaign. I was given the opportunity to co-chair the End Polio Now fundraising campaign. As a team, we collaborated in designing the fundraising items. The design of the two fundraising items are a reusable metal straw set with a clip on it, a brush to clean the straw as well, and the beautiful t-shirt where the front is the Rotaract District 3310 logo and the back of the shirt had the word End Polio Now printed on it and the hand sign. The design of the two fundraising items came together effortlessly because we work as a team and not individually. With the support from the Rotaract District 3310, other Rotaract districts, as well as members of the public who came together to raise funds for polio eradication, we were able to raise over 1,000 Singapore dollar. Instead of an endeavor to seek recognition for Rotaract District 3310, the goal of the fundraiser was to contribute funds towards eradicating polio. To increase public awareness about polio, we utilized Rotaract District 3310 social media platforms such as Facebook and Instagram to share facts about polio. These facts were shared weekly throughout the End Polio Now fundraising campaign. The social media post was well received by viewers as these facts were able to spark their interest in wanting to know more about polio. Did you know that the health workers and also Rotary volunteers have climbed mountains, crossed deserts, and sailed to remote islands to vaccinate children against polio? Rotary has funded more than 1,500 motorbikes and 6,700 other vehicles and 17 boats to make those journeys. Vaccinators have traveled on the backs of elephants, donkeys, and camels to immunize children in remote areas. As a team, we gained a lot of experiences in organizing the End Polio Now fundraising campaign. These experiences will be our stepping stone in organizing future events, as I'm sure that we would work better as we grow closer with this event. A new harmony provides us with a new beginning that helps us in exploring new paths for a better world. To all Rotaractors out there, do not be afraid in wanting to try new things, as you never know what you might find out there in the path that you take. You might discover something that piques your curiosity or even your strong suit in helping to make the world a better place for you and for me and the entire human race.
I think most of what Hauman's speech actually resonated with most of us here today.
Agreed.
Yeah, so on behalf of us, we would like to thank all of the community speakers, and we would like to sincerely apologize for the technical difficulties just now. Therefore, we would like to use this opportunity to showcase Digi Dolly's speech.
My dear fellow Rotarians, Rotractors, Interactors, and our distinguished guests, a very warm welcome to the World Speech Day. Today, the World Speech Day in Singapore is in its 7th years. I must congratulate Rotary E-Club District 3310 for organizing the World Speech Day since 2016. I have been following the World Speech Day for many years, and it's always nice to see the many eloquent speakers, especially among the young generations. I was told that the organizing chair, past president Ching has invited the road tractor from our district to be the co-host for this event as part of Elevate Road Track. I am pleased to see the involvement of DRR, David Garant, DRRE, Tan Hui Wan, DRRN, Kailan, among the many others. Well done indeed. Public speaking is not an easy task for many people, but somehow to overcome the fear of public speaking, I was told that early preparations and practice are the most effective ways of overcoming fears and building up confidence. Nothing can beat early preparations and doing many practices. After all, practice makes perfect. But not all people are afraid of public speaking. For some people, public speaking is not at all a problem. They have the natural flair of speaking, and I've listened to many of our road tractors during installations and seminars. They are very good public speakers. To all road tractors who are taking part in the Road Track Showcase segment, I wish all of you every success. Good luck to everyone. As you are listening to me, I am in Darjeeling, India. I am actually here visiting Rotary Club and hopefully have some projects with the Rotarians here. My thoughts are with you. May I wish all of you a meaningful and an enjoyable occasion. Till we meet, stay safe and take care. Thank you.
Once again, thank you, DG Dolly. And before we move on to the next segment, let me invite PP Ching to share about an ongoing Rotary project, Project Starfish. PP Ching, please.
I'm here to introduce a speech, but not just a speech, the voices of Rotary. Let me explain. Some time ago, a group of dedicated teachers came together and decided that they want to help students who drop out of schools, now working and desire to go back to school and build a better life. But they got a problem. They are financially handicapped. So, together with Rotary Club, E-Club 3310, actually we found the finance, we found the money to support these teachers to provide free education, free training to these students who wish to go back to school, to wish to study some more and build a better life. So by doing that, we are building a new harmony. So you are going to hear in the following speech or video the voices of these teachers and what they are doing together with Rotary. So please listen to these voices of the Rotary. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Siti. I'm one of the founders of Project Starfish.
Hi, I'm Atika, and I'm a volunteer teacher at Project Starfish.
Hi, I'm Marco. I attended Starfish in the year 2020.
Hope The name Project Starfish is derived from the starfish story. I think everyone is quite familiar with it. But my own personal experience is helping jellyfishes at the Changi beach. So they were all stranded on the beach, and my sister and I were helping them go back to the sea by goading them with little sticks. And once they reached the ocean, they were really swimming back to the ocean. So I thought that was a very apt way to describe starfish, because once they are at the sea, it presents vast opportunities for them that they can thrive again.
I think I've associated that name starfish with the students. The students are like our starfishes, and when I think about my students, I think, not really I think, I would say that I feel care for them. I feel like I want to be there for them.
Something that I wish to see progress even further in many aspects, really like branching out if possible, and also I just hope it gets more support.
Because when we started, like I said, we just wanted to help because we could help, like, you know, I'm giving back to society using the skills I have. But once we started the program, we realized that we learned a lot from the youth. They taught us a lot about resilience. They have challenges at a very young age that sometimes you don't even think of.
Project Starfish means a whole lot to me. I think depending at what point in time you ask me that, sometimes it could almost be my everything. It was, to be very honest, yeah. I think apart from the fact that I've invested a lot of time in them, I've grown to really fall in love with the students that I meet. Yeah, even if I don't know who I'm going to meet yet. Because what they go through is nothing like, I would say, the average person does. And every one of them is special, is unique in what they had to go through.
I would think it's like a second home to me. It does not have to be a physical space, but something in here. It's like a mental home. It's like a community that comes together, you know. Something that, a community of people that I can rely on. I feel like I can rely on. And yeah, just when I can really feel like myself.
I have to give a credit to the first batch of Starfish students who went through a lot of difficulties. That we had to use fast food restaurants to study. Yeah, because we don't have a classroom, but they really showed that they are resilient enough and they're resourceful, and they say, okay, let's do this, let's study at a fast food restaurant because we want to study. So I think the first batch really gave the impetus for the volunteers to say there's skill in this program and that, you know, we can build on this.
It's more than just learning. We want to get to know them from person to person, what they are, what they like, what they don't like, you know, to also be friendly with them so that, you know they can come to us as a mentor. Yeah, but with that also sometimes our students get into trouble, or they slip up, or they're doing things they're not supposed to, and that's where sometimes you have certain conflicts that come up internally. You ask yourselves that, okay, I need to steer this student back the right way, but sometimes things get out of hand and there's only so much that we can do.
I was still really, I would say, lost at that time. Everything was blurry. Something that really helped me to find myself, basically. Structuring a lot of things inside my head. There are no biggest lessons for me. It benefited me in too many aspects.
My hope for the future for Starfish is that we are able to expand and help more youths. So in a sense, because when we started, it was more to help those who are out of school because of financial or family backgrounds or disciplinary issues. But lately, I think we have more inquiries about those with mental, emotional well-being, emotional issues. Perhaps in future, we are able to help this group also.
I hope we can reach out to more students. I think after coming here, Project Starfish started out small. And coming here, it's been noted that actually there is a demand for this youth, for all this youth that's been displaced from schools. We're trying to find them, we're trying to reach out to them, we're trying to tell them, you know what, there's a place for them if they want to.
I really hope that Starfish reaches out to more people. I hope he is able to expand. If one way or another, if Starfish is able to expand even out from Singapore, that would be great. But let's just start small. I just hope that everybody that feels lost or feel like there's no point in studying, and knowing that they might suffer in the future from a realistic standpoint. Yeah, I just hope that Starfish is, for me as well, it's like a gleam of light that could actually lead them to the success that they dream of, you know.
I think already now, competition.
Well, today we have 5 speakers from IT College Central, and they have placed a lot of preparation for today's performance.
Let us officially start today's contest by inviting our first participant, Cha Boon Ching, whose topic will be on a new harmony, a balanced living between introverts and extroverts. Boon Ching, please.
Some egoistical, but we mainly stereotype others. Through this stereotyping, we may exclude those we come across as reserved introverts. They may actually be understanding, friendly, or someone we can call as close buddies. Now, let's highlight how one become an introvert. Dr. Marty Lenny mentioned that the degree to which we are introverted or extroverted is influenced by our genetics. Our genes give us a range of introversion, but a wider range could be heavily influenced by how we were brought up. When someone asks you to describe an introvert, you may think of the most reserved, the quietest, thoughtful person you may know, who does not enjoy being crowds, and they processes their thoughts through their minds rather than speaking it out. For extroverts, it's the other way around. They are outgoing, they have a wide social circle, and they are highly active. Be it introvert or extrovert, we all have our disadvantages. Introverts may feel that they are outsiders who do not quite fit in. They wait for others to come to them. It's difficult for them to be accepted, appreciated, or understood. For extroverts, they are always expected to engage in conversation at any time, even if they don't feel like it. Sometimes extroverts do not know when the time to talk or to be quiet, and because of that, they are often accused of being loud and overly talkative by those who do not understand them. Because of our differences in today's society, extroverts are seen more in the spotlight, while the introverts do not have enough attention or opportunities to prove themselves. I am an introvert myself, and all my life I struggled with some of my traits. As I was the only child, I wasn't brought up by other children. Because of that, it's difficult for me to socialize, like not being able to start up a conversation among people who I first meet. People will look at me differently as if I'm the black sheep of the herd. I will always be ostracized or criticized for how shy I am. But what if I told you we as introverts are not weird and different? Us being quiet does not mean that we are shy and that we do not want to be alone all of the time. As I want to be different from my past self, I learned to be a tryhard with the little talent I had, so that I can succeed by imitating to gain confidence and recognition. Imagine if today was the last day. Will people know the real you, who you truly are, or someone you tried to be? To all there listening out there, do not be someone else. There's a quote by John Mason saying, "You are born an original, don't die a copy." Your uniqueness is what makes you special in your own special way, and you should embrace it. Let us join hands and start a new harmony by complementing each other despite our differences. Like how in a project, the extrovert can communicate while the introverts can brainstorm and implement new ideas. It's like peanut butter and jelly, being different and yet they can complement each other. I hope we can choose to complement each other despite our differences. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ching. Now let us invite our second participant, Lingesh, son of Sachuvanatam, and his topic is on a new harmony without body shaming.
Hi everybody, let us take a moment of silence. Hi everybody, let us take a moment, close your eyes and imagine. Imagine yourself in a new place. It doesn't matter where it is. Now, imagine yourself unable to adapt to this new environment. You may be hesitant to accept where you are at first, but what about others around you? Will they be able to simply accept who you are without judgment? Without knowing you as an individual? No matter your background, your social status, your build, your sexuality, your skin color, your humility, many may choose to hate you, pick on you, humiliate you, and even shame you. For no reason. Why? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lingesh. Today, I'll be talking about bullying. Bullying is an issue across our nation. You might not know it, but the person sitting next to you could be getting bullied. They may not seem they are hurt, but inside they could be. Anybody that intentionally tries to hurt your feeling is bullying you. It doesn't matter how small it is. If it hurts your feeling, then you are bullying them. Would you believe that I was 98 kgs at the age of 13? Yes, I was obese for my age. Many people made fun of my body structure, called me names, without the intention to hurt my feelings. However, I was extremely hurt, just that I didn't show it. My close friend knows me very well, and he understood that I was extremely hurt. He immediately stand up in class and said, instead of giving him such comments, why not motivate him to lose weight? That one sentence was more than enough to educate the bullies and motivate me to lose weight. Since then, I exercise 3 times a week after school with the bullies. And here I am with a healthy BMI. When I was in secondary 2, I saw a teenager being bullied in the restroom. I asked a friend next to me on why is he getting bullied. He replied, "Oh, don't worry about it. It's just because he's gay." He said it as if it was all natural. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a step back. When you hear the word LGBT, what comes to your mind? Many may tell that it's unnatural to be LGBT. But why? Is it really wrong to be gay? People think that gay people are like aliens, but that's not true. LGBT is a group of people that stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender. No. It is scientifically proven that it's absolutely okay to be gay. There is nothing wrong with being gay. But why some people can't accept who they are? Many gay people have to go through hell in their families and in school. LGBT people are humans too. They have feelings, they can love, they can do anything and everything that a regular people can do. There's nothing wrong with being gay, and of course, it is okay. Hey, remember when I talked about the gay student who was bullied in secondary school? Yes, he is my very own best friend to this day. And that would never change just because of who he is. He is that one friend who supports me through my ups and downs. When I found out that he was being bullied in secondary school, I immediately went to find him after school just to talk to him. And that made him a stronger person internally. People who are victims of bullying need someone to talk to. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time to be that someone. My life changed when I was close with him. He's that one friend who supports me throughout any matters. A very big shout out to you, Em. You have changed me for the better. Now before I leave, let me leave you with this. Coffee comes in many various types and flavors. With different beans, different rich tastes can be created. This delicious taste can be obtained by combining different types of coffee beans. Thank you.
Thank you, Lingesh. Our third participant is Ong Ye Kai, who will be sharing about a new harmony within the education system. Ye Kai, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ye Kai. Educational achievements are praised in life. If you are in junior college, you will be praised. But if you do not land in that pathway, society may see you as an academic failure. Why do we have such stigma? When we learn to live harmoniously, that learning is wrong, and our journeys are different, then we may then learn that any educational pathway is good so long as we don't stop learning. Here in Singapore, our educational system guides us from kindergarten, where we learn our basics, primary school, where we learn our foundation, secondary school, where we learn more in depth, and tertiary school, where we learn to specialize in an area we find fit as individuals. As we move on to the next school, everyone considers it as a milestone to further our learning, to deepen our knowledge, and to specialize in an area we are passionate about. Some to pursue change, some to pursue dreams, and some to pursue inspiration. Changing uniforms from secondary school to tertiary school was like a change of identity. When I first told my friends about my journey in ITE, I was prepared to hear criticism such as "it's the end," "cannot make it," and many more that stereotypes ITE students. But instead, I hear, "Oh, what course are you going to? What's the progression like to poly? Any plans?" Deep down, I was very appreciative to hear such supportive comments. Because in secondary school, I did not have a great start, so this is a redemption. While some may not be as lucky as me to receive such comments, but instead, "You are a disappointment! You are a disgrace! You!" As the old saying goes, once you're in ITE, you have no future. When, where, how, why did this all come about? Back then, when ITE was reinvented in 1992, majority of Singaporeans were very old-fashioned, especially parents, because they only acknowledge either a diploma or a degree certificate to have a good job, a good salary, a good future, and a good life. ITE was like a school where most of the hooligans, gangsters, dropouts go once they completed secondary school education. Thus the name "It's the End." A reputation that stains ITE, a title that haunts many. Now, how can we create a new harmony that ITE is not the end, but the eagerness to continue our studies, to further our knowledge bank. ITE strives to be a continuous learning center where more part-time courses, full-time courses, and a few new short courses are available. This includes traineeship, and new and improved work-study diploma are created. With this, it allows people to continue their studies with pride. With that in mind, I would like to end off with a quote by Herbert Spencer. The great aim of education is not knowledge, but action. Thank you.
Such an inspirational speech. Thank you, Yekai. Now, we have Shakti Kumaran, son of Silva Kumaran, sharing about a new harmony with peaceful political ideology.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Shakti. Today, I'd like to share about the current political situation and how it is affecting our world. Different political ideologies can cause conflict, and this can be avoided by cultivating tolerance and respect among countries, as well as implementing arms control. Disarmament is the act of reducing, limiting, or abolishing weapons. By reducing weaponry, one is less capable of engaging in a war. To build trust, countries should unite as one and control one's arms regardless of their political ideologies. One way to achieve peace is for countries to be tolerant of one another. Tolerance will enable countries to comprehend each other's various ideologies without the need for political intervention. Maintaining harmony among countries is one way to achieve peace. Harmony is not limited to a single geographical area or boundary. It crosses borders and moves from one country to another. As a result, peace can spread not only among ethnic groups within a single country, but also among ethnic groups in other countries. Let's consider the ongoing Russia-Ukraine unrest. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has urged US President Joe Biden to admit Ukraine into NATO. This enraged Russia because it poses a threat if NATO expands eastward. Furthermore, Russian President Vladimir Putin considers Ukraine to be part of Russia and wishes to regain control over it. As a result, this leads to war between Russia and Ukraine, whereby Russia invades Ukraine. This invasion has resulted in 2.5 million Ukrainians fleeing to neighboring countries. This conflict has global ramifications. Distribution and cost of oil are both significantly impacted. This conflict has also weakened Russia's and Ukraine's financial markets. It has caused the world to suffer as a result of the complications. Building a new harmony among countries can lead to peace by seeking alternative solutions for the common good, preventing other problems such as refugees and deaths of many innocent lives. Countries should first talk things out like gentlemen before going to war like how warriors used to do. We live in the 21st century and we no longer need to resort to violence as a solution. Communication is the only way to avoid a war. Countries should meet often to negotiate and find solutions for their needs. I'd like to conclude with a quote from Albert Einstein. You cannot simultaneously prevent and prepare for war. The very prevention of war requires more faith, courage, and resolution than are needed to prepare for war. We must all do our share that we may be equal to the task of peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Shakti. Now I shall finally introduce our last participant, To Jia-ying, whose topic today is gender equality in a new harmony. Jia-ying, please.
If the people around you one day started ignoring you, neglecting you, overlooking your talent just because you are a girl, how would that feel? Because that's how I felt growing up. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jai, and today I'll be sharing about something that is close to my heart called gender equality in a new harmony. The scenario I just described earlier can be changed if you have a change of mindset that women are equally as capable as men. Why are we being treated differently just because we are of a different gender? Globally, women has fewer opportunities for economic participation than men, less access to higher and even basic education. And why is that so? Just because we are girls doesn't mean we should stay at home and cook for the family. We are so much more than that. Let's go back to medieval time. Could you imagine what it would be like if one day you were heading out for a quick lunch and people were screaming, crying, and even shouting in the streets? Because these poor souls are being tortured left and right, and there's little to nothing you can do about it. Now, I'm sure most of us here wouldn't want to live in a world where you constantly feel scared and fear for your life. Now, let's all come back to today. I started my speech by saying that's how I felt growing up. Because I remember there are many memories of that happening. One of them was in secondary school when we were doing a group project and we needed to work together. Due to my gender, other members who are men didn't take my opinion as a consideration, even though what I suggested was decent. And they rudely ignored my suggestion by saying it's not good enough or I should just keep quiet. And this led me to being very self-conscious, and eventually I felt really left out and out of place. I remember there was one time we were out for recess and there was a group of boys, and as the canteen tables was dirty, they demanded we clean their tables for them. What? I was shocked at first. Like, why can't you clean the table yourself? Or maybe just use the other 22 tables nearby? I even saw them pulling my friend's hair and telling her it's her responsibility to clean because we are girls. As soon as I saw it happen, I felt sad that we are being treated this way. What did we do to deserve this kind of treatment? And why is it still happening? To those who are currently facing the same issue, I just want to say, you are not alone. And there's a quote saying, we are not what other people say we are who we know ourselves to be, and we are what we love. The haters are just going to hate. Now, let's take a moment to reflect. What is the definition of a new harmony? In my eyes, it is the situation in which people live or work happily together without any big problems. If we all unite and work together and collaborate, we might create something new, as the future is full of unknown possibilities. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for your time.
Thank you, Ching. We have come to the end of all the speeches for the contest.
While the judges are actually currently discussing the winners of the contest, we would now like to play a short musical performance by a Rotarian.
Go to the word. Okay, so. Okay.
Control and click. Okay, click. Yeah, and there you go.
Then you can share the.
Oh, okay, you can. Okay, I'll share this.
Share the YouTube.
Yeah.
And you still need one more.
Okay, okay. Can we? Yeah, yeah. So I what's later before.
What if I told you that if you want to generate more leads for your business,
So welcome back everybody. Now we have the results for today's contest and I'm pretty sure everyone's excited to find out who it is. But firstly, let me invite Rotarian Ernest Chen to give some feedback. Rotarian Ernest, please.
Congratulations. Presenting a speech is never easy. But however, you start young. So the future is very rosy for all of you. If you don't start today, you'll never start later on in life. Because when you're young, you can afford to fail. But when you are older, you cannot afford to fail. So today, you fail in a certain area, you succeeded in many areas. Let me give you a very general aspect, then I go through one by one first. The good points, the kudos. You have good content. You have good voice. So these are the two good things that can stand well for you in future. But couple of things all of you have common. Nervousness, fear. So if you don't conquer fear, fear conquer you. So when fear conquer you, you're sure to get lost. So rather be a fearless speaker than a fearful speaker. So how to be fearless is to learn and learn and learn. Speak and speak and speak. But today is the beginning. All of you, surprisingly, have the same problem with eye contact. You either look one way, or look this way, or look this way. Right? Eye contact, you can look at me, I can look at everybody. Pacing. Pacing, you got to go this way, isn't it? You cannot have this way. So all of you have same type of pacing. When you're fast, you're fast. When you're moderate all the way. I mean, that's the best. Speaking, you got to follow the pipe way, isn't it? So when you do like that, it's still better than do this way. Stance. I'm for the school of good stance. I don't like walking around. However, today stop you from walking around because of the camera. You have no choice. But many of you, like a rim rock, now very still. Except the lady move a little bit. I mean, we have to do a little bit, but don't do cha-cha-cha in water, right? But do a little bit, it's alright, just like me, do a little bit, it's alright. But many of you very stiff. Loosen a bit. I know because the nervousness makes you stiff. Loosen a bit. So when you loosen that, your voice also loosen. Your hand also loosen. But today, the hand gesture not too bad. Not too bad, This, here, that. It's okay. Very good. But as I say, one of you very stiff. Very stiff. But when you listen to me next time, you loosen up a little bit more. So these are the general aspect, all of you. But however, every one of you, I just give 1 or 2 pointers, hopefully that you can improve on it. Yeah, memorizing is always very serious. The moment you memorize, you get stuck. You don't know what to do. Right? The first speaker, but then, expression tell you. A few times, I think about 3 times. But doesn't matter. This is learning. I know. Memorize is never easy. I was like you long ago. So when you remember the key point, it's easy. The whole thing is, the moment you forget, pass on. Continue. Pass on. You don't have to keep to them. Nobody knows how much you know. Only you know how much you know. Right? We don't know. You can even bluff us. We can accept you. Don't let us know that you don't know. And don't let that's important. Don't let us know that you don't know. Only you know that you don't know. Yeah, content is good. The first speaker. Number two. Actually, number two and number one, very similar both of you, you know. The stand, you also lost along the way. It's not a good gesture, posture, also stand in such a manner. Alright, remember that, don't memorize. Number three, so far I would say number three is only your eye contact need to improve a little bit more. Good voice, nothing much. After your ITE, it's the end. How nice. But you must tell us, who said it? Sim Wong Wu. Right? It's the end. But now it's the end. It's a transitional education. Right? Isn't it? ITE, transitional education. Because you're talking about education achievement. Isn't it? So you got to think of that to counter at the end. But you didn't mention it. Never mind. Next time you know. Number four. It's never easy to talk about work conflict. I must congratulate you. You dare to go into that. That is fantastic. But you're a bit very stiff. Your eye always looking at that point. I don't know why. You know, maybe you're from America or from Russia. I don't know. You always look at this side. I tried to see that you can look on both sides, but you didn't. It's not like, but it's never easy. Good content. Good content. Yeah. Number five. Chia Yin. What I like you is very lively. Very lively, fantastic. If not, you have lost contact, lost contact, lost track of it, you know, that moment. I thought you're going to be the end of it. Lucky, you managed to refine your content, you know, regroup yourself and go to the battle again. Fantastic. Even the second round, even better than the first round. Wow, very far away. Good, that is the good way. All in all, I say, nothing is lost whether you win or you lose. Because this contest will pave you for the better future to come. Continue to learn, continue to walk forward. Because it's not the end, it's the beginning of great things for you to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that feedback session just now. And now the participants will be receiving awards for their outstanding performance today. May we invite Chief Judge Tan Mei Yen and Charter President Chu Ban Seng to deliver the awards. Chief Judge and CP, please.
Good evening, everyone. And I must agree with Dr. Ernest Chan's evaluation, totally. All of you have performed extremely well. And I can see that each one of you have put in great effort to prepare and memorize. I hope in future you stop working too hard on memorizing, because that's where you can be tricked up, as Dr. Ernest Chen said. Right? Be natural, go with the flow, look at the audience and how they react to what you are saying. You need to improvise as you go along. So congratulations again to all participants. Each one of you are a champion in your own rights. Go forth and blaze the trail, as Dr. Ernest Chen has encouraged you to. We'll start with the
second runner-up.
We have 5 contestants, and each one of them deserves an award.
Yeah, sure.
Right? We have some tokens for the other 2 who will not be the second runner-up or the first runner-up or the champion.
Fourth runner-up, third runner-up, second runner-up.
So we
Good
have
runner-up, right? That's the way.
yes.
The fourth runner.
We have the fifth runner-up first.
Right.
Right?
The fourth
runner-up.
the fourth, the third, the second, the first, and the winner. Right? Correct? The fourth.
Okay, the fourth runner-up.
Runner-up.
Who's that?
For Guntik.
Yeah, all three of you now take.
You got three cameras. You finish this? Then good.
Don't worry, yes. Okay. And then my first one.
Alright, perfect. Congratulations.
The third runner-up, linguist, son of
First camera here. Second camera.
Yeah.
And the last camera. Alright. Congratulations.
Wow, now the trophy comes with the second runner-up.
our second runner-up today, Shachi.
First camera. Second. Okay, and final. Perfect.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Our first runner-up, our only female champion, Jai.
Second camera. And the third camera. Perfect. Congratulations.
Congratulations. And our winner and champion,
Come on, go.
we all know who he is going to be.
First camera. Second camera.
Come on, look then.
And the last camera. Okay.
And here.
One more time. Perfect. Congratulations.
All the together, all the trophy all together. All the winners, okay? All together.
All the winners come in.
Go five. Everyone is a winner. Come.
Please wear your mask here.
We all here.
Okay, all
Mr. Ching.
Wow! Congratulations again to all winners. Let us welcome PP Ching for his closing address. PP Ching, please.
Look at the camera. Good. My dear Rotaractors, I'm really proud of you. Today you have done a fantastic job, and I thoroughly enjoy your performance. And it's flawless, except technical, not your fault. But we still managed to overcome all the technical difficulties and finish the show right on time. So we are now about 10 minutes before 6. So next year we have to talk about the future. Next year I look forward to having you again and try to do yet a better job than this year. So I want to acknowledge the hard work of Diva, Hui Wen, Kaylin, what is your name? Sharu. And of course all the rest of the contestants. So thank you very much. You have done very well. You should be proud of it. And a certificate of achievement will be sent to you. We are not going to do this here, but you're going to get acknowledgement, which you can show your teacher or school what a proud speaker you are. So with that, I will say ciao, bye bye, and see you again next year, World Speech Day Singapore 2022. 23. Yeah, World Speech Day Singapore 2023. Okay, see you.
Thank you, PP Ching. We have now come to the end of today's event. Once again, a big thank you for being here with us today. We hope that all of you had an enriching and exciting time by having some thoughts about a new harmony and, most importantly, how all these positively contribute to society. Thank you all once again, and we can't wait to see you at World Speech Day 2023.
See you there!
See you. Bye-bye!
So stop recording.
Cannot hit this one.
Basically.